Chapter 882. Have you ever seen a player fly into the air to intercept the opponent's pass? Have you ever seen a golden hook hanging upside down in the air, a whirlwind kick in the air, a backflip in the air, a scorpion swinging its tail in the air, or a rock spreading its wings in the air? It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it before. Now you can finally see it. This is the legendary Kung Fu football. The players on both sides had a big stick hanging over their heads, punishment of deducting their monthly salary, and a big carrot hanging over their heads, reward football. In short, the players on both sides were now in high fighting spirit and enthusiasm. In the following game, the players on both sides gave it their all. With the support of internal strength and Qigong, they constantly made some shocking body movements in the air. Although they were not as enigmatic and superb as in the movies, the Kung Fu football movements that were not processed by computers still made Li Zixuan, who was outside the field, amazed. The rest of the students outside the field naturally feasted their eyes and cheered. Damn, football can be played like this? Why didn't I practice martial arts in the early years? As a prince of the Tang Empire, Li Tai had seen all kinds of scenes. However, he had never seen such a scene before. The players showed off their skills on the football field to their heart's content. He was simply envious of them outside the field. Li Chengxian secretly curled his lips and thought to himself, "Qin Ke, with your body size when you were young, you still want to practice martial arts? You can't even last a day." On the field, after a fierce battle, finally, when the first half was about to end, Li Kumo Yun and Li Er, the three of them, did an aerial relay. In the end, Li Er scored and equalized the score. As the goalkeeper, Iron Egg was not only unable to block Li Er's shot in the air, but also suffered a little injury. This was the difference in strength. The players on Chung Chumo's side saw that the lead they had created with great difficulty was equalized and felt great heartache. However, no one blamed Iron Egg because everyone knew that no one on their side had the confidence to block Li Er's shot. After a quarter of an hour of halftime, the players from both sides came on the field again. As soon as Li Ku from Li Er's side kicked off, the players from Chung Chumo's side used all kinds of methods to snatch the ball. They wanted to create another lead. However, the followers were not stupid. As soon as they received the ball, they immediately passed the ball to Li Er's feet. Li Er's Kung Fu was much better than everyone on the field. When he sprinted, very few people could catch up with him. Chung Chumo and Pang Feiji were able to catch up with Li Er, who was dribbling the ball. However, Li Er had Li Ku and Mo Yun as his protectors. The three of them were running neck to neck. It would be difficult for Chung Chumo and Pang Feiji to catch up with them in a short period of time. It had to be said that Li Er's skills were quite good. He dribbled the football past three opposing defenders in the blink of an eye, and then directly faced the opponent's goal. The students outside the arena immediately let out cries of surprise. "He's shooting. His Majesty is invincible." Back in the days when the 18 rebel kings were in a chaotic war, His Majesty pointed his spear and destroyed all the heroes. He was so brave and fierce. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so powerful on the field. Just by listening to this, one could tell that they were Li Er's true fans. His Majesty's political and martial arts skills are comparable to Qin Huang and Han Wu. What's so strange about that? After playing football for so long, Li Er was a little hot-blooded. When he heard the praises of the students outside the field, his heart felt as comfortable as if he had drunk iced water. At this moment, he was 30 feet away from the penalty area. He lifted his leg and shot angrily. The football whistled and went straight to the goal. "Iron Egg, be careful." Chung Chumo saw the football shoot out and quickly shouted. His shout was to let Iron Egg dodge the football, not to stop it. This was because Iron Egg was already injured in Li Er's previous shot. Li Er's current kick was more vicious than before. If he forcibly blocked it, Iron Egg was likely to be knocked to the ground. The world of Kung Fu football was so cruel. Besides, injuries were common for people who practiced martial arts. There was nothing strange about it. But Iron Egg did not seem to realize the danger of this ball. He still stood at the goal and did not leave. When the football flew into the penalty area, Iron Egg slightly retreated his right foot and put on a Tai Chi fist starting pose. His eyes were fixed on the flying football. In the blink of an eye, the football had flown close to him. The fierce wind around the ball made his hair fly in all directions. The hearts of the students outside the field and the players on the field were in their throats. They saw Bruiser cut horizontally from the side of the football with a Taiji cloud hand. Then his arm bent and shook in a strange way. The speeding football gradually slowed down. Bruiser stood up. At this time, the football was already standing on the fingertips of his right hand, spinning rapidly on its own. Handsome. Too handsome. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Tai Chi. That was Tai Chi. It's Tai Chi. I didn't expect Tai Chi to be used like this. Iron Egg has really learned from Yamacho. He can use Tai Chi as he pleases. Tai Chi is so powerful, it can even block His Majesty's full kick. Oh, if I had known, I would have learned it seriously. The students were amazed. Damn, Iron Egg, you're too awesome. You can even do this. Chung Chumo stared and shouted excitedly. Iron Egg smiled slightly. He shouted to Chung Chumo, Brother Chonyo, tell our people to pay attention to the ball. Don't dribble too much. We'll play the football the way His Highness played last time. Even if we can't score, we can't let them get the football. Catch the ball. After saying that, Iron Egg's left hand turned into a knife and chopped the rapidly spinning football. The football immediately flew in the direction of Chung Chumo. After listening to Iron Egg's tactical analysis, Chung Chumo felt that it was very reasonable. When he received the football, he immediately passed it to Pang Feiji and then shouted, "Everyone run and pass the ball. Don't dribble too much. Don't let the opponent get the ball." The current situation was very similar to the previous game, where he played with Li Chongxian and his two brothers. At that time, they were strong, but they were no match for the opponent. The reason was that Li Chongxian's people had been playing possession tactics. Li Zixuan, who was standing outside the field, nodded with satisfaction. Although modern football originated in London in the 19th century, and the people of the Tang Dynasty had never come into contact with it before, once he introduced modern football to the Tang Dynasty, the people of the Tang Dynasty did not need to deliberately guide them. They could figure out some tactics on their own. Some of the tactics were very similar to modern football tactics. This was the wisdom of the ancients. They were not stupid at all. Most of the time, what they lacked was knowledge. On the field, Chung Chumo wanted to play possession tactics. Of course, the players would cooperate. Under such circumstances, the players ran more actively. Today's game was similar to the last time, but there were also differences. The similarity was that the two sides of the game were still one weak and one strong. The weaker side wanted to use possession tactics to defeat the stronger side. The difference was that the stronger side today was undoubtedly stronger. However, Chung Chumo was not afraid. Today, everyone can use their internal strength. They can run faster and jump higher. If the ball is passed over the top, it will be easy for you to jump in the air to intercept it. That's fine. We will use a short-distance ground ball. At most, we will need to run a few more steps. It doesn't matter if you're skilled in martial arts and can run fast, because we can also use martial arts. Our running speed is not much slower than yours. At worst, we will pass the ball out before your players catch up, of course. The opponent's biggest threat was Lier. Therefore, wherever Lier was, Chung Chumo's players were determined not to pass the ball to their teammates who were closer to Lier. They all avoided Lier when they played. There was no other way. To defend against Old Li, they needed at least 3 people. They could not allocate so many people. As a result, the audience outside the field saw a dazzling passing game. No one dribbled the ball. Basically, the ball was passed out as soon as it touched the foot. No matter how fast Lier and Li Ku were, they could not catch up. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the football hitting the ground and the shouts of the players were endless. The scene was very lively. However, the second half played for nearly half an hour, and there was not a single goal. Damn, the ball is being passed around, but there is no goal. Yes, no matter how beautiful the ball is, it is useless if there is no goal. What are Ching Chumo and the rest thinking? Di Jixuan curled his lips and said, "What do you know? Until now, neither side has scored. This is already a victory for Chung Chumo and the rest. On the field, Li Ku was somewhat anxious. He had never expected that the tactics he had used to deal with Chung Chumo would now be used against him and his imperial father. He found an opportunity to urgently say to Li Er, "What are you doing? Father, we can't go on like this. Time is almost up." Li Er's expression did not change. After all, he did not care about winning or losing this game at all. He was just here to play. Hearing Li Ku's words, he nodded and said, "Ku is right. I thought that with our strength, we could crush the other side. I didn't expect the other side to bring so many surprises. Moreover, this football can also contain the art of war. It is really beyond my expectations." This was an unexpected gain for Li Er when he came to the academy today. Seeing that the football could be used as a battle formation, he was even more determined to bring the football to the army. At this time, looking at the situation on the field, he continued to say to Li Ku, "Go, and tell Mo Yun and the rest to keep an eye on the people on the other side. Our strength is stronger than the other side. Each of us will keep an eye on one person. Let's give them a one-on-one victory and make them unable to pass the ball." Li Ku's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "Father is wise. This is really a good idea. I will go and inform them now." Therefore, under Li Ku's instructions, the players on this side gradually began to change their tactics. They no longer chased after Chung Chumo's people to pass the ball back and forth. They spread out, and each of them was only responsible for one player on the other side. When they received the ball, they would harass them. As a result, Chung Chumo's smooth ball control tactics suddenly became stuck. Once the machine was rusty, it was easy to have all kinds of problems. It was the same for the football. The players could not pass the ball comfortably and naturally. There would be all kinds of mistakes. As a matter of fact, Peng Feiji's Wu Ho originally wanted to pass the football to Yuchi Baolin, who was in front of him on the right. However, after being snatched by Mo Zhong, he panicked and passed the ball in the wrong direction. He actually passed the ball to Li Ku's feet. Li Ku was inexplicably stunned, but in an instant he moved. With a pass, he passed an opposing player beside him. At the same time, Li Er had already given up on keeping an eye on Chung Chumo. He directly ran toward the opposite side's back. Return to defense. Everyone returned to defense. Chung Chumo saw that the situation was not good. As he shouted at his own players, he chased in Li Er's direction. Sure enough, when Li Ku saw that Li Er had already run to the opponent's goal area, he channeled his strength to his feet and sent the football to Li Er's position. Bam! When Chung Chumo heard the muffled sound of the football being kicked out, he turned his head to take a look. In an instant, he did not care about anything else. He roared loudly and used his feet to stomp on the grass. His whole body rose into the air. He wanted to intercept this high-altitude long pass. Oh wow, it's coming, it's coming. Chung Chumo is flying again. For many students from ordinary families, martial arts masters were relatively distant existences. However, in today's Kung Fu football game, they directly saw more than 20 martial arts masters compete with each other. They flew into the sky and dove into the ground, fighting fiercely. It was really not satisfying to watch. Seeing Chung Chumo rise into the air at this time, the students could not help but cheer again. He wants to stop his Royal Highness King of Han's pass, but this pass is so high. Can he really stop it? The movement of the football in the air was in a parabolic shape. It was divided into the ascending and descending stages. Chung Chumo's position happened to be in the descending stage of the parabolic curve. However, it had only just descended, so the height of the football in this position was still very high. It's close. Closer. It's still not enough. F***CK. Chung Chumo's eyes stared unblinkingly at the football flying towards him. He felt the air around him brush past his cheeks. The height of his body was getting higher and higher, but it was still not enough. Chung Chumo even felt that as long as he stretched out his hand, he could block the football. This was really within reach. However, he was not a goalkeeper. He could not touch the football with his hands. Therefore, he could only watch as the football flew over his head and rushed towards Li Er's position. Ironet, get out of the way. This ball is not something you can stop. Li Er lived up to everyone's expectations. He flew up, and met the flying football in the air. He looked at Tai Dan and roared. Then, he aimed at the lower right corner of the goal and shot angrily in the air. Bam! Bam! Two loud sounds rang out on the field. One was the sound of Li'er's foot colliding with the football, and the other was the sound of Li'er landing on the ground. The football whistled towards the goal. Its speed was much faster than the previous two goals. It could be seen that Li'er used more force this time. Iron Egg gritted his teeth. He did not listen to Li'er's words and chose to retreat. He put on a Tai Chi starting pose again, wanting to repeat the same trick and stop the football. When the football flew into the penalty area, Iron Egg chose to take the initiative to attack. His body rose into the air, his palms together, and he faced the flying football. Bam! Another loud sound rang out. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Iron Egg's mouth. He groaned and wanted to use the Tai Chi entanglement technique to entangle the football and neutralize the force in it. But at this time, he was in midair and had no place to exert force. The effect of the Tai Chi entanglement technique was greatly reduced. The force on the football was neutralized by less than 1/5. Then, it hit him, causing him to fly backward towards the goal. Tai Chi could indeed allow the weak to defeat the strong, but there was a limit to everything. If the opponent was too strong, it would be useless no matter how well Tai Chi was used. Bang! Iron Egg was like a baby eagle that had been hit hard in the air. He crashed into the goal with the ball. The ball is in. Beep! At this time, Zhao Song, who was acting as the temporary referee on the sidelines, blew the whistle to end the game. 2-1. Li'er's team won. However, the students outside the field did not cheer loudly. They looked at Iron Egg and Chung Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others who rushed towards Iron Egg. Although they lost respectfully. Iron Egg, good job. It's okay to lose. We'll try again next time. Yes. What a wonderful game. Winning or losing is not important. Amidst the encouragement of the students, this Kung Fu football game of God's fighting finally came to an end. The ending was within everyone's expectations, but the process was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 883. Hey, Iron Egg, you're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. I told you to move aside. Why didn't you listen? It's just a game. Why do you have to be so reckless? After the game ended, Li'er felt refreshed. He came to Iron Egg, who was being helped up by Chung Chumo and the others, and said helplessly. Iron Egg pushed away Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin's hands, forced himself to support himself, and cupped his hands towards Li'er. Your Majesty, I'm fine. I just don't want Brother Chonyo and the others to lose the game because of me. What are you talking about? Iron Egg, although we lost this game, it's definitely not your fault. It's us who didn't defend well. Besides, a loss is a loss. Isn't it just that there's no football? Everyone doesn't care, right? Baolin? As soon as Iron Egg finished speaking, Chung Chumo came up and said, but why did his last sentence make his heart ache so much? Yes. Chonyo is right. Isn't it just a football? Iron Egg, don't take it to heart. Yuchi Baolin hurriedly nodded and chimed in. Li'er saw that Iron Egg's injuries weren't very serious, and that Chung Chumo and the others were comforting and taking care of him. So he brought Lisa Xuan out of the field. Lisa Xuan, I want to promote football in the military. Firstly, it can ease the boredom in the military camp, and secondly, it can train the soldiers to work together. What do you think? Li'er asked as he walked. Lisa Xuan was a little surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, Your Majesty, when you say to promote football, are you referring to today's Kung Fu football? Of course. This way, it can also train the soldiers' martial arts. Li'er chuckled and said. Lisa Xuan said seriously, Your Majesty, the reason why I forbade the players from using martial arts on the field was because I was worried that the players would get hurt. But now that Your Majesty wants to promote this kind of Kung Fu football, it's fine if it's a small fight like today. But if there's a grudge between the players, it's very likely that there will be deaths and injuries after the game. In this way, it's against my original intention of inventing football. So if Your Majesty decides to promote football in the military, we have to guard against this problem. After all, Every soldier is a citizen of the Great Tang. Football was a highly entertaining sport, but at the same time, it also contained violence. Even if it was an ordinary football game, it was easy for players to get injured. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had heard the news of a goalkeeper being kicked to death by the opposing team striker in the Swiss Serie B league. If a normal football game was already like this, then what was the difference between a kung fu game and a duel of life and death if the rules were not strictly regulated? Li Zixuan's main reason for introducing football was to develop football in the Great Tang, and not to let the Tang people fight and kill each other. So he needed to clearly explain the seriousness of the matter to Li Er in advance. Li Er frowned. In this era, population meant the strength of the country. Human life was very precious. After a long while, Li Er said, "Then in your opinion, what should we do? I still feel that kung fu football is still necessary. We can't give up eating for fear of choking." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is right. We can't give up eating for fear of choking. In fact, even if we don't use kung fu, it's very easy to get injured in an ordinary football game. So I think that no matter what kind of football it is, we should set strict rules for it. Those who comply will be rewarded, and those who violate will be punished. As long as we can guarantee that there won't be any intentional injuries due to personal grudges on the field." What he meant was that he didn't need to care about how others played football in private. He couldn't blame others for playing football in private, could he? Then what about those people who sold swords and sabers? In terms of danger, football was less dangerous than swords and sabers, right? Yes. Then we'll do as you say. Li Er nodded in agreement. Then he glanced at Li Zixuan and said, "You were the one who created football. I'll leave this matter to you. Within 3 days, set the rules for both types of football games and show them to me." Li Zixuan's face darkened. He really didn't know if he should curse. Cough, cough. There was no need to ask. He definitely couldn't say it. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'll obey your orders. But I feel that no matter how good the rules are, to fully implement them, there must be a department to supervise. Otherwise, no matter how good the rules are, they will become empty words." When he squatted, Li Er knew what he was going to say. Old Li rolled his eyes and said unhappily with his hands behind his back, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. Don't beat around the bush with me." Li Zixuan smiled awkwardly and said, "Cough, cough. What I mean is, if your Majesty really wants to promote football, not only must there be a set of rules for football games, there must also be a department to supervise football games. A while ago, I was thinking of using Yanhuang College's name to set up a football association to manage football games and players' rewards and punishments. So, Your Majesty," Li Er looked at Li Zixuan lightly and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "You won't let the entire Tang Empire's football games to be managed by your football association?" Li Zixuan didn't care about modesty at this time. He nodded and said, "That's right. In the future, I plan to promote football in the entire Tang Empire. Every year, football leagues will be held regularly. When the time comes, as long as you're a football enthusiast, you can sign up to participate. As for people from other countries, if your Majesty allows, they can also participate. After all, this way, we can also exchange the feelings between the two countries." Li Tai, who was tailing behind the two of them, had a bright light in his eyes. He really wanted to shout, "This idea is great." The little fatty was undoubtedly excited. After Li Er heard it, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. He pondered for a moment and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a comprehensive plan. I approve it. But now, the 6 departments of the Imperial Court have long been separated. I can't set up another department for football. Therefore, the Football Association will still be under Yanhuang College's name. I will have someone draft an imperial edict to order the Football Association to be in charge of football games in the world." Li Zixuan was delighted. Although Old Li didn't have a formal organization for the Football Association, he gave him an imperial sword. In this way, it could be considered legitimate. Besides, as Yanhuang College's reputation grew in the future, the number of awesome students it taught would increase. With the golden signboard of Yanhuang College, why would it need an organization? Your Majesty is wise. I will do my best to manage the Football Association well. Lier flicked his sleeves and said lightly, "All right, it's getting late. I should return to the palace. You brat, don't be distracted by trifles and forget your duty." "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. I respectfully send your majesty off." Li Zishuan cursed oldly in his heart for talking so much nonsense, but he couldn't help but sigh. The Tang Empire's Football Association was finally established. As for why it was the Football Association and not the association, well, the association's scope was too small. Chapter 884. Although the previous football match was very lively, the academy wasn't on holiday at that time. Even if the students were excited and wanted to share it with outsiders, they couldn't leave the academy. But now that they were on holiday, the students could go out if they wanted to. Therefore, the news of Li Zishuan's invention of football and the two small-scale football matches held by Yanhuang College were spread out in a very short period of time. But what made Li Er helpless was that when Wei Zheng found out that he went to Yanhuang College to play football with the students, he went to the palace and scolded him. It was said that after Wei Zheng scolded him and left, several cups and vases in the sweet nectar hall were broken. In order to let more people know about this new sport, Li Zishuan first wrote an article on the front page of Datong Daily to introduce the rules of football. In order to make it easier to understand, he also attached a simple diagram. Then, he took advantage of the student holiday and opened the academy for a day, allowing outsiders to come in and watch the match. As for the players on the field, they were all students with good football skills. Wow, this Yanhuang College is really impressive. Isn't that so? It said that Duke Yong and spent hundreds of thousands of strings of cash for this academy. So much money? Hey, don't make a fuss. We're here to watch the football match today. It's not too late to watch the academy after the match. At noon that day, people who saw the news from a newspaper came one after another. There were men, women, old and young. A total of thousands of people came, and there was an endless stream of people coming to watch the show. It was a hubbub of voices and an unprecedented grand occasion. Without exception, basically everyone who came to Yanhuang College was first shocked by the magnificent building of the academy. Then, under the guidance of the academy's guards, they came to the academy's field. There, the football players were warming up. This is football? It looks similar to the football we used to play. What do you know? If you look carefully, you'll find that the football is more flexible. Didn't you see that the child flew high with a light kick? Yo, Shui, now that you mention it, Sai, this football is fun. Hey, I'll ask the servants to buy one later. Buy? Where do you want to buy it? Strange Interest Pavilion, of course. Since this football was made by the Marquis of Yong, and it must be bought from Court Pavilion. Tisk, how long has it been since you last went out? Who told you that Strange Interest Pavilion sells footballs? Today was the first time Yanhuang College was officially open to the public. There was no lack of nobles present. Xiao Shui, the eldest grandson of the current Prime Minister Xiao Yu, was also present. This guy just got married not long ago. Recently, he was so bored that his balls hurt. How could he be indifferent when he heard that Yanhuang College was going to have a good show? Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to these things lately. Why? Shui, are you saying that Strange Interest Pavilion doesn't sell this thing? How is that possible? The other man said in disbelief. Xiao Shui curled his lips and said, Why not? This football is so rare. At present, only the academy has them. It is said that His Majesty personally went to Li Zishuan yesterday and asked for 50 footballs from the military. He said that the military will also implement this thing in the future. There's going to be football in the military? Hey, that's great. I'll ask my father to get me one later. Lingwu, you should stop thinking about this. There are only 50 footballs in total, but they have to be distributed to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the 16 guards. There's not enough to go around in the first place. If you continue to think about it, you'll definitely cause trouble for your father. Xiao Shui's expression turned serious when he heard this and warned him. It turned out that the young man next to him was Chai Lingwu. His father was the general of the right, Chai Xiao, and his mother was Princess Pingyang. He was a relative of the emperor and had an illustrious family background. However, this kid was clearly not someone who knew his place. Otherwise, he would not have rebelled with Princess Gaoyang and Fang Yai in the fourth year of Yonghui. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. This could be inferred from his words just now. He shui, aren't you too cowardly? At worst, I'll just return it when I'm done playing with it, right? Would His Majesty do anything to my father because of football? Chai Ling Wu said with a disdainful smile. Xiao Shui shook his head and did not try to persuade him anymore. Coincidentally, the game also started at this moment. Although the crowd who came to watch the fun today had seen the introduction of the rules of the football game in the newspaper, it was their first time seeing a real football game. The feeling was still different. Beep. As a Yamacho from Yenwang College, Li Zixuan naturally could not be the referee every time. Today's referee was the bearded man. As the only martial arts instructor, physical education teacher, in Yenhuang College, he naturally had to take the field for this kind of thing. The bearded man blew the bamboo whistle, and the game officially began. Boom! Iron Egg kicked off, and Wang Ming dribbled the ball deep. The opposing players immediately came up to snatch the ball. A fierce competition officially began. The players on the field today did not have prominent students like Li Tai, Li Changxian, and Li Ku. They were basically all ordinary students. After all, with so many outsiders present today, it would be beneath Li Changxian and the others to play in person. It was the first time that the spectators had seen such a novel way of playing football. At first, they were not used to it, but after a while, they could not help but cheer loudly. Good. This pass is too King beautiful. Wow. This pass is too awesome. Who's this student? The ball went in. Awesome. That kid is too good. He can kick it even from so far away. Godly. That pass is too accurate. Right? It passed half the field and still reached his teammates' feet. Are all Yenhuang College students so good at football? The ball went in again. What? It was actually stopped by the goalkeeper? CK. I thought it went in. Huh. Speaking of which, this way of playing is more interesting than the way we used to play. Of course. CK. I also want to play a game. Sigh. If I had known, I would have gotten into Yenhuang College too. CK. Look at what you're saying. Even if you did get in, can you get in? Cheers and shouts filled the stadium. Yinshan, which was originally relatively quiet, suddenly became a sea of joy. It was already lunchtime, but no one was willing to leave for lunch. It was as if they had forgotten about this matter. It was only when the match officially ended at 4:45 p.m. that the crowd felt hungry. They were reluctant to part with the match and left in groups of 3 to 5 to go down the mountain to eat. Along the way, it was inevitable that they would talk about the game just now. As they spoke, they were beaming with joy and were very excited. That was not all. After these people went back to spread the news, this football game would set off a football craze among the people of Chang'an. Chapter 885. Hey, did you hear? Yenwang College held a soccer match yesterday. It was so lively. Soccer match? What's soccer? Hey, old Wang, didn't you watch the Datong Daily yesterday? I was too busy yesterday. Old Zhao, can you tell me about it? Hey, that's too long. Let's sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. The next day, the news of the Yenwang Academy's football match spread throughout Chang, and as expected, many people's eyes widened as they listened to their companions' vivid descriptions of yesterday's football match. They secretly regretted that they had not been there to watch in person. Unlike modern times where there were computers, mobile phones, televisions, and game consoles, there was a lack of entertainment in this era. Other than watching plays, drinking tea, walking dogs, and cockfighting, the only thing left was visiting brothels. Soccer was a very competitive and confrontational sport. It didn't take long for tens of thousands of people to chase after it. But when everyone calmed down, they realized a problem. What about soccer? Where could they buy a soccer ball? Many people went to Curious Pavilion to ask after returning from Yenwang College, but they didn't sell any soccer balls there. But where could they buy a soccer ball if even Curious Pavilion didn't sell it? Fortunately, Li Zixuan didn't make them wait for too long. Look, today's Datong Daily said that Curious Pavilion will start selling soccer balls in 3 days. There will be a limit of 100 balls per week. What? Curious Pavilion is finally selling soccer balls? How much is one? 100 strings of cash for one. And soccer balls are temporarily not included in the membership card discount. 100 strings of cash for one soccer ball? Many people's eyes widened when they heard the ridiculous price. They wanted to say, "Sorry to disturb you. Hey, 100 strings of cash. That's a good price. With this, there will be fewer people fighting with me for the ball." Of course, there were also some rich young masters who didn't care about the sky-high price of 100 strings of cash. Instead, they were secretly happy. After all, there were only 100 balls per week. Cough, cough. Under the influence of Yanhuang College, the people of Chang and had gradually accepted the concept of a 7-day week. Ahem. The newspaper also said that His Majesty allowed Yanhuang College to establish the Tang Football Federation, referred to as the Tang Football Federation for short, which was in charge of all matters of the Tang Football Federation. Marquis Yong, and was the first chairman of the Tang Football Federation. The Tang Football Federation encouraged civil football fans to establish football clubs, which were football clubs, and encouraged businessmen to fund the football clubs. In March of next year, each state government would select the 3 strongest teams to come to Chang and to participate in the ranking competition. The top 20 teams would be classified as First Division teams and could participate in the First Division League organized by the FIFA. The 20th to 50th teams would be classified as Second Division teams and could only participate in the Second Division League in the future. From the end of August to May of the following year, each team would participate in the corresponding league tournament according to their own team's level. The champion of League One would be awarded with a trophy and a prize of 5,000 strings of cash by the Tang Football Association. The runner-up would be awarded 3,000 strings of cash, and the runner-up would be awarded 1,000 strings of cash. At that time, the players of the top 3 teams would enjoy the privilege of traveling around Chang and in special carriages. At the end of every season, the bottom 3 First Division teams would automatically be relegated to the Second Division League of the following year, while the top 3 teams of the Second Division League would be promoted to the First Division League of the following year. Marquis Yong and plans to hold a championship league at the end of July next year. The top 10 teams of First Division teams will be able to participate. The champion would be awarded 10,000 strings of cash. The runner-up would be awarded 5,000 strings of cash, and the runner-up will be awarded 3,000 strings of cash. They would also be able to enjoy the privilege of being paraded through the streets. In the future, a championship league would be held every year, and the prize money would increase year by year. When this news came out, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder that shocked everyone. Hiss! 10,000 strings of cash. Did I hear wrongly just now? Are you crazy? You can make money by playing football? Isn't this nonsense? Isn't that obvious? If football doesn't earn money, where did the sky-high transfer fees come from? Many businessmen were tempted when they saw the news. Only then did they realize that there was such a huge business opportunity in football. Should they form a team to try their luck? Those rich young masters' faces darkened when they heard this. If they did that, it would attract even more people to go to the Strange Taste Pavilion to snatch the football. Then, their chances of getting it would be even lower. However, they thought about it again. According to what the newspaper said, wouldn't there be a lot of football matches to watch in the future? Wonderful. It's simply wonderful. Hey, don't worry, it's not over yet. The newspaper also said that in the future, all football teams in the Tang Empire must be registered and recorded by the FIFA. The registered teams can directly receive a football from the FIFA at a discounted price of 50 strings of cash. There's no need to rush to buy it. In addition, the Strange Taste Pavilion will provide a batch of football for rental. The rental is about 100 copper coins a day, and they must be returned on time. If they are lost, they will be compensated at the original price. In 2 days, the FIFA will announce the detailed football rules, management system, and league system. If you need it, you can buy it from the Strange Taste Pavilion. The main reason for introducing these 2 systems was that Li Zishuan wanted to promote football to every place in the Tang Empire as soon as possible. Although the raw materials for football were not easy to obtain, He also wanted to let the majority of people be able to afford football. Besides, now that he had the support of the rubber supply from Jinla and Piao, he had the confidence to mass-produce a batch of football. By then, they would be able to watch football matches. Moreover, football could also stimulate the local economy. This was a great thing that would benefit millions of people. Sure enough, after hearing the news, many people cheered. When the rich kids heard that they could directly receive a football from the FIFA, they were immediately tempted. In their opinion, how much could it cost to raise a football team? Not only could they directly receive a football, but the team could also bring them some entertainment. If they were lucky enough to become a League One team, they would be very proud. They could also brag to their friends when they went out, right? Hey, don't miss this opportunity. My young master wants to form a football team to participate in the ranking competition in March next year. Those who are below 30 years old and above 12 years old who can play football can come and sign up. As long as you're chosen by my young master, your monthly salary will be at least 500 copper coins. Come and sign up. As a matter of fact, some of the more quick-witted people had already instructed their servants to start recruiting people on the streets. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Hey, isn't this Master Chen's servant? His young master wants to form a football team. Hey, that's a good place to go. Unfortunately, I don't know how to play football. Tis TSK, 500 copper coins a month. You don't have to do anything except play football every day. This is a great job. I want to sign up. For a moment, there was a craze for forming a football team in Chang'an City. As the news spread, this wave was about to sweep across the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 886. While the people of Chang'an were talking about football, the students of Yinhuang College in Yinshan, outside of Chang'an City, finally welcomed their first class after coming to the academy. The previous 3.5 days of vacation had ended. This was also the first class of engineering after being brought to this world. It was very significant, so Li Zixuan chose to teach this class in person. The venue was the recently built auditorium of the academy. The architectural style of the auditorium was designed by Li Zixuan by imitating the Beibei building in his previous life. It was a magnificent palace-like building, and the second floor could accommodate more than 600 people at the same time. This was also the reason why Li Zixuan chose to teach here. His class was for all the students. More than 600 students and more than 70 teachers gathered together, making the newly built auditorium very lively. Li Zixuan saw that Mo Zhong had brought the tools over. He coughed lightly and said, "Okay, quiet down. The class has started." The noisy classroom suddenly became silent. Currently, in the academy, no one dared to challenge Li Zixuan's prestige. Li Zixuan stood on the podium and looked at the more than 600 students below. After a moment of silence, he said, "From the day you decided to enter Yinhuang College, I believe you already have some understanding of engineering. But that was just a simple introduction I made on Datong Daily. What you understood was just the literal things. Today, I will let you see what real engineering is like with your own eyes. Everyone, brace yourselves and open your eyes wide. You are about to enter a new world." Seeing that Li Zixuan was so serious, the students all raised their spirits and stared at the podium without blinking, afraid that they would miss some magical phenomenon. The teachers of the academy also looked at Li Zixuan curiously. Today, they came to listen, mainly because they wanted to learn from Li Zixuan's teaching style. According to the rules, the academy would have a title evaluation at the end of the year. Who didn't want to improve their title quickly? On the podium, Li Zixuan smiled unhurriedly and asked first, "Everyone here has learned mathematics. Do you know what the ancestral ratio is? If you know, raise your hand and answer." Zhu Chengji was the first to calculate the value of pi to 7 decimal places in the history of mathematics in the world. This achievement was ahead of the world by nearly 1,000 years. Later generations advocated that the ratio of the circumference to the diameter of a circle be called the Zhu ratio, which was the predecessor of pi. As soon as he finished speaking, 40 to 50 students below the stage immediately raised their hands. Li Zixuan casually pointed at a skinny student and said, "This student, why don't you say something? By the way, Tell me your name. Although he had the ability to remember everything he saw, he had never taught a class before. How would he know the names of all the students? When a student was pointed out by Lisa Schwann, he didn't have stage fright. Instead, he was faintly excited. He stood up and saluted Lisa Schwann, saying, "Student Sun Zhongji." In response to Mr.'s question, it has been recorded in the fixing technique that the ancestral rate is approximately 3.1415926 to 3.1415927. Lisa Schwann nodded and continued to ask, "Not bad. Then do you know how this result is calculated?" That student's face suddenly became awkward. He thought for a moment and shook his head. Teacher, I forgot about this. Ha, it's okay. It's already very good. Sit down first." Lisa Schwann comforted her with a smile, then looked at the others and asked, "Does anyone know how the ancestral rate is calculated?" After a moment of silence, a dozen students raised their hands. Lisa Schwann pointed to Jia Jiayin, whom he had met several times before. She was also the fourth in the opening examination of Yanwang College, and said, "Jia Jiayin, you say something?" Jia Jiayin stood up and said unhurriedly, "Sir, during the Wei and Jin dynasties, the master of arithmetic, Lu Hui, used the circle-cutting technique to calculate the ancestral rate. He first calculated from the inside of the circle to the inside of the circle, to the inside of the circle, to the outside 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 of the circle. He once said that if you cut it thin, you will lose less. If you cut it again and again until it cannot be cut, then you will merge with the circumference and nothing will be lost." Based on his method, Ancestor Chong Ji went one step further and obtained an even more accurate result. Zhu Chongji once wrote a mathematical book, Pi Technique, which recorded his research and results on pi. But at that time, scholars couldn't delve into the profoundness of it, so they ignored it, and it was later lost. Because the pi technique was lost, how Zhu Chongji calculated pi to the 7th decimal place, and how he found the accurate and convenient ratio was still a mystery until the 21st century. But many mathematicians speculated that Zhu Chongji was likely to use 12 circular cuts on the basis of the circular cutting method, using the inscribed circle and the circumscribed circle to approximate the circumference of the circle in both directions. A total of 14 square cubes were needed, and the precision of the square cubes had to be at least 14 decimal places to determine pi between 3.1415926 and 3.1415927. Lisa Schwann smiled inexplicably and continued to ask, "Then do you have any other methods to obtain the ancestral rate?" Suddenly, Jia Zhen, who was known as a child prodigy, was stumped. "I don't know, please enlighten me." Lisa Schwann said, "Sit down first. Let's put this matter aside first. Next, let's play a little game together." After that, Lisa Schwann picked up a piece of paper from the podium. There were black lines drawn on the paper, all parallel lines, and 2 parallel lines were equidistant from each other, and then took out a box of thin needles. The length of the thin needles was equal to half the distance between the parallel lines. After doing all this, he raised his head and said, "Next, every student and teacher come up according to the order of your seat and throw these thin needles on this piece of paper. Everyone throw once. Come up quickly. Wang Meng, start with you." Everyone was confused. They didn't know what kind of trick Lisa Schwann was playing. Wang Meng was the same, but he was the first in the first row. Since he was called, of course, he had to come up obediently. When he came to the podium, he took out a thin needle from the needle box and hesitated. "Yamacho, do I just throw it casually?" "Yes, just throw it casually. You can throw it with your eyes closed, as long as you can throw it on the paper," Lisa Schwann said with a smile. This was an experiment that involved probability. If everyone deliberately threw the needles, it would affect the results. Wang Ming was also a joker. When he heard Lisa Schwann say that, he actually closed his eyes. Xiao! The thin needle fell on the paper, and then he patted his butt and went back to his seat. The students in the audience suddenly burst into laughter. Lisa Schwann shook his head and said, "Next, continue." In this way, It took more than half an hour for everyone to go up and throw the thin needles one by one. The students and teachers who returned to their seats all looked at the podium. They saw Lisa Schwann with his head down as if he was counting something. Although they were curious, they didn't disturb him. The whole classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Not long after, Lisa Schwann raised his head. He picked up the chalk and wrote on the blackboard as he said, "I just calculated the results of your needles. The total number of times you threw the needles is 713, and the number of times you intersected with the black line is 227. The ratio of the total number to the number of times you intersected with the black line is 3. 1,496. At this point, he deliberately paused for a moment and then said coolly, "This is the approximate value of the ancestral rate." Chapter 887. Boom! Lisa Schwann raised his hands and made a gesture of embracing the world. His posture was extremely dashing. However, what he had just said was tantamount to dropping a deep-water bomb, causing everyone in the auditorium to lose their composure. The ancestral rate. This was the ancestral rate that had troubled the ancestors for who knew how many years. Even now, there were very few people who could accurately calculate the ancestral rate. However, Lisa Schwann had easily obtained an approximate value of the ancestral rate just by playing a small game with everyone. This was simply a miracle. How is this possible? It should be a coincidence, right? But Yamacho mentioned the ancestral rate to us first. If it really is a coincidence, then wouldn't all the things that Yamacho said before be in vain? It's definitely not a coincidence. Yamacho's expression was that of certainty from the beginning to the end. How can it be a coincidence? The students discussed animatedly below the stage, all of them feeling incredulous. In fact, it wasn't just them. The academy teachers present also felt incredulous. How could the ancestral rate, one of the biggest problems in the field of mathematics, be calculated so casually? Lisa Schwann thought to himself. No one guessed correctly, because the answer he got was both a coincidence and not a coincidence at the same time. This experiment was the famous Buffon needle-throwing experiment in his previous life. On a day in 1777 AD, the French scientist D. Buffon invited guests to do the same experiment that Lisa Schwann had done previously at home. In the end, the guests threw in a total of 2,212 needles, of which the needles intersected with parallel lines 704 times. The ratio of the total 2,212 needles to the number of intersections 704 was 3,142. He said loudly to the guests, "Gentlemen, this is the approximate value of pi." The guests were in an uproar, and there were doubts for a while. Everyone was baffled. Pi. This game has nothing to do with circles at all. The appearance of pi on such a chaotic occasion was really unexpected, but it was absolutely true. Since the problem of the needle-throwing experiment was first proposed by Mr. Buffon, it was called the Buffon problem in the history of mathematics. The general result obtained by Buffon was, if the distance between two parallel lines on the paper was d, the length of the small needle was L, and the number of times the needle was thrown and was N, so the number of times the needle intersected with the parallel lines was M. Then, when N was relatively large, it was pi is almost equal to 2ln dim. The needle length L used here was exactly half of the distance d between parallel lines, so substituting the above formula was simplified to be pi is almost equal to nm. This formula could be completely proven using the knowledge of probability and geometry, so I won't go into detail here for the time being. It was worth mentioning that later, many people followed Buffon's footsteps and used the same method to calculate the value of pi. The most amazing of them all was the Italian mathematician. In 1901, he claimed to have conducted many needle-throwing experiments. The number of needles thrown in each experiment was 3,408 times, and the average number of intersections was 1,808 times. Substituting it into the Buffon formula, he got pi is almost equal to 3,141,5929. The needle length L he used was not equal to half of the distance d between parallel lines. Compared with the accurate value of pi, the difference only appeared up to the 7th decimal point. using such a simple method to obtain such a high precision value of pi. This was really a work of God. A work of God, too beautiful. If Zhu Chongji were still alive, he would be flabbergasted. However, people had always criticized Lazarani's results, but it was not unreasonable to get such a result, because it could be proved in mathematics that the fractions closest to the true value of pi, but with a smaller denominator, were sad face 22, 7 almost equals 3. 14, probability, 333. 106 is almost equal to 3. 14, 15, 355. 113 is almost equal to 3. 141, 5929, probability, 103993. 33102 is almost equal to 3. 141592653, and Lazarani actually threw the probability. For a throw within 10,000 times, it was impossible to get a better result. No wonder many people doubted. Could it be such a coincidence? But most people thought that Lazarani was really lucky because he had been diligent and cautious all his life. As for the truth, there was no way to investigate it now. Therefore, the result that Li Zixuan had just obtained was both a coincidence and not a coincidence. If he had been unlucky, the error in the result would have been slightly larger, but not by much. This was a probability problem. In the auditorium, Su Hongji, who had been studying mathematics for most of his life, was the most shocked person. At this moment, he did not care about being polite. He instantly stood up from his seat and walked directly to the podium. Halfway there, he realized that he had been rude. He quickly bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Yamacho, can I go up and take a look?" I don't mean anything else. I just want to go up and take a look with my own eyes." The second half of his sentence seemed to be a cover-up. After all, if he had not seen such a miracle with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Li Zixuan was amused. Is this old man still suspecting that I cheated? So he laughed and said, "Mr. Su, if you want to take a look, please come up and take a look. Not only that, other teachers or students who have doubts can also come up and take a look. Be careful not to touch the podium and mess up the position of the thin needles." "Thank you, Yamacho." As soon as he finished speaking, a few people immediately came up from below. There were students and teachers from the academy. Li Tai was also among them. Several doubters quickly came to the podium and began to count the thin needles that fell on the parallel lines on the paper. 1, 2, 3, 225, 226, 227. There are exactly 227 thin needles on the black line. After a quarter of an hour, 4 or 5 doubters walked up to the podium and counted the numbers. They could not help but exclaim. Su Hongji was completely convinced at this moment, but he still could not understand how a simple game could be related to the ancestral rate. So he looked at Li Zixuan next to him and said excitedly, "A few years ago, my teacher had also used the circle cutting technique to calculate the ancestral rate. However, after 3 days of calculation, only the first 4 digits after the decimal point were exactly the same as the ancestral master's calculation. Many times, if one careless miscalculation was wrong, it would lead to a complete miscalculation. Today, Yamacho casually played a game and accurately calculated the first 3 decimal places. I am deeply impressed. I wonder if Yamacho can explain the principle to us?" At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Li Zixuan. Obviously, they also wanted to know the theory behind this. However, Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Everyone, please go back to your seats first. Let's put this question aside for the time being. I will play a small game with you. F***CK your game. We want to hear the truth." When everyone heard this, they almost vomited blood. They were all going crazy in their hearts. However, Li Zixuan was the one who spoke. If he did not want to say it, they could not find someone to beat him up and force him to say it, right? Who in the auditorium had the guts to do that? Besides, who could beat him? Therefore, they could only sit down obediently and wait to see what Li Zixuan would do next. Chapter 888. Emotion, come here. Li Zixuan, who wanted to play a new game, didn't move immediately. Instead, he called out to the dumbfounded Emotion next to him. "Here." Emotion quickly recovered from his shock and ran to Li Zixuan's side. He bent his back and looked like he was all ears. Li Zixuan leaned over to Mo Zhong's ear and whispered something. Then, huh, Yamacho, you're not joking with me, right? Mo Zhong's eyes widened. His mouth was open so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Who has the time to joke with you? Hurry up and go, Li Zixuan said in annoyance. Everyone was a little confused when they saw this. They didn't know what Li Zixuan had instructed to make Mo Zhong show such an expression. However, their doubts didn't last long. About half a cup of tea's time after Mo Zhong ran out, the crowd noticed something unusual, and cries of surprise rose from all directions. Mo Zhong had actually run up to the roof and started to peel off the tiles. There was a saying that went, "If you don't teach me a lesson for 3 days, I'll peel the tiles off the roof." The teachers and students in the audience couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. Did Mo Zhong lose his mind? He actually dared to go up to the roof and peel off the tiles? Yamacho, do you think it's okay to peel off this tile? Mo Zhong, who was on the roof, leaned over and shouted to the people below. It was only then that the students and teachers in the auditorium understood that Li Zixuan had instructed Mo Zhong to peel the tiles off the roof. They couldn't figure out what Li Zixuan meant by this and couldn't help but discuss it among themselves below. No, move it a little further back. Li Zixuan glanced sideways and then replied, yes. Mo Zhong, who was on the roof, had no choice but to cover the tile that had been peeled off. He then peeled off another tile and asked, Yamacho, is this okay? It's okay. Then I'll go down. Stay up there first. I'll need you later. The strange conversation between the two shocked everyone. Fortunately, after saying this, Li Zixuan finally became normal. He took out a piece of bright, triangular glass from a box on the podium and said to the people in the audience, "This is the first time I've heard of your name. I've heard of your name before. Does anyone know what color the sun is?" The Academy's first volume of physics textbooks didn't cover optics. Do you still need to ask? Of course, the sun is white. Ching Chumo couldn't help but laugh. It's obviously red. The sun in the morning. How can it be white? Another student retorted immediately. What red? It's obviously yellow. Can't you tell the difference between red and yellow? After a while, there was an uproar. Li Zixuan coughed softly and said, "Okay, quiet down. There's no need to argue. Next, I'll show you what color the sun is." The students immediately quieted down. They held their breath and stared intently at the podium. Li Zixuan first set up a stand on the podium with white paper pasted between the stands, acting as a white screen. Then, he faced the sun with the triangular glass. At this time, everyone understood why Mo Zhong went to the roof to remove the tiles. It was to let the sun in. A magical scene appeared. Okay, do you see what it is? Li Zixuan pointed at the white screen on the podium and laughed. Wow! The teachers and students were in an uproar. They actually saw a 7-colored light spot appear on the white paper. Wasn't that a rainbow? A rainbow? It's not raining. How can there be a rainbow? Yes, it's still sunny today. It's a miracle. Yamacho can actually create a rainbow? No, Yamacho must be trying to tell us that the sun is 7-colored. How is that possible? Why is the sun white when I see it? What white? It's obviously yellow. It's red. The students were amazed for a while. Then, a few of them began to argue again. Li Zixuan said, "Quiet down. Through this little game, I want to tell you that many times what you see with your own eyes may not be true. Take sunlight, for example. Some of you think it's white, red, yellow, or even transparent. But what about the truth? It was a mixture of 7 different colors. Another example, have you ever thought about what kind of substance light is? Is it as illusory as sound? Or is it like the rice and flour that we eat? Is it a substance that exists?" When everyone heard this, they all fell into deep thought. After a while, a skinny student stood up and asked, "My name is Li Yin. I'm Yamacho. What is light?" "Li Yin, this is Li Chuanfeng's son." Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He had seen Li Yin on the entrance exam's report card and knew that this kid was Li Chuanfeng's son. However, this was the first time he had met Li Yin. But that's a good question. But let's put this question aside for now. Next, I'll play a little game with you. It was Lisa Schwan who revealed a mysterious smile again, and then said with a cheap tone, Lian, even as a Taoist, Lian, who had been cultivating his body and mind for many years, could not help but jump up and down at this moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to curse, but after thinking about it, he sat back down. If he was like this, the rest of the students would be even worse. Yamacho, please explain to us first. That's right. Explain it clearly before we play the game. F***CK this again. You only know how to play games. Play your sister's game. This was what Li Tai, the king of younger sisters, muttered in private. Lisa Schwan's face turned serious as he gestured with his hand and said, Quiet down. A good meal isn't afraid of being late. Haste makes waste. What's the hurry? All of you, take a good look and learn. Seeing that Lisa Schwan was about to explode, the students wisely shut their mouths. Mo Yun, pass this to Mo Zhong. Lisa Schwan took out a wooden board. There was a small hole in the board, and passed it to Mo Yun as he ordered. Then, he ordered the students to close all the curtains. There were glass windows in this hall. At this time, Mo Yun had already brought the wooden board to the roof and passed it to Mo Zhong. Mo Zhong used the wooden board to cover the hole in the roof. Lisa Schwan ordered again. Mo Zhong did as he was told. Suddenly, the entire hall was plunged into darkness. Only Lisa Schwan's side had a very thin beam of light, which looked very conspicuous. Then, everyone heard Lisa Schwan say, I'm holding a piece of paper in my hand now. There are two narrow slits on the paper that are very close to each other. I'll put the slits under the beam of light later. See what happens. The students and teachers were all puzzled. What kind of phenomenon can there be? Isn't it just one beam of light turning into two beams of light? However, reality once again slapped everyone in the face. In the dark, there were bright and dark stripes on the white screen. There were more than two bright stripes. However, everyone clearly saw that the paper that Lisa Schwan held above only had two beams of light. Why are there so many stripes below? Chapter 889. In the early days of the development of optics, the interpretation of color was particularly difficult. Before Newton, the Aristotelian view of color prevailed in Europe. Aristotle believed that color was not an objective property of an object, but a subjective perception. The formation of all colors was the result of the proportional mixing of light and darkness, white and black. At the beginning of 1666, Newton made a triangular glass prism and used it to study the color of light. For this purpose, he painted the room black and made a small hole in the window to let in the right amount of sunlight. He then placed the prism at the entrance of the light so that the refracted light could be projected to the opposite wall. Through this experiment, he obtained a colored spot on the wall. The arrangement of the colors was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Newton called this color spot the spectrum. Later generations called this experiment the dispersion of light experiment. In 1830, the British doctor and physicist Thomas Young made a small hole in the window to let light pass through and used a mirror to reflect the light that passed through. Then he used a piece of paper about 130 inches thick to split the light into two beams. The result was that he saw the intersecting light and shadow. This was the famous Young's double-slit experiment, which showed that two beams of light could interfere with each other like waves. This experiment also played a crucial role in the creation of quantum science a century later. Lisa Schwan moved these two experiments to the Tang Dynasty to let the students of the Academy understand that the sunlight they saw every day was not as simple as it seemed. Light was a very mysterious substance. Understanding its inner workings would give rise to many amazing things. At this moment, the curtains in the auditorium were drawn, but most people were still in a daze. They could not understand why there were only two beams of light, but it seemed like there were many beams of light shining on the paper. How did Lisa Schwan do it? Yamacho. How did that just... A student could not help but stand up to ask the truth, but halfway through, he stopped because he felt that Lisa Schwan would definitely beat around the bush like before. Sure enough, Lisa Schwan waved his hand and said, "Let's put this aside first. I'll take you. Let's play a little game." Before the last few words could be said, All the teachers and students in the audience had already helped Lisa Schwann say it in unison. Moreover, their voices were so loud and so angry that Lisa Schwann, who was on the podium, could only feel a strong sense of resentment rushing towards him. Ahem. So you all knew. Lisa Schwann's forehead sweated and said awkwardly. Then he took out 2 iron boxes and shouted to the side, Imo, Zhong, Imo Yun, you two come here. The 2 brothers had already come down from the roof, but when they heard that Lisa Schwann had something to do again, both of you carry 1 box each. Pay attention to the string in the middle. Don't be too far away from each other. Otherwise, I won't forgive you if you break the string. Yes, 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 Yamacho. The 2 brothers quickly agreed, and each took a box. Now you 2 stand over there. Lisa Schwann pointed to the last corner of the auditorium and said. The 2 brothers did as they were told. Everyone was confused, but there were 2 exceptions, Li Tai and Chung Chumo. Not only had they seen this thing before, but they had also played with it before. Lisa Schwann took out 2 more iron boxes. One contained a voltaic battery, and the other contained a telegraph. After the wires were connected, he looked up and said, the next little game is going to be even more interesting. Have you ever thought that one day, 2 people thousands of miles apart will be able to send messages to each other? Sun Zifen. Send a letter. Wang Ming. You can also send a letter by pigeon. Lisa Schwann shook his head and said, how long would it take to send a letter and a pigeon over a distance of 1,000 miles? The 2 things you see today will be able to instantly send messages across 1,000 miles in the future. Wow. How is this possible? Instantly sending messages across 1,000 miles? Isn't this the work of an immortal? The audience was in an uproar again. Speaking of which, the number of times they were shocked today was more than the previous days combined. Lisa Schwann was always full of surprises. Due to the limited space, let's first do a message transmission experiment with a distance of 10 feet. Next, whatever sound my box makes, and Mo Zhong's box will make the same sound. Lisa Schwann opened the iron box and started to send the telegraph. Beep, 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 beep. 2 short sounds and 3 long sounds. Almost at the same time, and Mo Zhong's iron box also made beeps. Beep, 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 beep. 2 short sounds and 3 long sounds. Although the students and teachers felt that it was very magical, most of them could not understand it. Yamacho, how do we send messages with these beeps? A student stood up and asked. Good question. Student, think carefully about the sounds you heard just now. Are there long and short sounds? That student frowned and thought for a moment before replying. Yes, Yamacho. Then think about it again. If I combine these long and short sounds with each other, and each combination corresponds to a word. For example, the 2 short and 3 long sounds correspond to the word Li. Then, can I send a message through this? As soon as he finished speaking, exclamations of surprise rang out everywhere. Wow, why didn't I think of that? Yamacho's idea is really amazing. I just don't know how far this thing can be transmitted. Lisa Schwann said again. According to my current preliminary tests, this thing can transmit messages within a distance of 15 kilometers. If it's improved in the future, it won't be a dream to transmit messages across 1,000 miles. Wow, more than 15 kilometers? That's amazing. Amazing. Too amazing. An iron box can transmit messages across 1,000 miles. The auditorium was once again in an uproar. The older generation of teachers from the academy looked at each other in shock. At this moment, they really felt that they were old and could not keep up with the times. Okay, let's put this aside for now. There's more to come. Imo Zhong, Imo Yun, please tidy up these things. Lisa Schwann once again revealed a mysterious smile and ordered. It was impossible for him to explain the principle of the telegraph machine in detail now. The students all had an as expected expression on their faces. However, they were too lazy to complain now, so they remained silent and watched Lisa Schwann's performance quietly. Lisa Schwann brought a basin of water from under the lectern, then took out a box and 2 tubes of colored glass. Then, he looked at the crowd and said with a smile, Next, it's time to witness a miracle. You will see the real meaning of making something out of nothing. Chapter 890. Creating something out of nothing? Why does it sound like a magic trick? But then again, everything that Lisa Schwann said in class today made the students feel like he was performing a magic trick. The casting of needles, the splitting of sunlight, the double slit turning into stripes, and the iron box message just now made them feel like they were dreaming. It was very unreal. At this moment, Lisa Schwann put the wire from the iron box into the basin. This basin was not made of wood, but of glass, then filled the two thin glass tubes with water, pressed the mouth of the tubes, and put them into the basin upside down. Then, Lisa Schwann inserted the two enameled wires into the two glass tubes. Everyone, look carefully. There will be some interesting phenomena in a while. Lisa Schwann raised his head and smiled. Then he called Imo Zhong over and whispered a few words in his ear. Imo Zhong obeyed and went out. Lisa Schwann pressed a button on the iron box next to him. Suddenly, the students in the auditorium found that the enameled wires in the glass tubes began to bubble. Hey, is Yamacho performing bubble blowing for us? Cheng Chumo was happy when he saw this and whispered in the audience. The ancients also knew how to blow bubbles. Soak the honey locust in water and cut a thin piece of bamboo, and you can play with bubbles. However, honey locust was too expensive, and not many parents would let their naughty children waste natural resources like this. However, Cheng Chumo played with it a lot when he was a child. After about 10 breaths of time, the water in one of the glass tubes in the basin had been completely drained. This tube was filled with hydrogen, but the other glass tube was still half full. Lisa Schwann ignored it and let the gas in the glass tube overflow. When the water in the other glass tube was completely drained, Lisa Schwann pressed the button on the iron box again, and the enameled wires in the basin stopped bubbling. Yamacho, is this electrolyzed water? Someone in the audience stood up and asked. It was Wang Ji. The experiment of electrolyzing water was mentioned in the first volume of chemistry of the Academy. However, he had only read the description in the book and had never seen a real person demonstrating it. He had never done it himself because he didn't know where to get electricity. Therefore, it was only now that he felt that he looked somewhat familiar. Mr. Wang, you have a good eye. This is the water electrolysis experiment. Lisa Schwann praised, and then said to the students, the gas in the two glass tubes in my hand was formed by the water I just used. It's different from the air you breathe every day. Tisk, what's the difference? The students shook their heads in disbelief. In their eyes, the two glass tubes in Lisa Schwann's hands were colorless. Weren't they just filled with air? What was so strange about it? Lisa Schwann didn't make any more excuses. At this time, Imo Zhong came in with a brazier. Wherever he went, the students all avoided him because it was hot. Lisa Schwann didn't mind the heat. He went forward and wrapped his left hand with a wet cloth. He pulled out a red, thin iron wire from the brazier, and then put his right hand into the brazier. He held the glass tube filled with gas with his thumb and took it out. He said, now it's time to witness a miracle. Hearing this, the students all widened their eyes and stared at him. They saw Lisa Schwann's right hand releasing his thumb from the glass tube, and his left hand quickly put the red-hot iron wire into it. Tisk, tisk. The red iron wire suddenly burned in the glass tube and emitted a bright fire. Damn, iron can also burn? Am I seeing things? Cheng Chumo shouted. The other students were also shocked and felt that it was incredible. After the fire went out, Lisa Schwann smiled a little mischievously and then took out the other glass tube. His left hand took the small burning wooden stick from Imo Zhong. The students didn't know what was going on, but the teachers of the Academy's chemistry department all buried their heads and covered their ears. Boom! The students saw Lisa Schwann place the wooden stick with a flame at the mouth of the glass tube. Then they heard an explosion that wasn't particularly loud, but definitely not soft either. Damn! Except for the teachers of the chemistry department who were already prepared, everyone in the auditorium was shocked. Lisa Schwann put down the test tube, clapped his hands, and waited for the crowd to quiet down. He said, now do you believe that I turned water into two different kinds of gas? The students were speechless. They thought to themselves, how could we believe you? Why didn't you tell us in advance before playing with the explosion? So the electrolysis experiment recorded in the teaching materials is actually real? This old man is convinced. Yamacho is really a genius, Wang Ji said with emotion. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you flatter me. Then he gave Imo Zhong a look, and the latter quickly nodded and turned to go out. A moment later, Imo Zhong moved in something half the height of a person, covered with a red cloth. Imo Zhong moved this big treasure to the podium and left. Li Zixuan stood on the podium and said to the audience, Well, that's all for today's games. Next, I'll show you something good. After that, he lifted the red cloth, and a big blue ball, supported by a bracket, stood on the podium and suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. What is this? It's 2 times bigger than a football? Boy, you only know about football. The students were talking about it, but Xiao Diyin from the geography department stood up shakily and said, Yamacho, this is Li Zixuan nodded and said, Mr. Xiao, that's right. This is the Earth. It should be said that it's a model of the Earth. I call it a globe. After that, he looked at the students and said loudly, Students, the Earth under our feet is not flat. The saying that the sky is round and the Earth is round is nonsense. We all live on a big ball like this. As for the details, your teacher will tell you later. From now on, I will put this globe in front of Guanghua Building. Every time you pass by, you must take a good look at it and see the world we live in. This is definitely a new world that you have never known before. Also, the little games that I played with you earlier had a deep meaning. Don't ask me about the specific principles. I hope that by the time you graduate from the Yanwang Academy, you will be able to fully understand these questions. Then, the painstaking efforts that I and the teachers of the Academy have put in for you will not be in vain. Okay, class dismissed. Go and rest. Today's class is over. Clap, 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 clap. At this moment, all the teachers and students couldn't help but stand up and applaud Li Zixuan. Today's class was destined to go down in history. Moreover, this class had given them too much shock. It made them feel extremely lucky that they chose Yanwang College in the first place. Otherwise, where would they go to learn such advanced knowledge? Chapter 891. This was the students' first class after entering Yanwang College, and it would be the class that would leave the deepest impression in their lives. Li Zixuan chose some of the more classic experiments for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and geography. These experiments opened the door to a new world for these students who had been influenced by Confucianism for many years. The charm of engineering was displayed incisively and vividly. At the same time, Li Zixuan's teaching style had given all the teachers in the academy a great inspiration. They realized that when Li Zixuan was teaching, all the students' attention was focused on Li Zixuan. After half a day of class, there was not even a single person who went to the toilet, let alone someone who was absent. Did the students not want to go to the toilet? Obviously not, because after Li Zixuan announced the end of class, the toilets in the auditorium were all overcrowded. Many students had no choice but to rush to the school building to use the toilets. What did this mean? It meant that the students were unwilling to miss a single bit of Li Zixuan's teaching. This could be called a miracle in the history of teaching. Most of the teachers in the academy used to be teachers in local government schools or schools in the countryside. But what was the situation like when they taught students? Other than a few students who really wanted to excel through studying and listening attentively, the rest of the students were either absent-minded or sleeping. They were all hoping that the class would end early. Compared to Li Zixuan's class, the effect of their teaching was like the bottom of the abyss, while the other was above the clouds. Therefore, after Li Zixuan's class, Yan Silu, who was in charge of teaching in the academy, did not even eat lunch. He immediately gathered all the teachers in the academy and held a teaching method improvement and learning meeting. He asked all the teachers in the 5 academic departments to reflect on their teaching methods and improve them within a time limit. The teaching team of the academy would organize teachers to take turns attending classes every week. At the end of the semester, the teacher's teaching ability would play a large role in the final evaluation. Therefore, no one would ignore this matter. Of course, Li Zixuan also sat in on the meeting, but he didn't say a word from beginning to end. He was quite impressed with Yin Sila's ability to discover the problem and react quickly. At the end of the day, Yinhuang College couldn't be supported by him alone. He needed all the teachers to exert their subjective power. After the meeting, many of the teachers who had classes in the afternoon didn't even bother to eat lunch and hurriedly went to prepare for class. It had to be said that the competition for teaching in Yinhuang College was really great. There was the most awesome teacher in the Tang Empire, Li Gang, as well as famous people like Yin Silu, Wang Ji, and Xiao Dian. When working with such outstanding people, one would feel embarrassed to slack off. Li Zixuan didn't have any classes. In fact, he didn't substitute for any classes in the past 2 semesters because there were enough teachers in the academy. As the principal, how could he roll up his sleeves and compete with others for a job? When the next batch of students enrolled next year, if there weren't enough teachers, he might consider substituting for the students if he had time. Therefore, he went straight back to the courtyard for lunch. In the afternoon, he still had to go to Chang'an City. Previously, someone from the Ministry of Personnel sent him a letter to collect the official seal of the Ministry of Shipping. It was said that this thing couldn't be collected by others, so he had to go personally. After lunch, Li Zixuan brought Pang Feiji and 2 other bodyguards. The 4 of them rode down from the Cloud Mountain and headed straight for Chang'an. It was now late autumn, and the weather wasn't as hot as before. He didn't like to take a carriage when he went out. Although Don't Touch Me was comfortable, he still liked the carefree feeling of riding on a horse. Hiya! Make way! The people in front, please make way. The 4 of them quickly arrived at Chang'an City and entered the city from the east side of Yinchen Gate. Li Zixuan could gallop on his horse outside the city, but he deliberately slowed down the moment he entered the city. The 4 of them walked on the main road between Xinchang Square and Shengdao Square. Not long after, they heard the rumbling sound of carriages and horses behind them, and a man's request. Li Zixuan heard that the man behind them sounded polite, so he brought Pang Feiji and the rest to the side of the road. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge group of carriages that rolled past them. There were about 40 to 50 people in the group, all dressed in black armor. They were all tall and strong, and their hair was disheveled. They looked ferocious. The leading carriage had a large flag hanging on it, and a majestic Feng character was written on it. The caravan whizzed past, and in the blink of an eye, it had left Li Zixuan and the others far behind. Feng? Is there a family of generals with the surname Feng near Chang'an City? Li Zixuan looked in the direction where the carriages disappeared and asked softly. Pang Feiji thought for a moment and answered, Marquis. Although there are generals with the surname Feng in the family of generals, I have seen most of them before. From the way they are dressed, they don't seem to be from around Chang'an City, and they're not even from the Central Plains. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows. Not from the Central Plains? Then why was there such a big group of people traveling? Since he was not in a hurry to go to the Ministry of Personnel, he ordered Feiji, go to the city gate and ask around. Find out where these people are from. Yes. Pang Feiji accepted the order and rode his horse towards Yinchen Gate, which they had just passed by. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he turned around and returned. Marquis, I have just asked the general of the city gate. The group of people just now came from Lingnan. It is said that Duke Gung of Lingnan sent his 2nd son to meet His Majesty. The person in the leading carriage should be Duke Gung's 2nd son, Feng Jidai. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and answered, Duke Gung? Who is Duke Gung? Li Zixuan frowned and asked. He had heard of the few dukes in Tang Dynasty, but he had never heard of one called Duke Gung. Pang Feiji was sweating. He looked around and explained to Li Zixuan softly, Marquis, Duke Gung is the chief of Lingnan. Feng Ong, chief of Lingnan. Li Zixuan muttered and suddenly realized. His expression changed slightly, and he asked softly, Do you know why Feng Ong sent his son to Chang'an? Although Pang Feiji was no longer working in the Wuhou government, he still frequently looked for his former colleagues to drink. Thus, he was still relatively well informed. He looked around, then went to Li Zixuan's side and whispered, Marquis, in April this year, the provincial governors of Lingnan accused the chief of Gaozhou, Feng Ong, of gathering troops to rebel. Duke Gung must be sending his son to the court to show his loyalty to His Majesty? Chapter 892. At the beginning of the new year, Feng Ang was fighting with Tan Dian and hadn't entered the court for a long time. The various prefectures reported Feng Ang's rebellion more than 10 times. Li Er planned to send the general of the Right Guards, Lin Mu, and the others to the Jiang and Ling provinces to suppress him. Wei Jing advised, the Central Plains has just been pacified. Lingnan is far away and the terrain is dangerous. There is miasma and plagues, so we can't station a large army there. Also, Feng Ang's rebellion hasn't formed yet, so it's not good to mobilize a large army. Li Er said, there is an endless stream of people reporting Feng Ang's rebellion. How can you say that the rebellion hasn't formed yet? Wei Zheng replied, if Feng Ang rebelled, he would have split up his troops to occupy the strategic areas and attack the neighboring provinces. It's been a few years since he's been reported, but the Feng troops haven't left the country yet. There are no signs of rebellion. The various prefectures already suspect that the Feng family is rebelling, but His Majesty hasn't sent an envoy to appease them. The Feng family is afraid of death, so they don't dare to come to the court. If His Majesty sends an envoy to show his sincerity, the Feng family will be happy to avoid trouble. This way, they won't have to use the army to make him obedient. Thus, Li Er ordered the troops to withdraw. At the same time, he sent Wei Shushuan and Li Gongyan to Lingnan to express their condolences to Feng Ang. At the end of the 10th month, as Wei Zheng expected, Feng Ang sent his second son to the capital to show his loyalty. In essence, he used his second son as a hostage to express his intention to surrender. After asking about the cause and effect of the incident, Li Zishuan mounted his horse and slowly moved forward. He fell in a deep thought. Li Zishuan, who had read a few transmigrating Tang novels in his previous life, knew a little about Feng Ang. This person was the undisputed king of Lingnan. The so-called Lingnan referred to the 5 ridges, Yuecheng Ridge, Dupong Ridge, Mengzhu Ridge, Qitian Ridge, and Dayu Ridge in southern China. It included all of modern Guangdong, most of Guangxi, southeastern Yunnan, and northern Vietnam. Feng Ang's father used to be the governor of Gaozhou. At first, he used his ancestors' merits to become the county magistrate of Song Kong. In the second year of Rinshou's second year, Chao, Cheng, and the other provinces rebelled. At that time, Feng Ang personally went to the capital to ask for an imperial decree. Emperor Wen summoned his left servant Yang Su to discuss the enemy's situation with him. Feng Ang's analysis was clear and logical. Yang Su was very surprised. Thus, he ordered Feng Yi to lead the Jiangling troops on a crusade. After the rebellion was quelled, he was given the title of Golden Purple Guanglu Daifu and Hanyang Prefect. In the 7th year of Dai, Feng Ang followed Emperor Yang to Liaodong and was later promoted to general of the left Wei. In the 2nd year of Yi Ning, the Sui dynasty was destroyed. Feng Ang and his second son, Feng Zhidai, fled back to Lingnan. They gathered the chiefs of the various tribes and had 50,000 soldiers to guard the land and prevent chaos. Not long after, Feng Ang used Kangwu, Gaoyang, Zhuya, and Panyu regions to rely on Lin Shihong, who had set up a separatist regime in Lingnan. In the 3rd year of Tang Wuda's reign, Gao Faqing and Xian Baoche of Panyu and Xinzhou rose up and killed the officials of the imperial court. Feng Ang led his troops to quell the rebellion of Gao and Xian. Later on, Xian Baoche's nephew, Xian Jichen, gathered his troops at Xinzhou and refused to fight. Feng Ang led his troops on an expedition. During the battle, Feng Ang took off his armor and shouted, "Do you know me?" When Xian Jichen's soldiers saw that it was the famous Feng Ang, they immediately put down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Xian Baoche, Xian Jichen, and the others were all captured by Feng Ang. From then on, from Panyu to Kangwu, Guangxi Wuzhou, to Zhuya, Liezhou Peninsula, and Hainan Island, they all submitted to Feng Ang. Feng Ang proclaimed himself to be the chief steward. He ruled over 20 prefectures and thousands of li of land. His territory was even larger than Zhao Tuo's. Martial Emperor of Southyu, Qin Dynasty's Southern Sea Dragon Chuan commander, founder of Southyu Kingdom, and former Qin dynasty general. He was the undisputed king of Lingnan. Not simple. This matter shouldn't be as simple as it seems on the surface. Li Zixuan sat on his horse and muttered softly. Heroes were born in troubled times. For Feng Ong to be able to rule Lingnan and govern it well, he was definitely not an easy person. It was not an exaggeration to call him a hero of a generation. Li Zixuan believed that such a person would not be as cowardly as Wei Zheng said to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan did not believe that Madame Feng was afraid of death and did not dare to come to the imperial court. This time, when Feng Ong sent Feng Zhidai to the capital, in the eyes of others, it might be Feng Ong showing his loyalty to Li Er by sending his son over as a hostage. However, in Li Zixuan's eyes, this move might not be without the intention of spying on the imperial court. Li Zixuan had always disdained those who sent their sons to the capital as hostages to show their loyalty. A few hundred years later, Zhu Di sent his sons to Jinling as hostages to the Jiangwen emperor. Was that enough to show his loyalty? In the end, he still usurped the throne. If someone really wanted to rebel, they would not stop just because their sons were in someone else's hands. Moreover, Li Zixuan had heard that Feng Ong had more than 30 sons. If he really wanted to rebel against the imperial court, would he give up his throne for a son? Obviously not. Li Zixuan was not measuring the stature of a gentleman with his own yardstick. It was just that in this feudal era, he felt that there were very few people in the world who had no ambition like him. There were even fewer people who had great power but no ambition. Lingnan was a dangerous place, and the emperor was far away. Li Zixuan did not believe that Feng Ong did not have the slightest bit of ambition in his heart. Your Majesty, Feng Ong has sent his second son to Chang'an. He is now outside the palace and asking for an audience. In Ganlu Palace, Li Er had just finished his afternoon nap. Zhao Song hurried in and bowed before he could even warm his seat on the dragon bed. Li Er was shocked. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "They're finally here." Feng Zhichen and his men had to pass through more than 10 prefectures from Lingnan to Chang'an. As the supreme ruler of the world, there was no way that Li Er did not receive the news in advance. Summon. After a few breaths, Li Er came back to his senses and ordered, "Yes, your Majesty." After a while, a bronze-skinned, tall, and strong young man walked in. Although he was tall and strong, his clothes and hair accessories made him look like a Han Chinese scholar. Apart from being bold and strong, there was also a hint of elegance. "Your subject, Feng Zhichen, pays his respects to your Majesty." The young man walked up to Li Er, bowed deeply, and said respectfully. Li Er looked at Feng Zhichen for a while before smiling. "At ease. Tianxi must be tired from the journey. Why don't you rest at the inn for a few days before coming to see me?" Feng Zhichen, courtesy named Tianxi, courtesy named Feng. Feng Zhichen immediately bowed and said very sincerely, "Your Majesty, my father is being attacked by scoundrels. As a son, there is no time that I do not want to help my father clear his name as soon as possible so that your Majesty will not be suspicious. Therefore, I rushed all the way here to ask for forgiveness on behalf of my father. How would I dare to rest at the inn? Here is a letter written by my father. It explains the situation in Lingnan in detail. I hope your Majesty can read it." At this point, Feng Zhichen took out a painted letter from his sleeve and raised it above his head with both hands in a very respectful manner. Chapter 893. In the Ganlu Palace, Zhao Song took the letter from Feng Zhidai and used his internal energy to check it. After confirming that there was no problem, he handed it to Li Er. Li Er opened the envelope, calmed himself down, and began to read it carefully. The palace fell into silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Half an hour later, Li Er put down the letter and raised his head to look at Feng Zhidai. With a kind smile, he said, "I've finished reading Duke Geng's letter. As for the matter of the provinces accusing your father, I'll have someone investigate it thoroughly and give your family an explanation." In fact, the content of the letter was not important. It was enough that Feng Ong was willing to send his son to Chang and to show his loyalty. The rumors of rebellion would be dispelled. Feng Zhidai cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for trusting my father, your majesty." Lier waved his hand and smiled. Haiduke Gung is loyal to the country. He guarded Lingnan for many years and made hundreds of thousands of people in Lingnan live in peace. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. I'll remember all these. Tianzi, you must be tired from your long journey. Go to the post house and have a good rest. I'll arrange a position for you tomorrow morning. Feng Yang's letter clearly stated that Feng Zhidai would stay in Chang and accompany Lier from now on. Feng Zhidai did not show any surprise. Obviously, he already knew about Feng Yang's arrangement. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I'll take my leave." He took the official seal from the Ministry of Personnel Affairs and asked someone to send the Kung Fu/non-Kung Fu football management rules that Li Er asked him to write to the palace. According to the type of game, there were strict rules on the behavior of the players. Anyone who violated the rules would be severely punished. It was considered a regulation of the Tang Empire's football to reduce malicious behavior on the football field. When he returned to the academy, the bearded man reported, "Yamacho, after the Datang Daily was sent out today, 28 people came to register their teams and receive their football." Li Zixuan had asked Zhang Zhongjian, the PE teacher of the academy, to manage the affairs of the Football Association. This bearded man looked rough and uncouth, but if one talked to him in detail, one would find that he was not only uncouth, but also proficient in the art of war and strategy. Which uncouth from Jianghu could be better than him? Li Zixuan personally poured a cup of wine for the bearded man because he knew that the bearded man did not like to drink tea like himself. In comparison, the old man preferred to drink strong alcohol like drunken immortal. However, where would Li Zixuan's office have such a thing? The bearded guest took the wine glass. Li Zixuan then said, "I didn't expect so many people to have formed their teams today." The bearded man grinned and said disdainfully, "Hey, for what I see, these people are most likely here for the football. They formed a team, came here to take the football at a cheap price, and then took it out to sell. They can make at least 50 strings of cash. Then they can just find a reason to disband the team. Wouldn't they be making 50 strings of cash for nothing? Yamacho, I see that your method doesn't seem to work. You should change it. Otherwise, wouldn't you be benefiting those villains for nothing? Scalpers." When the bearded man said this, Li Zixuan instantly thought of the scalpers in his previous life. He did not expect that there would be such annoying people in ancient times. 50 strings of cash for a football. The workshop would still make a lot of money, but Li Zixuan did not want these scalpers to make his money and thus disrupt the market. Then in Mr. Zhang San's opinion, how should we prevent these people from maliciously reselling the football? Li Zixuan asked modestly. Recently, when he had nothing to do, he had chatted with the bearded man many times. He was mainly asking the bearded man for advice on the art of war and strategy. The master of this body, spiritual master Ling Su, had taught him some military tactics, but it was not comprehensive. The bearded man, who was once all-powerful and wanted to compete with Li Er for the world, had entered the academy. Of course, he had to seize the opportunity to get some useful information from the bearded man, although he did not intend to go to the battlefield. Who knew what would happen in the future? One must know that in the face of war, the role of individual bravery was very limited. Even if he became a great grandmaster, he could not rely on his own ability to determine the outcome of a war. Besides, there was no harm in learning more skills. There was no harm in learning more skills. Of course, it was not only him who learned from the bearded man. As a person of two lives, spiritual master Ling Su had also taught him some military tactics in this life. Sometimes, the bearded man felt that his views had benefited a lot. Therefore, the bearded man was usually very willing to ask Li Zixuan for advice on the art of war. At this moment, when he heard Li Zixuan's question, the bearded man seemed to have been prepared. He answered without thinking, "In my opinion, Yamacho, you should add a clause to the original notice. Any team that comes here to register and collect the football must ensure that the team has been maintained for more than a year. If there is a violation, The Football Association will cooperate with the government to pursue the responsibility. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Cooperate with the government? Mr. Zhang-san, we have no way to mobilize the government." The bearded man chuckled and said, "Yamacho, His Majesty personally issued a decree for the Football Association to manage all the affairs of the Tang Empire. The local government naturally has the responsibility to cooperate. Even if they don't cooperate with Yamacho's current imperial favor, it is easy for you to go to the palace and ask for an imperial edict. Besides, I don't think that the government will deliberately offend you for such a small matter." After that, he rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, "Since ancient times, the people have been afraid of the government. We can scare away most of the businessmen who want to speculate by just saying that. The deterrent power of this notice is greater than its meaning." Li Zixuan suddenly understood. He secretly thought that this old man was indeed full of guts. A small notice could make him play psychological warfare. It was a waste of his talent to be a pirate at sea. "Mr. Zhang-san is very talented. This junior admires you. In a while, I will have someone modify the original notice according to your meaning." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said politely, "Huh, Yamacho, you flatter me. This is just a small trick. Besides, the people who came to pick up the football are not purely speculating. I reckon that there are many who sincerely want to start a football team. After all, Yamacho, this football you made is really interesting. A few of my little bastards came to me today to ask for a football to play with, but I kicked them away." The bearded man stroked his beard and laughed. "Mr. Zhang-san, you don't have to be like this. If your brothers want to play football, you can just give them a few. It's not worth much." Li Zixuan persuaded. The bearded man waved his hand and said resentfully, "I can't give it to you. I can't give it to you." When these little bastards heard that I was going to be a teacher at the academy, they almost want to slit their own throats. They felt that I had embarrassed them, and now they want to ask me for football? No way. Chapter 894. Back then, the bearded man had agreed to Li Zixuan's request to stay in the academy as a private individual, so he was the only one who stayed in the academy. Most of his subordinates were still at sea helping him manage his family business, while a small number followed him to Chang, wanting to stay behind to take care of him. It was impossible to say that all of these people agreed to let the bearded man stay at the academy as a guard for a year. There would definitely be voices of opposition. However, the bearded man had been at sea for so many years and had long been infamous. Even if they didn't agree in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it out loud. However, later on, these pirates heard that the bearded man had become a teacher at the academy. Moreover, they had stayed in Chang'an for so long and had heard a lot about Yanhuang College. As a result, they weren't so opposed to their boss staying at Yanhuang College. Moreover, the bearded man had told them that as long as they stayed at the academy for a year, they would be able to obtain detailed sea maps of all the seas. At that time, the world was so big that they could go anywhere. Recently, they heard about the new sport of football. Moreover, the bearded man was a manager of the Football Association, so they thought of coming over to ask for a football to play with. After all, they were new here and were unfamiliar with the place. Even if they were to line up at the strange interest pavilion, they reckoned that they wouldn't be able to find the right door. Even if they found the right door, they wouldn't be able to line up faster than those rich young masters with membership cards. However, they never expected that after their boss found out about the situation, he actually chased them out without saying a word. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Then I wonder how Mr. Zhang-san feels about his life at the academy? Li Zixuan asked tentatively. The bearded man looked deeply at Li Zixuan and then laughed loudly. "Huh, Yamacho, don't try to test me. Since I, Zhang Zhongjian, have agreed to stay at the academy for a year, then I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities within this year. Yamacho, if you want me to go east, I definitely won't go west. Besides, I have good wine to drink and fresh meat to eat in the academy. My days here can be considered carefree and happy. If it weren't for the fact that I still want to wander the sea for a few more years, I'd rather retire on the Cloud Mountain." Li Zixuan's expression did not change when his thoughts were seen through. He smiled and said, "Well, when Mr. Zhang San is tired of life at sea, the Academy will always welcome you back." "Huh, then I would like to thank you, Macho." The bearded man's eyes flashed. He raised his wine cup and saluted Li Zixuan from afar. Then he laughed loudly. He wasn't kidding when he said that he wanted to retire at Yanwang College. He had long known that Li Zixuan was an extraordinary person. Yanwang College would one day become the holy land of learning in Tang Empire. He would have no regrets if he could retire at such a place. "Your Majesty, is there something on your mind?" At midnight, in the west court of the Imperial Palace, the Empress' bedroom, Empress Zhongsun, who had rested for more than 2 hours, inadvertently woke up. She found that Li Er, who was lying beside her, was still awake. His dark eyes reflected the light of the fire outside the bedroom, looking particularly bright. She was moved and asked aloud, "Oh, Mei Guanyin, why are you awake now? Is it because No, Your Majesty, I woke up by myself." Empress Zhongsun hurriedly explained without waiting for Li Er to finish. "Oh." Li Er leaned against the headboard and sighed faintly. After a while, he said, "Today, Feng Ong sent his son to the capital. I met his son in the afternoon. Like father, like son." Empress Zhongsun was also a quick-witted person. She thought about it and understood what Li Er was worried about. So she said, "Your Majesty, are you worried about Lingnan? But since Feng Ong is willing to send his son to the capital, it means that he has no disloyalty to Your Majesty. Why are you still worried?" Li Er shook his head and said in a dull voice, "Feng Ong would rather send his most valued son to Chong and as a hostage than to personally come to Chong and to see me. I feel uneasy. Just because he is a hostage doesn't mean that he has no ambition. In the past, Qin Shi Huang's father Qin Zhuangxiang, Qin Shi Huang's great-grandfather Qin Zhaoxiang, and Yin Crown Prince Dan of the Warring States period were all hostages. But what happened later proved that all of them were ambitious people. It's really hard to guess what Feng Ong is thinking." Empress Zhongsun was silent for a while, and then comforted, "Your Majesty, why are you so worried? At present, my great Tang's treasury is abundant, and we have produced many talented people. We also have no shortage of brave and skilled generals. Even if Feng Ong is disloyal and decides to take the risk, this servant is confident that he is no match for the imperial court. Your Highness should relax and rest early." Li Er nodded and praised. "Maid Guanyin is right. I only hope that Feng Ong can understand the current situation. Otherwise, the Tang Empire will fall into serious internal friction." The next day, a piece of news in Datong Daily once again caused an uproar in Chang'an. It was Ma Zhou who sorted out the content of Li Zixuan's class yesterday morning. After Li Zixuan approved it, it was published on the front page of Datong Daily. The title was Engineering New World. What? How could a small needle-throwing game calculate the approximate value of the ancestral rate? How is that possible? That's right. That's the ancestral rate. How can it be calculated so easily? The newspaper must be bragging. Yes, it's bragging. Hey, that's not right, is it? If you don't believe it, you can follow what the newspaper said and do it yourself. You didn't even do it yourself. Well, why do you have to say that the newspaper is bragging? That's right. If you don't believe it, you can find a few hundred people to do an experiment. Let's do it. When I return to the Imperial College, I will gather my classmates to do a needle game for you to see. After saying that, this person left with his companions. TSK, so it's from the Imperial College. When the Duke of Yong and was teaching at the Imperial College, it was really lively there. What a pity. Now, our Honglan Library is still using the blackboard chalk invented by the Duke of Yong'an. We still use the Dictionary of Tang Dynasty compiled by the Duke of Yong'an. Many people reminisced about the time when Li Zixuan was teaching at the Imperial College. Hey, look, this news isn't over yet. The Duke of Yong and can create rainbows. There's even a metal box to send messages. The Duke of Yong and said that this thing can allow two people thousands of miles apart to communicate. That's too magical. The Duke of Yong, it can even turn water into two types of gas. One can make iron burn, and the other can explode upon contact with fire. This is like magic. This piece of news, engineering, a new world, really brought everyone into a new world. The influence of engineering once again spread. Chapter 895. When the news from the Tang Daily reached the Imperial College, it caused another uproar, especially in the School of Mathematics, which caused an unprecedented shock. Li Zixuan had resigned in anger. Not only did he take all the students from the School of Mathematics, but he also poached the original teacher, Su Hongji. The School of Mathematics was once in an awkward situation where there were no teachers or students. Left with no choice, Kong Ingda personally came forward and invited the retired professor of mathematics, Lu Honyuan, Su Hongji's mentor, to come out of seclusion once again. He also selected a group of students from the various prefectures to fill in the gaps. After all, the majority of students were still willing to go to the Imperial College these days. Although Yanhuang Academy was very famous now, its reputation among the people was still not as good as the Imperial College, the #1 official school of the Tang Empire. It was worth mentioning that the enrollment scale of the School of Mathematics this time was about 2 times larger than before. A total of 71 students were recruited. It was as if they wanted to compete with Yanhuang College in the field of mathematics. Other than the increase in students, Kong Ingda also hired 3 teaching assistants to help Lu Honyuan teach the School of Mathematics. Therefore, the School of Mathematics was now more than 1 level higher than before in terms of both the number of students and the number of teachers. Inside the School of Mathematics. Hey, did you hear? The Marquis of Yong. I made a simple needle-throwing game and was able to calculate the approximate value of the ancestral rate. It's amazing. I saw the newspaper, but I think it must be a coincidence. After all, whether the needle is thrown or not depends on luck. He was able to get such a result because of luck. I also think it's a coincidence. If he did it again, the result would definitely be different. I don't think so, since the Marquis of Yong and dared to announce this experiment on Datong Daily. He must be prepared to be questioned. This means that this experiment can be questioned. Speaking of which, why isn't Mr. Liu here yet? In the past, he would have already arrived at this time. Mr. Liu is here. Mr. Liu is here. Just as the students were discussing, an old man in white clothes made of rough cloth came in. Together with his white hair, he looked inexplicably weathered. There were 3 middle-aged scholars following behind the old man. They all deliberately stayed half a step behind the old man to show their respect. The classroom, which had been noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. Huh, this old man heard you all talking about the needle experiment in the newspaper just now. Presumably, you all want to know whether the results in the newspaper are a coincidence or not, right? The old man stood on the podium and chuckled as he looked at the students below. This old man was Lu Honyuan. He had already reached the age where he could enjoy the rest of his life, but he was invited back. He had stayed in the Imperial College for more than 10 years, so he was still reluctant to leave this place. No students responded. After being in the Imperial College for so long, they all knew that the majority of the teachers in the Imperial College did not like students discussing matters related to Li Zixuan. This was already an unspoken fact. Although they couldn't make a sound, the students' eyes were all shining as they looked at Lu Honyuan. Lu Honyuan did not have any prejudice against Li Zixuan. On the contrary, he had bought a copy of Li Zixuan's new mathematics textbook and studied it. Seeing that the students wanted to speak but did not dare to, he smiled and said, "Actually, it's not just you all who want to know. This old man also wants to know whether the results obtained by the Marquis of Yong are a coincidence." Before class, this old man prepared a piece of paper with lines drawn on it and a bag of thin needles. The distance between the lines and the length of the needles are exactly as described in the newspaper. Thus, today, our Imperial College will also conduct a needle experiment to see if the results in the newspaper are a coincidence. As Lu Honyuan spoke, he took a gray cloth bag from an assistant teacher. Inside was a piece of paper with lines drawn on it and a bag of thin needles. The reason why he was late for class today was to prepare these 2 things. When the students heard this, they could not help but whisper among themselves, "Wow, we are also going to conduct a needle experiment?" Mr. Liu is really open-minded. Hey, If we can prove that the results in the newspaper are a coincidence, won't our Imperial College become famous this time? Ha! In my opinion, it is most likely a coincidence. I don't think so. Lu Hongyuan patted the table and signaled for the students to be quiet. Then he said, there are a total of 71 students in the Imperial College of Mathematics. The number is still a little small. In order to match the total number of needles in the newspaper, you will all come up in order to cast the needles. Each of you will cast 10 times. Be careful not to use too much force and throw the thin needles out of the paper. The 3 teachers and I will help you count the number of times you cast the thin needles. Yao Yuanhe, come up. We will start with you. Then Lu Hongyuan spread out the paper and instructed a student sitting at the door. Yes, Mr. Lu. The student responded and ran up excitedly. The other 3 assistant teachers took a pen and paper and stood behind Lu Hongyuan, ready to take notes. The verification experiment of the needle-throwing experiment was officially launched in the Imperial College of Mathematics. The whole experiment lasted for more than an hour before it was announced to be over. Since it was a real-time count, the assistant teachers immediately counted the number of needles cast by the students each time they cast the thin needles. Therefore, the final results were tabulated not long after the experiment ended. Lu Hongyuan checked his own statistical results with the 3 assistant teachers. When he found that the results were the same, he turned to the students and said, we have a total of 71 students. Each of you cast 10 times, which means that you cast 710 times in total. After the 3 teachers and I tabulated, you cast the thin needles in the center line a total of 226 times. As soon as his voice fell, a student with a slightly better memory immediately exclaimed, 710, 226. The results on the newspaper are 713, 227. Our results are so close to the ones in the newspaper. Wow! All the students in the hall were in an uproar. The 3 assistant teachers on the podium were also stunned. This was because at this time, they also recalled the data in the newspaper. Lu Hongyuan's expression didn't change. He turned around, picked up a piece of chalk, and started calculating on the blackboard. When the students saw this, they hurriedly stopped their discussion and quietly watched Lu Hongyuan calculate. 710,226 is equal to 3,141,59292. When he reached the 7th decimal place, everyone's expressions became interesting. Lu Hongyuan, who had always been calm in the face of changes, was no exception. At this moment, the old teacher was so excited that he was trembling all over. He didn't even notice that the chalk in his hand had fallen to the ground. A miracle! I actually calculated the 6th decimal place of the ancestral rate. This. Chapter 896. The results of the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics shocked the entire Imperial College. The professors, teaching assistants, and Confucian scholars who were unhappy with Li Zixuan and mocked Li Zixuan for getting such a result were all slapped in the face by the results of the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics. Didn't you say that Li Zixuan was lucky to get the approximate value of the ancestral rate to 3 decimal places? Then Lu Hongyuan used the same method to get the ancestral rate to 6 decimal places. What should you say? This could completely prove that Li Zixuan's calculation of the ancestral rate of the needle experiment was reasonable. Those who understood the key points were all scared silly. One of the biggest problems in the history of mathematics, ancestral rate, was actually able to get the approximate value through a simple needle game. The circle cutting technique was simply too weak in front of this. Perhaps if Zhu Chongji was alive, he would be shocked speechless for a long time after hearing such a seemingly absurd method of calculating ancestral rate. It was terrifying to think about. If even a needle could be used to calculate ancestral rate, then wouldn't it be true that Li Zixuan used a glass mirror to create a rainbow, double slit to create stripes, iron box to communicate, and water to create 2 gases? What kind of knowledge was engineering? How could it be so magical? At this moment, even the Confucian scholars who had been influenced by Confucianism for more than 10 years were a little shaken in their hearts. They felt that engineering seemed to be more advanced and useful than Confucianism. But they didn't dare and didn't want to say these thoughts out loud, because they were the disciples of Confucianism. They were also the defenders of Confucianism, and they were also the beneficiaries of Confucianism. But just because the Confucian scholars didn't dare to say it, it didn't mean that the other students didn't dare to say it. In the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics, as soon as class ended, Lu Hongyuan and the 3 teaching assistants stepped out of the classroom, and the students in the classroom immediately went into an uproar. Too magical. This experiment is too magical. Even with the circle cutting technique, it is very difficult to accurately calculate the ancestral rate to 6 decimal places. But this simple needle experiment actually did it. Yes. At first, I thought that the results recorded on Datong Daily were a coincidence. But not only did we do it, but the results we obtained were even more accurate. How is this a coincidence? This means that Marquis Yong's method can really be used to calculate the ancestral rate. This is unbelievable. The Marquis of Yong is truly a genius. I've also read his new mathematics textbook, and the content is amazing. Now, with this needle experiment, his achievements in mathematics are something that we can never hope to achieve in our lifetime. I really don't understand how the Marquis of Yong connected Zhu LV to the needle throwing experiment. The two are completely unrelated. That's true. I didn't even see a single circle from the beginning to the end of the experiment. I don't know how the ancestral rate could be obtained through this method. I don't get it. The other experiments recorded in the newspaper are also very interesting. The students of Yenhuang College are so lucky. I want to go to Yenhuang College to see what the globe in the newspaper looks like. I want to go too, Brother Yangha. This break coincides with Yenhuang College's weekend. How about we go together? Let's go together. When the results of Lu Hongyuan's needle-throwing experiment were spread, it caused a huge commotion among the people. Li Zishuan's erudition and the magic of engineering once again refreshed people's understanding. Before Li Zishuan, who would have thought that a small game could solve one of the biggest problems in the history of mathematics? Who could create rainbows? Who could obtain 2 types of gases from water, one to burn iron wires and one to cause explosions? Li Zishuan, who had been quiet for more than half a month, once again created a big piece of news, pushing him, Yenhuang College, and engineering to the forefront of the storm once again. However, Li Zishuan had already expected this effect. The reason why he agreed to Ma Zhou's release of this news was because he wanted this effect. Confucianism had been developed for nearly 1,000 years and was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Wanting to shake its position was tantamount to a fool's dream. Li Zishuan also didn't want to shake the position of Confucianism in a short period of time. He wanted to let engineering appear in people's sight once in a while to make its presence known. As time passed, more and more people would naturally know about engineering. This was a process where dripping water could penetrate a stone. Li Zishuan wasn't very anxious. He was currently recruiting people for the Football Association. Until now, there were only 2 people in the Football Association, him and the bearded man. This wouldn't do. The Football Association was in charge of all the football competitions in Tang Dynasty and the rewards and punishment for players. In the future, it would be necessary to set up a Football Association branch in various places. The number of people needed was far from what he and the bearded man could handle. Moreover, the bearded man was only temporarily helping the Football Association. This old fellow would have to run away after a year. First of all, we need to recruit scholars. It doesn't matter if their articles are good or not, but they must be upright, hardworking, and not greedy. In the principal office, Li Zishuan found the bearded man and Ma Zhou and was explaining the Football Association's recruitment principles to them. Why did he call Ma Zhou over? The main reason was that Li Zishuan trusted Ma Zhou's ability to judge people. Previously, the scholars that were recruited by the editorial department of Datong Daily were all recruited by Ma Zhou. Moreover, until now, there hadn't been any major problems. Therefore, now that the Football Association was recruiting people, Li Zishuan asked Ma Zhou to help the bearded man check. Lord Marquis, I can understand the first part, but is there a need for you to not be greedy? After listening to Li Zishuan's request, Ma Zhou was somewhat speechless. Li Zixuan answered without thinking. Of course it's necessary. Brother Ma, you don't understand now, but in less than a year, you will understand why I have such a request. Now, very few people could see the huge market wealth behind football. Why was there endless corruption in football in modern society? Wasn't it because of the money that could be made from football? Ma Zhou could only nod and agree. Then he thought for a while and said, previously, when the editorial department was recruiting people, there was a group of good scholars that were not recruited because of the limited quota. Why don't I let them come over again to solve Marquis' urgent need? Li Zixuan nodded and said, sure, as long as they can pass Brother Ma's eyes, then recruit them. Otherwise, how inappropriate would it be to leave such a big football association to Mr. Zhang San? Being trusted by Li Zixuan so much, Ma Zhou suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He secretly thought to himself that he had to check again later. He couldn't let evil people sneak in and ruin Li Zixuan's big plans. The bearded man laughed and said, ha ha, thank you for your understanding, Yamacho. Brother Ma, get them to come over as soon as possible. I've been so busy these 2 days that I don't have time to drink with old Wang Ji. When Li Zixuan and Ma Zhou heard this, they immediately laughed. Speaking of which, when these two drunkards got together, it could be said that they had met a bosom friend. Chapter 897. Brother Ma, after you recruit them, you must immediately organize them to undergo training on the rules of football and select a group of people with excellent training results to be their coaches. Let's first set up the headquarters of the Football Association, and then find a way to set up the Football Association in the various states of the Tang Empire. In the office, Li Zixuan continued. Ma Zhou nodded and said, Marquis, don't worry. I understand what you mean. After that, he suddenly thought of something and smiled. All right, Marquis, after the content of your class yesterday was spread by Datong Daily, it caused a huge reaction in Chang'an City, especially your needle-throwing experiment. It is said that Dr. Liu from the Imperial College of Mathematics did it himself. He threw the needle 710 times and pressed the line 226 times. When the two are divided, it is equal to 3. 1% 1. 2592, 92. It is even more accurate than the result you got last time. Li Zixuan was a little surprised. Density rate. This Dr. Liu actually got the density rate. Back then, Buffon proposed the needle-throwing experiment, and the Italian mathematician Lazzarini coincidentally used the needle-throwing experiment to get the density rate. Now, he proposed the needle-throwing experiment, and Dr. Liu got the density rate. It had to be said that history was always surprisingly similar. There were many coincidences in the unseen world. Oh, then this Dr. Liu is really lucky. Li Zixuan sighed with a calm expression. Ma Zhou continued excitedly. Marquis, after Dr. Liu's result was spread, the scholars among the people were more convinced by the other content in the newspaper. Now, the reputation of our Yanhuang College will be even more prosperous. After Ma Zhou finished speaking, the bearded man looked at Li Zixuan thoughtfully. No one knew what he was thinking. Marquis. At this moment, there was a knock on the door and Pang Feiji's voice. Ma Zhou and the bearded man looked at each other and found an excuse to leave. They understood that Pang Feiji did not come in directly, but chose to knock on the door. It meant that he had something to talk to Li Zixuan alone. Feiji, what's the matter? After the bearded guest left with Ma Zhou, Pang Feiji walked in. Li Zixuan looked up at Brother Chicken and asked. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, Marquis, I've received news that Feng Zhidai was conferred the position of Vice Minister of Guards by His Majesty during the morning court meeting. He was also given a mansion. It seems like he's really going to stay in Chang'an for a long time. Vice Captain of the Imperial Guard? Li Zixuan searched for relevant information in his mind and said softly, It seems that he really is here to be a hostage. The guard office was one of the 9 temples. Northern Shi established the guard office, and the guard was renamed the Minister of the Guard Office or Minister of the Guard. The deputy was called the Vice Minister of the Guard. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, it became a non-official position. It was mainly in charge of the palace, ceremonies, and ceremonial ceremonies. It lasted until the Southern Song dynasty when it was incorporated into the Ministry of Works. Lier gave Feng Jidai such an easy job. Anyone with a little political brain could understand the deep meaning behind it. There's no need to pay attention to this person anymore. All we need to do is to take care of our own land. Li Zixuan recovered from his thoughts and said to Brother Chicken. Lier was definitely not a stupid person. Li Zixuan believed that if he could think of something, Lier would be able to think of it as well. Hence, he felt that there was no need to worry about it. Pang Feiji replied, "Yes, Marquis, outside the palace." After the morning court meeting, Feng Jidai came out of the palace. The guards who followed him to Chong and quickly greeted him. "Second young master, are you all right?" The leader of the black-faced guards hurriedly asked. "Huh, what can happen to me?" "Mu, aren't you making a fuss over nothing?" Feng Jidai chuckled disapprovingly. The black-faced guard said seriously, "Young master, we're in Chang'an now. It's not like Lingnan. I have to ensure your safety." Feng Jidai helplessly waved his hand and said, all right. Go to the inn and pack your luggage. We have a new mansion." The black-faced guard cupped his hands and agreed. On the way, Feng Jidai sat in the carriage and inadvertently heard that the pedestrians on the road seemed to be discussing the same thing. He opened the window and shouted to the guard outside, "Mu, come here." "Young master, what's the matter?" The black-faced guard called Mu came to the window and asked. Feng Jidai said, "What do the people on the road mean by the needle experiment? Why do I feel like everyone is talking about this?" Mu frowned and replied, "Young master, I've asked them earlier. They're talking about the content of today's Datong Daily. It seems like the Duke of Yong and has made an incredible discovery again." Datong Daily? Oh, isn't Chong and the origin of Datong Daily? Along the way, Feng Jidai had seen the Datong Daily in other states. This was also thanks to the help of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Otherwise, he could only read the newspaper in Chang'an. "Mu, send someone to buy today's Datong Daily for me. Go now." Feng Jidai ordered again. "Yes, young master." After Mu agreed, he sent someone to buy the newspaper. After a while, he returned with a copy of the Datong Daily. Feng Jidai took the newspaper, and the carriage started moving again, heading in the direction of the post house. Feng Jidai, who was in the carriage, read the headlines of today's news and thought about the content of the passers-by's discussion. His eyes narrowed instantly. Li Zixuan, I've heard some of your deeds in Lingnan. Now that I'm in Chong, and how can I not take this opportunity to understand you better?" Feng Jidai's eyes were deep as he muttered to himself, "Young master, we've arrived at the post house." After an unknown period of time, Mu knocked on the window of the car and shouted, I know." Feng Jidai put down the newspaper, lifted the curtain, and jumped off the carriage. "Mu, come with me." Unexpectedly, Feng Jidai was not in a hurry to enter the post house. Instead, he walked to a quiet bamboo forest and ordered. Mu hurriedly followed. "Young master, help me gather some information about the Marquis of Yong. As long as it's about him, I want it. The more detailed, the better." Feng Jidai ordered with his hands behind his back. Mu's expression changed slightly as he asked, "Young master, you're thinking of..." Feng Jidai turned his back to Mu and said, "You don't need to know what I'm thinking. Be careful when you're trying to gather information. This is Chong, and His Majesty has many spies. Don't let anyone find out. Don't look for Li Zixuan's people to gather information about him. That will easily expose you, understand?" Mu cupped his fists and said, "I understand. Don't worry, young master. I won't cause you any trouble." Chapter 898. The mansion that Li Er gave to Feng Jidai was located in Yongxing Square, which was in the east of the imperial city. Coincidentally, this mansion was right next to Wei Zheng's house. Feng Jidai could be considered to be Wei Zheng's neighbor. "Young master, old master has some old friends in Chang'an. Would you want to visit them?" Feng Jidai and the rest brought their luggage to the new mansion. After settling their luggage, Mu came over and asked. Feng Jidai thought for a while and said, "No need to go first. We need to be clear about our current status. Rashly making friends with the officials will only be disadvantageous to us. Furthermore, isn't there a ready-made one right next to this mansion? Mu, prepare the visiting card." We will visit Minister Wei in the afternoon. His current status was a hostage. As a hostage, if he frequently visited the officials, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Furthermore, this would also expose his father's connections in Chang'an. If Lier knew, wouldn't he be even more suspicious of his father? Young master is wise. Young master, the royal prince is here. He is waiting for you in the main hall. This afternoon, Li Zixuan had just woken up from his afternoon nap when he heard Shi whispering to him. "Oh, I'll be right there." Li Zixuan shook his groggy head and replied. After a while, "He, Prince, you are here? How have you been?" Li Zixuan came to the main hall and saw Li Xiaogong drinking tea. He smiled and greeted him. Li Xiaogong put down his teacup and pointed at Li Zixuan. He said unhappily, "You brat, if this prince didn't take the initiative to look for you, you would have already forgotten about your current position, right? Since ancient times, there was probably only one official who was as lazy as Li Zixuan, to the point that his superior had to personally come and look for him. How could that be? Prince, you are wronging me. I just want you to rest in the mansion for a few more days. After all, you have been out at sea for almost half a year." Li Zixuan walked to the seat next to him and sat down, grinning as he passed the buck. When Li Zixuan proposed the establishment of the Department of Shipbuilding and appointed Li Xiaogong as the head of the department, he said that since Li Xiaogong had just returned from the sea, he would allow Li Xiaogong to rest for a month before starting the establishment of the Department of Shipbuilding. That was why Li Zixuan said that. Li Xiaogong stared at him and said, "Kid, don't push the blame onto this king. It's true that this king has been out at sea for months, but do you really want this king to rest at home for a month? I'm not that delicate." He really didn't know how to appreciate good intentions. Lier really found a good employee, but you didn't even want to give him a break. Your Highness is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. You work hard day and night and do your best. This young one admires you. Li Zixuan said as he gave a flattering reply. Facing such a slippery kid, Li Xiaogong felt helpless. He sighed and said seriously, "The previous sea trade brought in a very rich income for the imperial court. His Majesty and the other officials in the imperial court are beginning to pay attention to the sea trade. Yesterday, the envoys from the Nanyang countries all left the capital. Before that, they all came to visit this king, hoping that this king can help them in the future sea trade." Saying this, Li Xiaogong paused. As if he knew what Li Zixuan was thinking, he chuckled and continued. "Although this king is usually a bit greedy, this king will definitely not accept this kind of money. They're trying to bribe this prince to gain more benefits for themselves in the future sea trade. However, if they gain more benefits, then the imperial court will naturally gain less benefits. This prince will definitely not do something like sacrificing the country's interests to enrich themselves." Li Zixuan stood up and cupped his hands in praise. "Your Highness is righteous. This young one admires you." Li Xiaogong laughed and scolded. "Don't flatter me. This king is telling you this not to boast, but to remind you that as a person in this position, don't be greedy for money that you shouldn't be. Although the borders of the Tang Empire seem stable, there are actually turbulent undercurrents. Moreover, our internal affairs are not peaceful either. The imperial court can use the sea trade to save more money, and we will have more confidence in the war." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. This young one knows the importance. As the saying goes, every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. This young one hopes that the Tang Empire will always be prosperous. Every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world." Hearing this, Li Xiaogong's eyes lit up. He praised, "You're quite accomplished in the art of craftsmanship. A few days ago, the entire Chong and city was talking about your class. I didn't expect you to be so accomplished in the art of writing as well. This sentence is well said. I don't know how spiritual master Ling Su taught such a monster like you." That's right, Li Xiaogong could only think of the word monster to describe Li Zixuan. He was well-versed in both the pen and the sword, and was proficient in too many things. "Your Highness, you flatter me. This young one's ambition is not in writing." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Oh, Why? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "In this young one's opinion, writing can only be used to arm a person's thoughts, but not to strengthen a country. Engineering is enough." Li Xiaogong narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously. "If those rotten scholars heard this, you'll be in big trouble. All right, this topic is off topic. Now that the envoys of the various countries have left, we should start to establish the Department of Shipping. To be honest, it's fine if you want this king to lead troops to war, but to let this king manage a yamen is too difficult for this king. This Department of Shipping is now a blank piece of paper. Xiaoxian, you have many ideas. First, think of the regulations of the Department of Shipping, then write a copy for this king. If there are no problems, we will show it to His Majesty for a look. Strive to have the Department of Shipping open before the end of the year." Li Zishuan was helpless. He had not finished the matters of the Football Association, and now he was asked to establish the Department of Shipping. It was really one wave after another. However, this was something he had promised Lier before, and he could not go back on his word now. Yes, this young one will draft the regulations of the Department of Shipping as soon as possible. Your Highness, please wait for the good news. Although he was complaining in his heart, he still had to do what needed to be done. Haha, this king knows that you are unwilling, but you are being loyal to the country. In the future, this king will personally go to Guangdong. In comparison, the burden on you is still light. Li Xiaogong seemed to have seen through Li Zishuan's thoughts and could not help but laugh. Li Zishuan inexplicably shuddered. Li Xiaogong was right. He was only giving ideas in Chong, and it was far better than Li Xiaogong going to Guangdong for a long time on a business trip. To Li Zishuan, in this era where there were no trains or planes, he was not willing to go far even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 899. By the way, Xiaoxian, the football you've been working on seems to be quite interesting. I heard that His Majesty even came to Yanhuang College to play a game. If I didn't have to go south soon, I would probably form a team to play too. In the main hall of the Yunshan residence. After Li Xiaogong finished talking about business, he suddenly talked about the recent football. His face was full of regret. Obviously, he should have heard a lot about the 2 football games of the academy. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since your Highness likes football, I'll give you 2. You can take them to the south to play. Besides, when everything is settled there, His Majesty will definitely summon you back." As a prince of the Tang Empire, Lier would not let Li Xiaogong stay in the south for a long time. At most, he would be summoned back by Lier after the business of the shipping department in Guangdong port stabilized. This was something that everyone could see clearly. Then this prince will accept your kind intentions. You don't know that my subordinates have been drooling for this football for a long time. Li Xiaogong laughed heartily. He had an expression of disrespect, which made Li Zishuan feel that he had been deceived. When Li Zishuan first started to make football, he just wanted to play with it for himself. He did not intend to mass-produce and sell it, because there was no stable rubber supply at that time. The rubber in his hands was used up little by little. Later, after reaching a trade agreement with Zhenla and Piao, Li Zishuan had rubber supply. In addition, Li Zishuan also intended to promote football. Lier then established the Football Association and decided to mass-produce football and promote it to the whole Tang Empire. Therefore, football now was not as precious as it was in the beginning. Li Tai had already asked for football from him. Chung Chumo, Li Changxian, and Iron Egg also got football as they wished. They did not have to wait until the top 3 in the monthly exam to get football. Seeing Li Zishuan's gloomy face, Li Xiaogong stood up and smiled. Haha. Okay, you should hurry up with the shipping department. I won't disturb you anymore. Hey, your residence is built well. When your construction team finishes, lend it to me for a few days. The residence is old and needs to be renovated. Li Zishuan was speechless. It was not like he had never been to the Duke's residence. It was magnificent inside. How did it look like it had been in disrepair? Li Xiaogong obviously wanted to renovate his residence according to the architectural style of the Yunshan residence. He had to admit that in terms of personal enjoyment, he and Li Xiaogong. Yes, the construction of the academy has basically been completed. If your Highness needs manpower, You can choose from the construction team at any time. I'll give you a few sets of furniture furnishings. Since Li Zixuan wanted to give him a favor, then he would give him the full set. Li Zixuan had a good impression of Li Xiaogong. Huh, good. You're the right person. Li Xiaogong laughed heartily and left with a gratified expression. At night, in the new residence of the Feng family, the study was brightly lit, indicating that the owner of the residence was still awake. Curve Yuan Plow, Immortal Drunken Wine, Soft Village, Detong Daily, Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan built such a huge foundation in Chang, and in less than a year. He is indeed different from ordinary people. Feng Zhidai muttered to himself in the study under the candlelight. There was a thick stack of documents on the table in front of him. It was the information about Li Zixuan that his guards had gathered. Lingnan was relatively uninformed. He had heard of Li Zixuan's name and had used Li Zixuan's items, such as Detong Daily and Immortal Drunken Wine. But after reading the information, he realized that Li Zixuan had done a lot of things in the past year. The more he read the information, the more shocked he was. The speed of Li Zixuan's rise was beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. Li Zixuan descended from the sky and wiped out the 7 cultivators of true virtue, sect with his own strength. After turning to the next page and seeing the note on it, Feng Zhidai's eyes narrowed and his face turned solemn. He quickly read it carefully. The study was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of insects and the sound of Feng Zhidai turning the pages could be heard occasionally. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Zhidai put down the documents and raised his head. His eyes were deep and his face was very ugly. He muttered, "Immortal lamp, true qi iron ball? How is this possible? Amu, young master." Feng Zhidai was in a daze for a while. Then he called Amu and asked in a deep voice, "Do these immortal lamp and true qi iron ball really exist?" Amu bowed and replied, "Young master, these immortal lamps do exist." During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Marquis of Yong and brought his wife and sat on the immortal lamp to tour around Chang and city. Countless people saw it. As for the true qi iron ball, it was only passed down from the imperial court. As for whether it is real or not, this subordinate has no way of knowing. There really is a divine object that can take people to the sky. Feng Zhidai's face showed a trace of disbelief. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked anxiously, "How many of these true qi iron balls does Li Zixuan have?" Amu was stunned and then replied, "According to the Marquis of Yong, and there is only one true qi iron ball. His master, spiritual master Ling Su, poured all his strength into it before he passed away." Feng Zhidai's face turned ugly. Nonsense. This young master has never heard of true qi that can be stored for a long time. Li Zixuan must be lying. Seeing that Feng Zhidai didn't believe him, Amu added, "Young master, this subordinate heard that on the night the 7 cultivators sect was destroyed, many people saw flames soaring to the sky from the northeast of Chang and city. There was also a loud sound of thunder. A few days later, some villagers went up the mountain to check and found that the entire mountain peak had turned into ashes. If the Marquis of Yong and didn't use the true qi iron ball, this subordinate really can't think of any weapon that could have such terrifying power." Hearing this, Feng Zhidai couldn't help but become absent-minded. Flames? Thunder? How could such a divine method be in the hands of mortal? After a while, he came back to his senses and ordered, "Amu, find an opportunity to send a message to my father. Tell him not to move. He can't be defeated." After saying this, a trace of loneliness suddenly appeared on his face. "Young master, this. Why? No matter how powerful the Marquis of Yong and he is only one person. The terrain of Lingnan is dangerous, and we have thousands of warriors. What is there to be afraid of?" Amu glared at him, somewhat unconvinced. Feng Zhidai angrily said, "Shut up. Do as I say." Seeing that the usually gentle Feng Zhidai was angry, Amu didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly cupped his fists and replied, "Yes, young master." Chapter 900. The reason why the imperial court isn't willing to easily send troops to Lingnan is because of the steep terrain and dense forests. As long as our men hide in the forest, they can rely on their familiarity with the terrain to make it impossible for others to find them. If the imperial court insists on sending troops to Lingnan, it will definitely consume a lot of money and soldiers. At that time, the Northern Turks won't let go of the Great Tang. This is also the main reason why the imperial court has always ignored the conflicts between the various tribal chiefs of Lingnan. But now, the imperial court is in control of the immortal lamp, as well as weapons of mass destruction similar to the True Chi iron balls in Li Zishuan's hands. The imperial court can send an army to destroy any place in Lingnan from the air at any time. If we dare to make any moves, we will very likely become the next 7 cultivators of true virtue and be annihilated overnight. Thus, Lingnan can't be touched, and the imperial court can't be an enemy. Inform father to end the conflict with Prince Tan as soon as possible and stop testing the imperial court's patience. The Great Tang's current strength is not something a trifling Lingnan can provoke. In a study of the Feng residents, Feng Jidai was silent for a while before speaking. The Prince Tan he spoke of was a tribal chief in the western part of Guangdong during the Sui and Tang dynasties. He was active in the northwestern part of Gaozhou and the northeastern part of Huazhou. He was a tribal chief on the same level as Feng Ong in Gaoyang. In the first year of Jingguan, due to the issue of territory in the northern part of Gaozhou, the Lingnan tribal chief Feng Ong and Prince Tan repeatedly attacked each other and did not enter the imperial court for a long time. The various prefectures reported that Feng Ong was plotting rebellion dozens of times. Only then did Li Er become suspicious and decide to send troops. In the study, after hearing Feng Jidai's analysis, Mu's face was full of shock. The fate of the 7 cultivators sect was right before his eyes, so he had to believe that what Feng Jidai said was very likely to happen. At that time, the imperial court would send a group of divine soldiers to descend from the sky on the back of the celestial lamp and throw some of them down. Li Zishuan was able to destroy the 7 cultivators sect with 2 Grandmaster Realm experts by himself. If the imperial court's army could imitate Li Zishuan's method of attack, it would be too terrifying. Thinking of this, Mu's back couldn't help but be covered in a layer of cold sweat. Young master's foresight is truly admirable. Mu bowed and cupped his fists. Feng Jidai nodded. After a long while, he sighed softly and said, "Go." Based on the current strength of the imperial court, we are definitely not their match, so we cannot act rashly. Find a chance to pass the news to my father as soon as possible. The situation in Lingnan must be stabilized as soon as possible. Yes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, in addition to the increasingly heated discussion about Li Zishuan's engineering enlightenment class, the influence of football had further expanded and had begun to affect the states and counties near Chang'an. As of now, there are more than 100 teams registered with the FIFA, including 11 states and counties, including Chang. As Datang daily gradually spread the news of football to remote areas, it was believed that more and more teams would come sign up. Of course, how many teams would still exist after a year was another matter. After all, when a league ranking tournament was held in March next year, only 20 teams could enter League 1, 30 teams could enter League 2, and the rest could only be regarded as amateur teams. They would face the situation of no prize money and no sponsorship. It was worth mentioning that Chang Chumo also formed a team, but his team was mostly playful because the players were all second-generation Chang, and rich second-generation like Yuchi Baolin, Wang Ming, Sun Zifan, Zhang Sun Chong, and even Li Tai. In fact, Li Tai himself also wanted to select a group of guards to form a professional football team, but his identity was too special. If he formed a team and no one dared to play against him, then it would be bad. Therefore, he and Li Changxian consciously did not form their own team, but only played in Cheng Chumo's team occasionally. On this day, Li Zishuan was working in the office of the academy. Previously, Li Xiaogong had asked him to draft the structure and management regulations of the Department of Shipping, and now was basically in the final stage. It was strange to say that this guy's work efficiency was highest only in the academy, and he was too lazy to move at home. This was one of the reasons why he always liked to work in the principal's office in Guanghua Building. As for the Department of Shipping, its function was somewhat similar to the modern customs. Therefore, Li Zishuan divided the Department of Shipping into 4 departments according to the structure of the customs and the current situation of the Tang Empire: the General Department, the Inspection Department, the Tax Department, and the Inspection Department. The General Department was jointly led by the left and right secretaries of the General Department. The Inspection Department had a general supervisor and 2 deputy supervisors, who were mainly responsible for investigating the smuggling of goods or goods that were prohibited by sea. For example, the Tang Empire's curved plows, cement, celestial lamps, weapons, and other things that contained a certain amount of technical content and were extremely beneficial to the people or the army. These goods were definitely not to be sold to other countries. The Tax Department had a general supervisor and 2 deputy supervisors, who were mainly responsible for collecting taxes on sea trade goods. Of course, these goods included both imported and exported goods. As for the tax rate, it was different for different goods, but overall, the difference was not too big. Excluding the tax, the merchants were still very profitable. As for the Inspection Department, it was mainly responsible for supervising the daily behavior of all the officials in the Department of Shipping and whether they were honest or not. It was directly responsible to the left and right secretaries of the Department of Shipping, which was a bit similar to the modern Commission for Discipline Inspection. In addition to building the framework of the Department of Shipping, Li Zishuan also sorted out some details, such as the list of prohibited goods, the import and export tax rate of various goods, and so on. He wrote down a voluminous 70 to 80,000 words, which was enough to fill a short story. "Yamacho, Mr. Su is looking for you." At this moment, Mo Zhong pushed the door open and came in. Mr. Su reported, and then he hesitated to speak. "What's the matter?" Li Zishuan asked casually, and then put down the pencil, tidied up the regulations of the Department of Shipping he had just finished, and put it in a file bag made of craft paper. His current office was becoming more and more like a modern office, and basically had everything. Yamacho, Mr. Su also brought Dr. Liu from the Imperial College of Mathematics. "What do you think?" Mo Zhong said in a low voice. Having been in the academy for so long, he knew that Li Zishuan and the Imperial College had a bit of enmity, so he was not sure whether to let Su Hongji and Dr. Liu in. Li Zishuan was startled, and then he laughed and scolded. "When did you learn to be tactful? Quickly invite the 2 gentlemen in." Chapter 901. Li Zishuan didn't have any grudges against the Imperial College. At most, some people in the Imperial College didn't like him. He didn't take these things to heart. Back then, when he had angrily resigned, it had not been to deliberately target Kong Yingda. On the contrary, when he had been teaching at the Imperial College, Kong Yingda had taken good care of him. In the end, he had just been a little dissatisfied with the Imperial College, where Confucianism was prevalent. Besides, it had been so long. He only wanted to do well at Yanwang College. How could he have the time to care about these small grudges? "Haha, Mr. Su, Mr. Liu, come in and have a seat." Mo Zhong served the tea. Mo Zhong welcomed Su Hongji and Liu Honyuan in. Li Zishuan hurriedly stood up and greeted them warmly. Su Hongji cupped his hands and said sincerely, "Yamacho, this is my teacher. He has something to ask you. I hope you won't mind, hey? Mr. Su, you're too serious. This is the first time I've met Dr. Liu. There's no such thing as past grudges. Come in and have a seat." "Dr. Liu, please." Li Zishuan interrupted Su Hongji without waiting for him to finish. Liu Honyuan looked at Li Zishuan appreciatively and followed Li Zishuan inside. He smiled and said, "Marquis Yeoman is so young, but you have such a big heart. No wonder you can build up such a big business in just a few months." They sat down one after another. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Dr. Liu, you're too kind. You've been working hard at the Imperial College for decades, teaching and educating people. You're the role model of my generation." Li Zishuan knew that Liu Honyuan was Su Hongji's teacher. He also investigated Liu Hongyuan's past deeds. He was a respectable teacher of the people. Seeing Li Zishuan's kind face without any displeasure, Su Hongji, who was still worried, was relieved. Lu Hanyuan said, haha, forget it, forget it. That's all in the past. Don't mention it again. Today, this old man has come to find the Marquis of Yong, and because I have a request. The old man had been teaching for his entire life, but he did not put on any airs at all. His attitude was also quite humble. He was completely different from those rotten scholars. Li Zixuan admired him in his heart, but he quickly said, "Old mister, you're too kind. If you have something to ask, just say it. There's no need to talk about asking for it. Isn't this too much for this junior?" When Lu Hanyuan heard Li Zixuan's reply, he didn't bother to be courteous. His pale old face was now flushed red. He was probably very excited at this moment. A few days ago, I saw the needle toss game that Marquis Yong made. Out of curiosity, I also made a similar game at the School of Mathematics. I'm sure Marquis Yong and has already heard of the results. To be able to accurately calculate the 6th decimal point of the ancestral rate in my lifetime, this old man is naturally excited. But, speaking of this, the old man paused for a moment. Li Zixuan cooperated and asked, "But what?" "Professor Lu, there's no harm in saying it directly." Lu Hanyuan nodded and continued, "But no matter how much I thought about it, I still couldn't figure out how to calculate the ancestral rate through a simple needle toss game. This seems like child's play." This old man thought about it for 4 whole days and still couldn't figure it out. Thus, I shamelessly came here to ask Marquis Yong and for advice. I hope you don't blame this old man for coming uninvited. So it was for the needle toss experiment. After hearing this, Li Zixuan finally understood why the old man came. However, he couldn't help but feel that it was a little funny. To be troubled over a question for 4 whole days, this was really a stubborn old man. Actually, regarding the theory behind the needle toss experiment, many teachers from Yanwang College, including Su Hongji, had come to ask him. However, he didn't say anything. He wanted to let the teachers from the college slowly find the answer themselves. Now that the old man came all the way here just for this, Li Zixuan couldn't continue to keep him in suspense. Since Professor Lu wants to know the theory behind this game, then this junior will explain it today. If there are any mistakes, I hope the two of you can point them out. Li Zixuan said politely. Then he took out a pencil from the pencil box on his desk and a piece of white paper. He began to explain as he drew. Let's assume that there is an iron wire bent into a circle. Its diameter is exactly the distance between the parallel lines that I drew on the paper when I was doing the needle toss game. We will use d, to represent this distance. It can be imagined that for such a circle, no matter how it is thrown, there will be 2 points of intersection with the parallel lines. Thus, if the circle is thrown in n times, then the total number of intersection points must be 2n. Cough, cough. The people of Tang Dynasty didn't understand English, let alone the pronunciation of the English alphabet. Thus, when Li Zixuan set the unknown variables, he used Hanyu Pinyin to read it so that others wouldn't understand. To make it easier to read, there will be no additional labels for the letters. Lu Hanyuan and Su Hongji both nodded thoughtfully. Both of them had learned Li Zixuan's new mathematics and had read about equations in the textbooks, so they could understand Li Zixuan's method of setting the unknown variables. Li Zixuan continued. Let's now imagine that the circle is straightened, then the length of the iron wire is pi d. Oh, right. I usually like to use pi to represent the ancestral rate. After the circle was straightened, the situation of such an iron wire intersecting with parallel lines when it was thrown down was obviously more complicated than that of a circle. There might be 4 points of intersection, 3 points of intersection, 2 points of intersection, 1 point of intersection, or even no intersection at all. Since the length of a circle and a straight line are both pi d, according to the principle of equal opportunity, when they are thrown a large number of times and are equal, the total number of intersection points between the two in a set of parallel lines is approximately the same. That is to say, when a wire of length pi d is thrown n times, the total number of intersection points between the wire and a set of parallel lines should be approximately 2n. Now let's talk about the case of the iron wire length L. When a number of throws n increases, the total number of intersection points of the iron wire with the parallel lines, m, should be proportional to the length L. Thus, m equals KL, where k is the coefficient of proportionality. In order to find k, we only need to note that for the special case of L equals pi d, we have m equals 2n. Thus, we get k equals 2n pi d. Substituting the former formula, we get m is almost equal to 2ln pi d, and thus pi is almost equal to 2ln dm. When the length of the line is half the distance between the parallel lines, the above formula can be written as pi is almost equal to nm. These are the two needle-throwing games we did before. There were some beyond the scope of the knowledge, so Lisa Schwann forgot to explain. He didn't care whether they could understand or not. He just said it all. Sure enough, Lu Honyuan and Su Hongji both frowned. The two silently digested the information. After a while, Lu Honyuan asked, I have something I don't understand. What is the principle of equal opportunity? Chapter 902. In the office. When Lisa Schwann heard Lu Honyuan ask about the principle of equal opportunity, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. This problem was too complicated to explain. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't know where to start. So he could only say, Dr. Lu, this so-called equal opportunity, I can't explain it to you at the moment. In the future, another field of mathematics will be derived, called probability theory in mathematical statistics. After you finish reading that book, you will roughly understand what equal opportunity is. In addition, when mathematics is developed to a higher level, the same result can be derived through pure mathematics. That method is more complicated, so I won't take it out. In fact, the Buffon needle-throwing problem could be completely proved using pure mathematics. Two mathematical abstractions were used in the middle. First, let the needle rotate around a point on the basic unit segment. Through definite integration, the ratio of the two areas was obtained. Then, let the needle translate on the basic unit segment. Using definite integration, the ratio of the two volumes was obtained. Finally, the relationship between the probability of the fine needle pressing the line and pi was obtained. However, this process required knowledge of trigonometric functions and calculus, so it would be more troublesome to explain. But then again, when a person reached a high level in mathematics, they wouldn't use such a stupid method like the needle-throwing experiment to find pi, because trigonometric functions and infinite series methods could be used to obtain a more accurate pi. According to records in 1706, the British mathematician Melchin used the formula pi equals 16 arctan, 15, for arctan 1239, to calculate the value of pi, which broke through the 100-digit decimal mark. The value of arctanks could be calculated through the Taylor series. At this time, Lu Honyuan couldn't help but be shocked. Listening to Lisa Schwann's words, the new mathematics that everyone thought was very advanced was only in the beginning stage. In the future, there would be a whole set of advanced theories, and other knowledge would be derived. How old is Lisa Schwann this year? How can there be such a terrifying amount of knowledge in his brain? Is he going to establish his own school of mathematics and become a founding figure in the field of mathematics? At this moment, Lu Honyuan didn't care about the equal opportunity principle anymore. His heart was only filled with horror. He looked at Lisa Schwann as if he was looking at a monster. Gulp! Su Hongji was stunned for a while and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. When he first met Lisa Schwann, when he was checking the accounts of a shop, he wanted to give Lisa Schwann some pointers. Only today did he realize that he was not on the same level as Lisa Schwann. The difference between them could be described as heaven and earth. Yamacho, have you mastered the advanced level of mathematics? Su Hongji came back to his senses and asked tentatively. Lisa Schwann tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said 70 to 80%. Back then, I wasn't interested in learning mathematics, so I only learned about 70 to 80% of it. What he said was the truth. When he was in high school and university, his math grades were not outstanding. At most, he was considered excellent. He could not be compared to those straight-A students who could get full marks every time. However, in this life, his spiritual power was so strong that if he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to compete with the top students in his class. Su Hongji and Lu Honyuan nearly vomited blood. Firstly, They were depressed. Depressed that Li Zixuan had only learned 70 to 80%, yet he was still able to hang and beat the two of them. Secondly, they were angry. Angry that Li Zixuan had the conditions to learn such knowledge, yet he didn't study it properly. What a waste. Then, with Duke Yong's current proficiency in mathematics, can you calculate the ancestral rate to more than 7 decimal places? After struggling for a long time, Lu Honyuan asked this question. He mainly wanted to see if advanced mathematics was really as powerful as Li Zixuan said. He didn't want to make things difficult for him. Li Zixuan laughed in his heart. Now he could act tough again. In his previous life, he had especially memorized this thing to act tough, but until his accidental death, no one had given him a chance to act tough. Now, old Lu was simply here to deliver a pillow to him. Haha, of course. In my spare time, I've calculated a few times. Now, I'll share it with the two of you. Please listen carefully. Li Zixuan chuckled and stood up with his hands clasped behind his back. Then, he began to act tough. 3 points, 4 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 points. 4 points, 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 4 points. Lu Honyuan was just casually probing, but once Li Zixuan opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. In the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan had memorized 8 decimal places. 9 decimal places, 10 decimal places. This had already exceeded the accuracy of Zhu Chongji's Zhu rate, but Li Zixuan still didn't stop. 37510, 5829, 74944. As they listened, Lu Honyuan and Su Hongji felt that something was wrong. Although Li Zixuan spoke very quickly, they could tell that Li Zixuan seemed to be reciting according to some kind of rhythm. That's right, rhythm. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other. They suspected that Li Zixuan was just randomly reciting. 348 253 421 7679. Phew. All right, this junior will only remember the first 100 names for now. You two gentlemen can record them down for future verification. There is absolutely no mistake in the first 100 names. I, Li Zixuan, guarantee with my own integrity. After reciting for a while, Li Zixuan finally stopped. He let out a sigh and said to the two people in front of him. The reason why he could memorize the first 100 digits of pi in his previous life was mainly because he used an opportunistic method. First, imagine a drunkard drinking in a mountain temple and dying in a ravine, a pot of wine in a temple on the peak. 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 9. 26. 3 pots of wine are not enough for me. 535897. Wine kill, 932. Unkillable, 384. Lululu, 626. It's fine if you die, 43383. Heirs abandoned ravine, 279. Then, imagine the mood of the deceased's father after learning that his son had died. I love my son, 502. It's sad enough to die in vain, 8841971. Leaving him to the ravine, 69,399. Then imagine the scene of the deceased's father going to the ravine to look for his son. My back hurts when a mountain turns, 37510. I'm afraid you'll be frozen for a long time, 58209. Long sad CC, 74,944. Then, the scene of the father finding his son in the ravine and saving him, and the son realizing his mistake and turning back. I saved my son, 592. The cave turns, 307. It's not good to stay, 816. The 4 neighbors are happy, 406. Heir's not happy, 286. Heir dotes on father for a long time, 20,899. Father Lure doesn't understand, 86,280. Think thrice, 348. Sun Wu, 25. Think thrice and be reluctant. 34211. Wife waits for a long time. 70,679. Just like that. Wouldn't the first 100 digits of pi be easy to memorize? I'm just asking you guys if you're 6 or not. Su Hongji and Lu Hongyuan didn't know if they should slip away or not, but when they heard Li Zixuan make such a solemn guarantee, their faces became solemn. This was because Li Zixuan had never used his personality to guarantee anything. This was basically equivalent to swearing to the heavens. Cough. Ancient people didn't know the saying, I use my personality to guarantee. Then, the solemn expression on their faces turned into horror. If what Li Zixuan said was true, it would be too scary. The ancestral rate was 100 digits after the decimal point. This Li Zixuan was going to break through the heavens of the mathematics world. Seeing the shock on their faces, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little proud. He finally had a chance to show off. However, Su Hongji's next sentence caused his face to darken. Ahem, Yamacho. Can you say it again? We can write it down. Chapter 903. After sending Lu Honyuan and Su Hongji off, Li Zixuan packed up his things and went home. Li Zixuan made a copy of pi and gave it to Su Hongji. Although no one could verify the accuracy of pi except him, Li Zixuan believed that there would be students in Yinhuang College who could calculate pi to so many digits in less than 5 years. He had just told Lu Honyuan the same thing. The old man was very excited and said that he hoped that he could live until that day. Li Zixuan was silent after hearing this. He wanted to invite Lu Honyuan to Yinhuang College, but now he only hoped that Lu Honyuan could retire from the School of Mathematics as soon as possible so that he could go home and enjoy his old age. The old man should teach and educate people all his life. He should have a happy old age. Young master. Oh, Uncle Wang, you're here. Li Zixuan saw Wang Zhong when he got home. He quickly walked over and greeted him with a smile. They sat down. Wang Zhong knew that Li Zixuan didn't like to beat around the bush, so he said directly, Young master, you asked me to buy grain and build a granary. With the help of the college's engineering team, the granary has been mostly repaired. It's at the foot of Yunshan Mountain. The granary door is locked with a special lock made by Mr. Mo. This is the key. Please keep it well. Then he handed over a key. Li Zixuan took it and smiled gently. Haha, Uncle Wang, thank you for your hard work. Not at all, not at all. Wang Zhong replied and said, Young master, with the help of the Chamber of Commerce, we have bought nearly 400,000 dawn of grain. The granary is full, and this amount is more than enough. We can't buy any more. Besides, it said that the imperial court has started to buy the surplus grain on the market. They bought more than we did. Because of this, the price of grain, which had dropped to 2 coins a bushel, is now going to rise again. If we buy more, I'm afraid that it will cause the price of grain in Chang and to skyrocket. It'll be bad if the emperor blames us. 400,000 dawn? Hearing this number, Li Zixuan couldn't help but be shocked. It was true that he had asked Wang Zhong to buy a large amount of food, but he didn't expect Wang Zhong to be able to buy so much food. This was a bit beyond his expectations. It was mainly because he underestimated the ability of the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Wang, give a batch of grain to the winery to make wine. First, increase the production of Drunken Immortal, and second, let them produce a batch of alcohol reserves. We will need it in the near future. After thinking, Li Zixuan gave his order. Logically speaking, 400,000 dan of grain was truly too much. Even if the Great Tang had been caught off guard by the plague of locusts, this amount of grain would have been enough to last 100,000 people for several months. Moreover, the Great Tang had long since made preparations. Not only were the people raising chickens in large numbers, the imperial court had also stockpiled several million dan of grain. Li Zixuan felt that his family really did have a bit too much grain. It was better to use it to make wine. Based on the current financial situation of the imperial court, after the locust plague next year, Lier might launch an attack on the Turkic Khaganate ahead of time. There would be many casualties in the war between countries. If he stored more alcohol, he could ensure that more of the injured would not die from infection. Hearing Li Zixuan's words, Wang Zhong's face turned red. He realized that he had accidentally bought too much grain. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, young master. This old man will arrange it right away." The next day, when it was almost noon, Li Zishuan brought him to the Hajian County King's Manor to look for Li Shaogong. What surprised him was that the County King's mansion had already begun the renovation of the old house. The houses on the left side of the prince's mansion had all been demolished. Some workers were digging the foundation. Li Zishuan had seen many of these workers before. Well, they were all from the academy's construction team. From the looks of it, Li Shaogong wanted to imitate the style of the Cloud Mountain courtyard and build a similar courtyard in his prince's mansion. This was because he had already asked Li Zishuan for the Cloud Mountain courtyard's blueprints and a lot of cement. This old man really did not know how to make himself suffer. Once he had something good, he would immediately bring it to his house. "Your Highness, about the regulations of the shipping department. I have already drafted them. Would you like to take a look?" The butler brought Li Shaogong to the back room. Li Shaogong was drinking tea in the room. It seemed that he had just finished the morning assembly and had not even taken off his court robes. "Hey, you brat, if I had known that you were done, I would have brought you to the morning assembly. Now I have to make another trip. Someone, prepare the carriage," Li Shaogong said helplessly as he beat his legs. The servant beside him quickly agreed and then went to prepare a horse for Li Shaogong. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked, "Your Highness, don't you want to take a look first?" Li Shaogong waved his hand and said, "No need. What is there for me to be worried about? At most, I will take a look from the carriage." He had always been self-aware. He knew that in terms of overall planning, Li Zishuan's ideas were definitely better than his. Yanwan College was a good example. He had never casually interfered in areas that he was not good at. Just like when he brought Li Jing to destroy Shaoxian, he had never interfered in the military deployment and command. He had left it all to Li Jing. You could say that he was leeching, but since ancient times, there have been many superiors who liked to give orders to their subordinates in areas that they were not good at. In the end, it led to the situation becoming worse and worse. Sometimes, leeching was also an advantage. The two of them arrived at the palace in a carriage. After reporting, they were brought to Ganlu Hall. Lier was there working hard to read the memorials. "Your Majesty, Li Zishuan has already drafted the regulations for the Department of Shipping. Please take a look." After greeting each other, Li Shaogong stepped forward and cupped his hands. This was his second advantage. He had never fought with his subordinates for credit, unlike some leaders in modern times. They were clearly not the ones who did it, but they insisted on putting gold on their faces. "Oh, so fast," Zhao Song quickly presented. Li Er's expression lit up as he hurriedly said. Zhao Song took the thick stack of documents from Li Shaogong and handed it to Li Er. Li Er opened it and saw that it was organized and structured. It looked very comfortable. He could not help but secretly praise Li Zishuan. Once he was serious about something, there was nothing to say. Putting away these complicated thoughts, Li Er calmed down and began to study seriously. As the ruler of a country, he could not think of things as simply as Li Shaogong. He had to think of a comprehensive plan. After about half an hour, Li Zishuan's legs were a little sore from standing. Li Er finally raised his head and said, "Not bad, not bad. This regulation is well written. Especially this Department of Inspection, it is very necessary. But why are there curved plows and cement in the list of prohibited goods?" Li Zishuan stepped forward and explained, "Your Majesty, what I am thinking is that in the future, all the advanced farming tools and tools of Tang Empire must be prohibited from being exported to the outside world. We must sell flashy things like color glass and divine mirror. Only in this way can Tang Empire always remain advanced and strong. Otherwise, once the technology is leaked, we may nurture an opponent that can threaten us." Chapter 904. Li Zishuan was instilling the concept of technology protection into Li Er. There was no other way around it. The ancient people were deeply influenced by Confucianism and were extremely generous to the people of other countries. They couldn't wait to share the best things in their country with others. This could be seen from the generous gifts that neighboring countries gave to the great Tang dynasty. More importantly, with the development of Yanhuan College in the future, there would be more and more academic results. Academic results could be transformed into advanced industrial technology. At that time, there would be an endless stream of high-tech products that involved agriculture, the military, and daily life. If these products were to fall into the hands of other countries, not only would there be the risk of imitation, there would also be technology leakage. In Li Zixuan's view, it wasn't that all industrial products were prohibited from being sold. It was those low-tech and easily imitated industrial products that had to be banned. For example, the moment things like the curved plow and compass were leaked, it wouldn't take long for them to be imitated. By the time Great Tang developed a more technologically advanced replacement, they could sell the products that were previously eliminated to maintain their leading position. For example, they could create a tractor in the future to replace the curved plow and sell the surplus curved plow in the country. If there was a better replacement in the future, they could also sell the tractor because it wouldn't be easy for others to imitate it. What kind of person was Li Zixuan? He instantly understood what Li Zixuan meant. After pondering for a moment, he said, "What you said makes sense. We can sell ordinary products, but we can't sell anything that harms the interests of Great Tang. This constitution isn't bad. We'll follow the constitution of the Bureau of Shipping." After which, he looked at Li Xiaogong and instructed, "Xiaogong, you should quickly establish the Bureau of Shipping. You can choose the officials from the hundreds of officials in the imperial court. After that, you will bring them south to Lingnan and set up the Bureau of Shipping in Guangzhou. You will set up branch offices in Xiongzhou, Chaozhou, Quanzhou, and Fuzhou. You will open these 5 ports to the public. In the future, the goods traded by the various countries in Nanyang will have to pass through these 5 ports. Otherwise, it will be considered smuggling. All smugglers, regardless of their identity, will be severely punished. When the time comes, the local officials will cooperate with you. Furthermore, I will instruct Feng Ong and Tan Dian to not cause you any trouble." In the second month of the first year of Zhengguan, Li Er issued an imperial decree that the country was divided into 10 provinces and counties, namely Guanyi Dao, Hunan Dao, Hedong Dao, Hebei Dao, Shannon Dao, Longyu Dao, Huainan Dao, Jiangnan Dao, Jiannan Dao, and Lingnan Dao. The counties were abolished and replaced with provinces. Guangdong was part of the Lingnan circuit. Li Xiaogong cupped his fists and said solemnly, "This subject obeys the decree." Li Erzwang seemed to be a little worried and said, "Lingnan is not like other places. The situation is extremely complicated. I allow you to bring 3,000 elites. In an emergency, you have the right to act first and report later. You must ensure the normal operation of the Department of Shipping. At the same time, you must maintain the stability of Lingnan." The last sentence had a deeper meaning. Li Xiaogong and Li Zixuan both narrowed their eyes at the same time. They secretly thought that even though Feng Ong had sent his son to Chong, and as a hostage, Li Er still did not let down his guard against Lingnan. "Yes, Your Majesty. Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as this subject is in Lingnan, the Department of Shipping will definitely operate as usual. Lingnan will definitely not fall into chaos." Li Xiaogong cupped his fists and said solemnly, I believe you. All right, you can go back to your work." Li Erzwang nodded and waved his hand. Only then did the two of them take their leave. "Your Highness, what kind of person is Feng Ong?" Leaving the palace, Li Zixuan asked Li Xiaogong as they sat on the "Don't Touch Me" of the royal prince's mansion. Li Xiaogong frowned and thought for a while before answering. "Feng Ong. He is a capable and ambitious person." Without waiting for Li Zixuan to ask, Li Xiaogong continued, "In the previous dynasty, Feng Ong started as a small county magistrate and went all the way to the right Wu Wei Grand General. Although he had the support of his ancestors, his ability to lead troops and fight wars was unquestionable. After the previous dynasty was destroyed, Feng Ong led the army back to Lingnan. In just a few years, he unified hundreds of tribes and occupied thousands of li. His ability is naturally evident. Then why does Your Highness say that he is an ambitious person?" Li Zixuan asked. Hearing this, Li Xiaogong's face turned cold. He said, "In the first year of Wuda, the Tang Empire was founded. Emperor Gaozu and the current His Majesty conquered the east and the west, gradually purging the rebellious forces in the Tang Empire. Of course, there were also many forces that chose to submit to the Tang Empire. But Fenglong did not. It was not until the 5th year of Wuda that the Tang Empire and the Eastern Turks fought a war. The Turks retreated, and the situation in the Tang Empire became clear. Only then did Fenglong offer up his territory and submit to the imperial court. If he is not ambitious, then what is? In 617 AD, Li Yuan raised his army in Taiyuan. Like many other warlords, he chose to ally with the Turks. A year later, Li Yuan ascended the throne in Chong and founded the country as Tang. The Tang Empire regime quickly stood out among the warlords. Their conflict with the Turks deepened day by day, and they began to turn from allies to enemies. In the 5th year of Wuda, a famine broke out in the Turks. At that time, Li Yuan wanted to free himself to deal with his most powerful opponent, Liu Haida, so he took the initiative to send large amounts of gold, silver, and treasures to Sheli Khan, requesting peace. Sheli Khan was in a difficult situation because of the famine, but he was happy to push the boat along with the current. The two countries promised to marry and mend their relationship. Li Yuan took advantage of the temporary peace with the Turks to launch an all-out attack on his opponent, Liu Haida. On the 26th day of the 3rd month, Li Shimin defeated Liu Haida. Liu Haida's 20,000 elite troops were almost wiped out. He only took 200 or so people to escape and seek refuge with the Turks. Sheli Khan seemed to have woken up from a dream. He tore apart the peace treaty with the Tang Empire and sent out tens of thousands of troops. Together with the exiled Liu Haida, he launched an attack on the Tang Empire. Li Yuan urgently ordered Crown Prince Li Jiansheng to go out of Zhuozhou. Qin Wang Li Shimin went out of Qinzhou to resist the two Turks' armies. In addition, he dispatched Yunzhou Zhongwang Guizai to Yunzhong to ambush Sheli Khan's main forces. Zhuwei, General Duan Datsao, went to Xiazhou to cut off the Turks' retreat route. Both sides fought and suffered casualties. However, because at that time the Tang Empire had not completely unified China, Li Yuan tried his best to avoid large-scale conflict with the Turks, so much so that he did not hesitate to sacrifice part of his interests to restrain Sheli Khan. Finally, the Turks withdrew their troops, giving the Tang Empire a very precious opportunity to breathe. It was also in this year that Lingnan chief Fenglong entered the imperial court and expressed his willingness to submit to the Tang Empire. Li Yuan divided his original territory into Gao, Luo, Chun, Baiya, Zhai, Lin, and Zhun, 8 prefectures. He appointed Fenglong as Shangzhugua, Gaozhou Zhongwan, and conferred him the title of Duke of Yu. He appointed his son Feng Zhidai as the governor of Chunzhou. Inside the carriage, Li Zishuan was silent for half a day. Then he cupped his fists and said, "If it is really as Wang Ye said, then Wang Ye must be careful in everything in Lingnan." Li Shaogong laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha, don't worry. Fenglong, won't dare to touch this prince. If he does, then the imperial court will have a reason to send troops to Lingnan." At the end of his words, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 905. Li Zishuan would not be able to help with this. The next step was for Li Shaogong to select suitable officials to fill up this newly established department. Although he knew most of the big shots in the imperial court, it was useless if he was not familiar with them. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. This kind of thing had to be left to Li Shaogong, the old fox in the imperial court. He still had a lot of things to do. On the FIFA side, Ma Zhou was also very efficient. Now, the team of the FIFA headquarters had been set up. More than 30 young scholars had just joined and were learning the football management regulations, written by Li Zishuan under Ma Zhou's organization. They would be assessed in a week. Li Zishuan planned to wait until this group of people had finished their training before selecting some of them to set up local FIFA branches. The Great Tang had 10 DAOs, and he was only planning to set up a FIFA branch in each one, not every province. After all, the Great Tang had more than 300 provinces. How could he find so many people? In addition, because of Li Zishuan's wonderful engineering enlightenment class, Yanhuang College had become famous. Every weekend, students from other places would come to visit. Li Zishuan did not refuse any of them. The two places that most students visited were Guanghua Building and the sports field. There was a huge globe downstairs in Guanghua Building. On it, the location of each province and county of the Tang Empire was marked in detail. The other countries were not marked in detail, but from this globe, it could be seen that the Tang Empire's territory was very small compared to the whole world. This surprised many people. Before Li Zishuan, everyone thought that the Tang Empire was the center of the world. But the reality was not like that. Of course, there were people who doubted the authenticity of the globe. But when there were doubts, there would be Yin Huang College students next to them who would take out the college's geography textbook and debate with them. After a period of time, many people accepted Li Zishuan's Earth theory. The sports department of the academy already had a batch of soccer balls for the academy students to rent for free. Therefore, there were several soccer teams formed by the students in the academy. However, there was only one field, and Li Tai and the other rich second generations could not occupy it every day. In the end, the soccer teams discussed with each other and decided that they could use whatever field they wanted on weekdays, but on weekends, they had to take turns. Therefore, there were football matches on the sports field every weekend. Most of the students who came to visit Yin Huang College liked to come here to watch the fun. Correspondingly, more and more people began to feel the charm of football. Most of these people wanted to buy a football when they went back, but when they saw the high price and the long line outside the strange interest pavilion every day, they dismissed the idea. Since I can't afford it, I'll rent it. Although it cost 100 copper coins to rent a soccer ball for a day, it was still acceptable for several people to share the cost of a dozen copper coins. Therefore, the football rental business of the Football Association became popular. The more than 300 soccer balls in the warehouse could be rented out every day, and they could earn dozens of copper coins in a day. Although this was a small amount of money to Li Zishuan, this small amount of money was more than the monthly profit of some restaurants and shops. It really made many people envious. Phew! The matters of the academy, the Department of Municipal Imports, and the Football Association have finally come to an end. I can finally do my own things. Li Zishuan sighed as he walked on the path of Yinshan. During this period, he was very busy for Yin Huang College, the Department of Municipal Imports, and the Football Association of Tang Empire. Now that these three departments were on the right track, he could free up his hands to do some interesting things. For example, supplying electricity to the Yinshan Villa. This was something he had wanted to do for a long time. He was tired of the dim candlelight. He wanted to bring light to the dark night of the world. Ahem, he digressed. He just wanted to use a light bulb in his house. It was such a simple request, but there were many difficulties in it. However, Li Zishuan was not afraid of difficulties. After all, now that he had rubber, he could use rubber-coated copper wire as an electric wire. It was more stable than the previous enameled wire. In this way, the medium and long-distance power transmission was guaranteed. Moreover, there was a small waterfall at the top of the west side of Yinshan Mountain. When the time came, he could put a hydroelectric generator under the waterfall and connect a wire back. Then, he could find a way to make a light bulb. Wouldn't he be able to achieve electric lighting? Although he did not have the metal tungsten needed to make the filament of the electric lamp, who said that only tungsten could be used to make the filament. Other conductive materials could be used to make it, but the lifespan was shorter. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of having the opportunity to use the electric lamp in Tang Empire. When this guy returned home, he went straight to his study and ignored the outside world. He was only focused on electricity research. Your Majesty, bad news, bad news. Night fell, Ganlu Palace. A young eunuch suddenly ran in a panic and said as he ran. Zhao Song, who was standing not far away from Lier, glared at the young eunuch. He thought to himself that this guy really didn't know how to speak. What did he mean by Your Majesty, bad news? Wasn't he cursing Lier? Why are you in such a panic? Tell me quickly. Lier didn't think much of it. He only frowned slightly and asked. The young eunuch hurriedly said, Your Majesty, His Highness King of Wei. His Highness King of Wei is seriously ill and can't get up. What? Qin Kei's ill? Lier stared and suddenly stood up. He shouted at the young eunuch. Why is Qin Kei ill? Wasn't he fine in the morning? Why is he suddenly so ill and can't get up? Imperial physician? Where's the imperial physician? Why aren't you calling for the imperial physician? The young eunuch said with a sobbing tone, Your Majesty, we have already called for the imperial physician, but the imperial physician said, clang. At this moment, the sound of a porcelain plate falling to the ground came from the entrance of the palace. Lier, who was upset, thought that some servant had accidentally broken the flower pot or something. He wanted to reprimand, but when he looked up, he was stunned and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Lier quickly walked down and greeted the person at the entrance of the palace. He said, Maid Guanyin, what's wrong with Qin Ke? Tell me what's wrong with Qin Quebec. The person who came was Empress Zhang's son. Seeing that it was already late at night, she wanted to send some refreshments to Lier, but who would have thought that just as she arrived, she would hear such shocking news? Her entire face instantly turned ghastly pale. At this moment, she couldn't care about being rude. As if she didn't see Lier, she rushed to the young eunuch and asked with a hoarse voice. Yes, hoarse. As a mother, there was no news more shocking than this. Chapter 906. This afternoon, Prince Wei, young Master Zhang's son, and young Master Chung were playing football on the lawn outside Plum Village. After returning from a game, Prince Wei started vomiting and having diarrhea right after dinner. At first, the official of the Prince Wei's residence thought that the food was not clean, so he severely punished the steward of the kitchen. The medical officer of the Prince Wei's residence thought that Prince Wei had eaten something bad, so they prescribed a prescription to stop diarrhea. After Prince Wei took it, not only did His Highness's illness not get better, but it became even worse. Now Prince Wei is about to vomit his bile and poop his intestines out. Lier and his wife were worried about their son. Ignoring the fact that it was already late, the two of them left the palace. On the way to the Prince Wei's residence, the eunuch who came to report first had the chance to explain the details to Lier. Lier's face darkened as he asked, What did the imperial physician say? The young eunuch replied, Replying to Your Majesty, in a moment of desperation, the Wei Wangfu's official hurriedly went to invite old imperial physician Qin and old imperial physician Wang. However, after the two imperial physicians took His Highness's pulse, they said that His Highness the Prince of Wei is Empress Zhang's son asked anxiously, What illness is my son suffering from? Tell me quickly. The eunuch trembled as he said, Your Majesty, the two imperial physicians said that Prince Wei is suffering from cholera. Cholera? Even though Lier and Emperor Zhang's son were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they heard these two words. After the shock, Empress Zhangsuan's face instantly turned pale. This was because those who contracted this illness were basically half a step into the gates of hell. Bastard! Qin Ke was originally fine. Why would she suddenly have cholera? Investigate. Zhao Song. Bring people to investigate properly. Let's see if there is someone who is so daring as to poison my son. Focus on the food and water sources that Qin Ke has been eating recently. Although Lier's heart was also very uncomfortable, he was still a man, so his expression was still considered calm. However, as an emperor, it was inevitable that he would have some persecution paranoia. He felt that there were always unruly people who wanted to harm his son. Therefore, he ordered with a gloomy face and a cold voice. Yes, sir. At this juncture, Zhao Song did not dare to be careless. He responded and went to make the arrangements. Dugu Xin, this general is here. Immediately send someone to invite all the imperial physicians in the Imperial Physician Bureau, regardless of whether they are asleep or not, to the Prince of Wei's mansion. As you command. Also, send someone to the Taibai mountain area and see if they can find Dr. Sun. After Lier made some arrangements, he was still worried. He placed his hopes on Sun Si Miao again. However, this old man was traveling the world with his disciple to save the living beings of the world. His whereabouts were erratic, so how could it be so easy to find him? Dugu Xin understood this as well. He pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and replying, This general obeys. Li Tai contracted such a life-threatening illness. Now that things had reached this point, as his subjects, they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. They only hoped that they would not be implicated when the time came. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. A quarter of an hour later, Li Er and Empress Zhongsun finally arrived at the Wei Prince's mansion. Ignoring the servant's salutes, Li Er directly asked with a sullen face, "Where is Qin Ke? Bring me there." "Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Wei is in the backyard." "Sai, Your Majesty, you and Her Majesty are of great value. You can't just go there like this." Officer Wu of the Wei Prince's mansion was halfway through his words when he saw that Li Er and Empress Zhongsun were about to enter. He quickly stopped them. "Bastard, get out of my way." Li Er was furious. Although cholera was contagious, it was only transmitted through food and water. Officer Wu was making a big fuss over nothing. Besides, even if there was a risk of him being infected, he had to go there at this time. The young man inside was his son. Therefore, at this moment, he did not care about the harmony between the monarch and his subjects. He directly pushed Officer Wu far away with one hand, and then quickly walked to the backyard with Empress Zhongsun. A large group of people behind hurriedly followed behind. When they arrived at the backyard, they saw that a side room was brightly lit. Without needing to ask, Li Er directly walked to that room. As soon as he got close to that room, he smelled a disgusting stench that almost suffocated him to death. But at this moment, his son was still on the verge of death. How could he have the time to complain about the stench? Empress Zhongsun did not even frown as the husband and wife pushed the door and entered just like that. Since the two of them were already like this, how could the large group of people behind dare to complain about the stench and not enter? Therefore, one by one, they resisted the urge to vomit and all went in. "Qin Ke, how are you?" The first thing she saw was Li Tai lying on the bed with a pale face. Beside the bed was a wooden basin and a toilet bowl. The stench in the room came from these two things. Empress Zhongsun saw that her son was weak and on the verge of death. She staggered 2 steps and walked over. She touched Li Tai's cheek and said sorrowfully. Hearing Empress Zhongsun's voice, Li Tai opened his eyes with difficulty and said weakly, "Imperial Mother. Imperial Mother is here. You go out quickly. It stinks here. I'll be fine after resting for 2 days. Don't worry." Hearing him say that, Empress Zhongsun, a strong woman of a generation, also felt grief from the bottom of her heart. She could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and immediately burst out. "Silly child, Imperial Mother is not afraid of the stench. Qin Ke, quickly tell Imperial Mother, how are you feeling now?" Li Tai forced a smile on his face, but it was a smile that was uglier than crying. Your son is fine. Mother Empress, you should leave quickly. Ugh, quickly bring the wooden basin over." Seeing this, Elder Wu hurriedly roared at the maidservants beside the bed. The maidservants hurriedly picked up the wooden basin and brought it to Li Tai's side. Ugh. Li Tai hugged the wooden basin and began vomiting with heart-wrenching pain. However, Empress Zhongsun could clearly see that Li Tai was vomiting no food at all, only yellow water. He must have already vomited everything in his stomach earlier. Seeing this scene, Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but be heartbroken. Li Er also saw it, and his face was now darker than the bottom of a pot. He said gloomily, "Duguexin, where are the imperial physicians? Why aren't the imperial physicians here yet? Send someone to invite them again. Those who don't come, prepare to be sent to the borders." Duguexin had no choice but to quickly cup his fists and say, "Yes, Your Majesty." Coincidentally, at this moment, a group of soldiers entered the backyard. It was the Imperial Guards under Duguexin's command. Among the Imperial Guards, there were many people mixed in, and all of them were disheveled. They must have been caught directly from their beds. "Your Majesty, all the Imperial physicians from the Imperial Physician Bureau have been brought here." A deputy general jogged over and cupped his fists. Li Er nodded and walked around the general. He walked to the front of the Imperial physicians and said sternly, "Qin Ke is sick. You all go in immediately for a consultation. Those who can cure Qin Ke's illness will be heavily rewarded." If none of you can cure her, humph. Chapter 907. In the Prince of Wei's residence. Lier's cold snort was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, he was willing to become a tyrant for his beloved son. The imperial physicians were dragged out of their beds. They were still full of resentment, but Lier's words made everyone shudder. They quickly perked up and went in to see the doctor. Your Majesty. At this moment, Zhao Song appeared out of nowhere. He went to Lier's side and called out softly. Lier nodded, and the two of them went to another side room. Have you found out? Was there anyone who poisoned him? Lier put his hands behind his back and asked with murderous intent. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, before you came, this old servant, along with Imperial Physician Wang and Imperial Physician Qin, inspected the food that Prince of Wei had for dinner. We did not find any abnormalities. We also checked the water source of the Prince of Wei's residence. We did not find any abnormalities. Lier frowned and said unhappily, Why would the green sparrow suddenly have cholera when it was perfectly fine? Zhao Song continued, Your Majesty, I heard from the servant who went out with Prince of Wei that Prince of Wei, Zhang Sun Chong, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the rest felt thirsty after playing football outside Plum Village. They drank from the Bar River beside Plum Village. I think the problem should be there. Lier said in disbelief. Then why was Qin K the only one? Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Dugu Xian's hurried voice. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Lier could only wave his sleeves and say, Come in. With a creak, Dugu Xian squeezed in from outside the door. Without waiting for Lier to ask, Dugu Xian cupped his fists and said anxiously, Your Majesty, this general has just received news that the young masters of the Cheng clan, Yuchi clan, Zhang Sun clan, and Sun clan have all fallen seriously ill. Their illnesses are very similar to Prince Wei's. Now, the state dukes and Sun Shaoqing are all looking for imperial physicians to treat their young masters. Lier's expression changed. What he said really came true. The current situation was obviously because the water in the Bar River was not clean, causing Li Tai and the rest to suffer from cholera at the same time. The situation had already escalated, and the situation had become even more severe. Lier furrowed his brows and didn't say a word. At this time, the sound of a few people talking came from outside the room. Lier flicked his sleeves and went out. He saw the imperial physicians standing in the courtyard, as if they were discussing something. Do the imperial physicians have a way to cure Qin Ke? Li Erlong walked over with large strides and asked straightforwardly. The imperial physicians who had been discussing among themselves immediately lowered their heads. The entire courtyard was silent. Lier's face was getting darker and darker. He was about to explode when an old man walked out from the crowd. It was Dr. Qin from the Imperial Medical Department, who had accompanied Li Zexuan to attack Snake Spirit Mountain and tested the poison with his own body. Your Majesty, according to our joint diagnosis, His Royal Highness Duke of Wei's illness is cholera. It comes with a ferocious momentum and can empty a person's body in an extremely short period of time. According to the ancient books, there is no effective treatment method, so we are not confident that we can cure His Royal Highness Duke of Wei. All I can do is try my best to delay the onset of His Highness King Wei's illness so that His Highness King Wei can hold on for another 2 days. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. All the imperial physicians cast a grateful look at Dr. Qin and then bowed to Lier. Lier's eyes were cold and said coldly, Imperial Physician Qin, is there really no way? There are still good elixirs in the palace's warehouse. Zhen allows you to take them as you wish. As long as you can cure Qin Ke, Zhen will give you whatever you want. Dr. Qin shook his head expressionlessly and said, His Highness's illness is not something that can be cured with medicine. Forgive me for being powerless. You. Lier was furious, and his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. Your Majesty, please calm down. At this critical moment, Empress Zhangsun came out of the house. In less than an hour, Zhangsun's face seemed to have aged a few years. She looked even more haggard. The tears on her face had not dried yet, and her eyes were red. God knows what kind of rough journey she had experienced during this period of time. When Lier saw this, he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. This woman was the devil of his life. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Qin, and the others have done their best. Please don't punish them. Empress Zhongsun took her husband's hand and said softly. Lier didn't say a word. He just nodded his head silently. In fact, how could he not understand that the chances of Li Tai's illness being cured were very small? So, he was just angry because he couldn't do anything. He was a dignified emperor, in charge of the fate of millions of people. But in the end, he couldn't save his son. How sad. Imperial Physician Qin, I will leave Qin Ke to you. You just do your best. If you can save him, that's the best. If you can't save him, this empress will not blame you. Empress Zhongsun looked at Dr. Qin and said in a kind tone. But when she said the last few words, her heart instantly collapsed. But she forced herself not to cry out. Dr. Qin had lived for a long time. He had already seen too much of the world. So, how could not hear that Empress Zhongsun was pretending to be kind? They all said that doctors have the heart of a parent. This kind of scene, he also felt uncomfortable. Your Highness, don't worry. This old man will do his best to save Prince Wei. Dr. Qin solemnly cupped his hands, then picked up the medicine box and walked with Dr. Wang to Li Tai's room. Your Majesty, Dugu Xin wanted to say something but stopped. Lier understood what he wanted to say and said, immediately choose 8 imperial physicians and escort them to Wuji, Jijia, Jingda, and Sun Fujia's houses. Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately order the county magistrates to send out bailiffs and prohibit the people from drinking the water of Ba River. Lier added another sentence. Now that things had developed to this point, it was no longer his family's matter. As an emperor, he could occasionally be emotional, but most of the time, he had to maintain his rationality. Yes, Your Majesty. Dugu Xin received the order and left. After a while, another soldier came to report. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince, Princess Changle, and His Highness the King of Han request an audience. Hearing this, Lier's heart finally warmed a little. He nodded and said, let them all in. It's good to see Qin Ke. As Lier expected, the current situation had rapidly deteriorated and was becoming more and more intense. The houses of the Cheng, Zhongsun, Yuqi, and Sun families were all brightly lit tonight. The madams of the 4 families shed countless tears. Chang and City at night suddenly had a trace of solemnity. What was more serious was that outside Chang and City, many people were suffering tonight. Unfortunately, the number of people infected with cholera was increasing. Chapter 908. Li Zixuan, who was far away from the commotion, slept very soundly that night. This guy was designing the generator in the study and had used up a lot of brain cells. He also drew a lot of blueprints. He was a little tired and fell asleep on the table. Han Yushi was afraid that it would be cold at night, and Li Zixuan would get sick from the cold. In fact, even if this guy was left asleep outside for a night, he would not get sick. So she called Xiao He and Xiao Shi, and the 3 of them carried Li Zixuan into the bedroom together. Of course, Li Zixuan was conscious during this period. The sharp senses of a martial arts grandmaster were not just for show. However, his nose twitched, and he knew who was next to him, so he allowed the 3 of them to move him in. After settling Li Zixuan down, Han Yushi returned to the study and carefully put away the blueprints that Li Zixuan drew. She put them in the small drawer of the desk. After locking it, she double-checked it before returning to the room with the key and lying down beside Li Zixuan. Although she couldn't understand those blueprints, the entire Li family, except for Lan treated Li Zixuan's blueprints with the highest confidentiality standard. They were afraid that others would take advantage of it if it was leaked. Although Li Zixuan had said many times that there was no need to be so serious, the Li family style of doing things had never changed. The night went by uneventfully. Li Zixuan, who was overworked, didn't even do any exercise in bed. He slept comfortably all the way until dawn. He was truly exhausted from yesterday. It was early in the morning, so little Zixuan was naturally in high spirits. Li Zixuan originally wanted to make up for last night's exercise, but Han Yushi had foreseen it and avoided it. Now that Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Lana were living with them. How could she let her husband do whatever he wanted in broad daylight? Husband, quickly wash up and come down for breakfast. I put the blueprints you drew yesterday in the drawer. The key is under the pillow. Don't be as tired as yesterday. Han Yushi finished speaking in a panic and then ran downstairs as if she was escaping. This girl seems to have gained some experience in the revolutionary struggle. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and said shamelessly, Cloud Mountain was filled with warmth, but the situation in Chong and city was not so good. Your Majesty, the civil and military officials are already waiting outside the Taiji Palace. What do you think about this morning court session? Inside Prince Wei's mansion, Zhao Song, with a pair of panda eyes, asked Li Er carefully. In fact, he was not the only one with panda eyes. The entire Prince Wei's residence, including Li Tai, did not sleep for the entire night. Li Tai was no exception. After a night of pooping and vomiting, he felt a burning pain in his anus. He felt that he would rather die than suffer. Inform the officials that the court will be suspended for today. If there are any important matters, submit the memorials to the auxiliary machine to the Minister of Affairs. Xianling and Ru Hui will deal with it on behalf of us. Li Er rubbed his glabella and said in a low voice. He wanted to ask Zhang Sun Wuji to deal with it on behalf of him, but he suddenly remembered that Zhang Sun Wuji was probably in the same situation as him. They did not sleep for the entire night and might not even come to the morning court session. Thus, he changed his words. Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Then, he called a young eunuch and asked him to pass the imperial decree to the palace. He continued to stand beside Li Er and serve him. What's the situation inside now? Li Er sighed and asked softly, Your Majesty, Prince Wei's body is too weak now. We can't use too much medicine. Last night, a few imperial physicians discussed and came up with a compromise. Prince Wei has already taken it. Prince Wei finally fell asleep when the sky was about to brighten. The number of times he went to the toilet has also decreased. Zhao Song hesitated for a moment and cupped his hands to report. Li Er's heart sank. He was not a 3-year-old child. Zhao Song was obviously reporting the good news and not the bad news. It's been so long. Has Qin Ke eaten? Zhao Song's face instantly turned ugly. Seeing Li Er looking at him with burning eyes, he could only tell the truth. Imperial physician Qin said that whatever Prince Wei eats now, he will vomit or poop. For Prince Wei, food is not only unable to replenish his energy, but it will also worsen his body's weakness. Therefore, it is not suitable for Prince Wei to eat at the moment. But if a person doesn't eat, how long can he live? Li Er slapped the stone table and said sullenly, Your Majesty, please calm down. Imperial physician Qin said that for now, we can only use medicine to keep Prince Wei's life. Then, we will think of another way. Zhao Song said carefully. Imperial Father. As the two of them spoke, Li Changqian, Changle, and Li Ko walked out of the room. The three of them had red eyes. Only then did Li Er put away the gloominess on his face. He turned around and nodded at his 3 children. Qin Ke is asleep? Li Changqian nodded and replied, Yes, Imperial Father. Li Er looked at Changle. The little girl's face was like a pear blossom in the rain. She must have shed a lot of tears earlier. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife. It hurt more than being stabbed on the battlefield. Changle, go back to the palace with your mother to rest. Don't worry, Qin Ke will get better. Li Er said gently. Changle wanted to say no, but when she met Li Er's bloodshot eyes, her heart hurt even more. In order not to worry Li Er, she could only nod silently. The moment she turned around, she could not help but ask, Imperial Father, will Brother Qin Ke really be fine? Ever since Li Tai became Li Zishuan's disciple, his temperament had changed a lot. He doted on his sister even more. Naturally, she respected her brother, Li Tai, even more. When she suddenly heard the bad news last night, she felt as if the world was falling apart. It was hard for her to accept this reality. When Li Er heard this, he felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. He felt indescribably uncomfortable. Don't worry, Changle. Qin Ke will definitely be fine. Quickly go back and rest. Changle nodded firmly. Yes, Brother Chinke will definitely be fine. With that, she turned around and walked into the room. However, she muttered to herself in the air, if only Brother Xiao Xian was here. He will definitely not let anything happen to Brother Chinke. Lisa Xuan. The four people present were all shocked, and they were all dumbfounded. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Zhao Song, quickly go to Yinshan and bring Lisa Xuan here. Not long after, Li Er suddenly stood up and ordered Zhao Song. Although he was not sure if Lisa Xuan could treat cholera, Lisa Xuan had been creating miracles since the moment he entered Chong and City this year. Someone who could cure Qin Xiong, who was covered in injuries, must have a way to deal with cholera. Moreover, Li Tai's life was hanging by a thread. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to try. Otherwise, he would not have sent people to Taibai Mountain to look for Sun Simiao last night. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 909. His Majesty is not feeling well today, so he will not attend court for a day. If the officials have urgent matters, hand over the memorials to Minister Fong and Minister Du to deal with them. Outside Taiji Palace, the officials who had been waiting for a long time without seeing Li Erzhao and the others enter the palace suddenly received such a decree. They couldn't help but discuss in private. What's going on today? Duke Qi didn't come, Duke Lu didn't come, Duke Yuchi Jina didn't come, and now His Majesty didn't come either. In the first year of Jingguan, Zhang Sun Wuji was promoted to Minister of Appointments and was awarded the title of Duke Qi. Something big must have happened. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, he has always been diligent and loved the people. There has never been a situation where he didn't attend morning court. What big thing can happen? Besides, even if something happened, it's impossible for so many officials to not come at the same time, right? Fong Xianling saw the commotion below and couldn't help but stand up and say loudly, "Colleagues, if you have something, please hand over the memorials to me. If there is nothing, please return to your offices and do your duties." As the Prime Minister of the Empire, Fong Xianling still had a lot of prestige. As soon as his voice fell, the officials immediately quieted down. Qin Xiong's eyes flashed, and he turned to leave without saying a word. He also felt that something was wrong, so he wanted to go to Chung Mansion and Yuchi Mansion to take a look. Damn, you're all a bunch of quacks. You don't give my son food. Do you want him to starve to death? Chung Mansion backyard. Chung Yaojin slammed his palm on the stone table in the courtyard and said angrily with his eyes red. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone table exploded from the middle with a bang and scattered on the ground. The imperial physician in front of him said helplessly, "Duke Lu, please calm down. Your son can't eat now. You are harming him by letting people feed him. To tell you the truth, His Highness Prince Wei is also using the same treatment method." Chung Yaojin said angrily, "Nonsense. I only know that if a person doesn't eat, they won't last many days. You bunch of quacks can't save people, but you are still harming people here. Duke Lu, if you insist on letting your son eat, he won't last 3 days. If he doesn't eat, he can last at least 5 more days." The imperial physician said angrily. Anyone who was scolded by Chang Yaojin as a quack and a quack would also be annoyed. "Master, don't say any more. Let's listen to the imperial physician." Madame Chung wiped her tears and pulled her husband who had lost his mind. "Oomph, listen to my ass. Steward, immediately send someone to Cloud Mountain and invite little Xian over." Chung Yaojin flicked his sleeves, turned around, and left. Marquis of Yong'an? If Duke of Lu invites the Marquis of Yong and over, there might still be a chance to turn things around. When the imperial physician heard Chung Yaojin mention Lisa Xuan, his eyes lit up as he muttered in his heart, Marquis, bad news, something big has happened." Cloud Mountain Villa. Lisa Xuan was having breakfast with his family in the living room when he heard Pang Feiji's wailing outside. "What's the fuss about? Come. Have you eaten breakfast? If you haven't, let's sit down and eat together." Lisa Xuan looked at Pang Feiji, who was panting at the door, and said angrily, "Marquis, what time is it now? You should stop eating. Something big has happened. Quickly follow me into the city." Pang Feiji waved his hand and complained helplessly, Li Zixuan asked curiously. What happened? Why are you so anxious? Pang Feiji saw that Li Zixuan didn't seem to care, so he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Marquis, I've received news that Prince Wei, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Sun Zifan contracted cholera at the same time yesterday. Their lives are hanging by a thread, and they are in imminent danger. Marquis, quickly go and take a look. Cholera. Li Jingma, Mrs. Li, and Han Yushi's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Li Zixuan was also shocked. He subconsciously thought that Pang Feiji was talking nonsense. The memory of his previous life told him that cholera was only introduced into China at the end of the Qing dynasty. How could such an acute infectious disease appear in this era? However, from the memory of this body, Li Zixuan found that there were already records of cholera in medical books from before. After carefully comparing the memories of the two lives in his mind, Li Zixuan realized that this cholera was not the same cholera. There was a substantial difference between the two. The cholera that modern people talked about usually referred to Hulila, which was an acute diarrheal disease caused by contaminated food or water ingested by Vibrio cholerae. In the TV series Chuangwendong, the Japanese child Ichiro was saved by Shoair, but was thrown out by her father because Ichiro might have gotten Hulila. Scholars believe that the cholera caused by Vibrio cholerae, or Hulila, was introduced into China in 1820, the 25th year of the Qing dynasty. According to Song Rilin in the preface of Lin Sen's Complete Cholera Diseases, he said, in the autumn of Jiaqing Gengxian, 1820, many people vomited and had diarrhea. The following year, Xinzi became even more severe. It also said this disease began in Guangdong, and this year in Fujian and Taiwan, the patients were especially severe. In the 7 major cholera epidemics in the world, China was always the most severely affected area. During the 2 epidemics, there were many patients and many died. During the Qing dynasty, cholera was very contagious. Sometimes, when a coffin was carried to the funeral, he died before the coffin was carried to the place. This was a situation that occurred continuously in Dandong, called Annong at that time, 20 years after the Qing dynasty. However, the cholera mentioned by the ancients did not completely correspond to Hulila. It could be a simple symptom of vomiting and diarrhea, like the acute gastroenteritis that was common in summer and autumn. The so-called cholera was sudden. The so-called cholera was a sudden illness that occurred suddenly. This term existed before the Han dynasty and was not translated for modern times. As early as in the inner canon of the Yellow Emperor, there were already records of cholera. For example, the Spiritual Pivot 5 Chaos chapter said, when the stomach is in chaos, it is cholera. The Suan Qi communication theory said, when the earth is not old enough, the people suffer from cholera. The Suan 6 elements of the righteous era said, when a moon is full of cholera, it vomits. The plague that the army suffered in the process of marching was mostly cholera. When cholera occurred, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Before the war even began, most of them were already dead. With regards to cholera, the ancients mainly focused on prevention and treatment as a supplement. In general, there was no special treatment for this kind of class A infectious disease. During the Taihe period of the Jin dynasty, the monks of Guangji Temple suffered from cholera. A necromancer used monk's hood and dried ginger to cure them. After drinking it, they forced out a few mouthfuls of blood and then died. Therefore, when the medical officials of the Imperial Medical Department faced Li Tai, whose life was hanging by a thread, they were collectively helpless. It was not that they were incompetent, but that the cholera was too strong. Where is the Marquis of Yong'an? His Majesty summons you to return to Chong. And immediately, at this moment, a sharp voice came from outside, waking Li Zixuan from his daze. Chapter 9-10. Just as he finished speaking, the eunuch who came to deliver the edict appeared at the door. Li Zixuan and the rest hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Seeing that there was no way he could continue eating, he said to his father, "Father, you guys continue eating. I'll go back to Chong and take a look." Li Jingma said worriedly, "Little Xian, that's cholera. Are you confident?" He did not object to his son saving Li Tai, but he was worried that if he could not save him, he would be implicated. After all, the royal family was the most heartless. Li Zixuan understood what his father was worried about. He smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. I still have some confidence." Even if he did not have confidence, he should still go to Chong and to see Li Tai. But coincidentally, he did know an ingenious method to treat cholera. "Little Xian, you have to be careful," Madame Li said worriedly. Li Zixuan said, "Mother, it's fine. I'll be back soon." After saying that, he prepared to leave with the young eunuch beside him, who was already anxious to the point of smoke coming out of his head. Who knew at this moment? "Marquis Yong, and my master invites you to see my eldest young master. May I trouble you?" An old man appeared outside the door. It was the Chung Manor's housekeeper Liang. Li Zixuan recognized him at a glance. Housekeeper Liang was halfway through his sentence when he saw the eunuch beside Li Zixuan. He immediately shut his mouth, not knowing what to do. Obviously, he had guessed that this eunuch was here to ask Li Zixuan to treat Li Tai's illness. How could he ask for it? Was he going to snatch the person in front of everyone? But Chung Chumo was also bedridden. Li Zixuan was his only hope. If he did not invite Li Zixuan back, what would happen to Chung Chumo? "Oh, Uncle Yang, you're here." Li Zixuan thought for a moment and understood the purpose of housekeeper Liang's visit. He took the initiative to welcome him and said, "How is Chon Yo? Does the imperial physician have any countermeasures?" Head steward Liang said with a distressed expression, "Eldest young master had diarrhea for an entire night and his stomach was empty, but he still couldn't resist going to the toilet. The imperial physician didn't allow him to eat. So old master asked me to invite the Marquis of Yong into the manor to see if there's a way to treat my young master's illness." The little eunuch beside him immediately became anxious and stepped forward to say, "Marquis Yong and His Majesty and Her Highness are waiting for you. You should quickly follow us to save King Wei." Housekeeper Liang pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but at this time, he couldn't possibly ask Li Zixuan to go against the order and save Ching Chumo, right? That would be too selfish. Li Zixuan didn't know if Li Tai and Chang Chumo's situation was serious or not. It would be bad if something happened to the other when he went to save one of them. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and said decisively, "Uncle Liang, send Chumo to King Wei's manor in a moment. I will treat the two of them together. I will explain the situation to His Majesty." The little eunuch wanted to say something, but he was intimidated by Li Zixuan's reputation and didn't say anything in the end. As long as Li Zixuan could go to King Wei's manor as soon as possible, head steward Liang said gratefully, "Thank you, Marquis Yon. I will go back and tell old master now." Li Zixuan quickly added, "All right, I'll have to trouble Uncle Liang to inform Uncle Yuqi, the Sun family, and the Zhang Sun family to send Yuqi Baolin, Sun Zifan, and Zhang Sun Chong over." Saving one person was the same as saving 5 people. He might as well solve them all at once. Head steward Liang naturally agreed. Li Zixuan followed the little eunuch on horseback to Chang'an City. "Your Majesty, the Marquis Yong and is here." In King Wei's manor, just as Li Er and Emperor Zhang Sun were panicking, a guard ran over and cupped his fists. Li Er's expression brightened. He raised his head and said hurriedly, "Let him in." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, Li Zixuan walked in and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Erda waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so courteous. Li Zixuan, I'm sure you've heard about the matter. Qin Ke has contracted cholera, and the imperial physicians are all helpless. Although you don't specialize in medicine, you always have some unexpected methods to treat illnesses and save lives. We called you here today to ask if you can treat cholera." Before this, who would have thought that this half-grown youth would become the last hope of a country's ruler? Li Zixuan didn't immediately agree. Instead, he said, "May I take a look at King Wei's current condition? Everything will have to wait for me to take a look." Li Er nodded and said, "Zhao Song, bring the Marquis Yuan in." In the past, he used to address Li Zixuan as a brat. Now that Li Zixuan had become Li Tai's last hope, Li Er's address of Li Zixuan became more formal. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song cupped his fists in acknowledgement. Li Zixuan followed Zhao Song to the side room to visit Li Tai. As they approached the side room, Li Zixuan could smell the stench rolling in. He quickly held his breath. He glanced at Zhao Song from the corner of his eye and saw that the latter's chest was not rising and falling. He knew that this old man must be holding his breath like him. Entering the side room, it was filled with imperial physicians and servants. These people had been exposed to the stench for an entire night and must have developed immunity. No one was covering their noses and mouths. Of course, there were a few familiar faces among these people. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin from the Imperial Physicians Department, who had helped Li Zixuan previously. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded at them. Then, he looked at Li Tai, who was lying on the bed with a weak breath and had already fainted. He was immediately shocked when he saw him. Previously, during the military training at the academy, Li Tai had grown from a fatty who weighed 200 pounds to a normal man who weighed 120 to 30 pounds. But now, after being sick for a day, he seemed to have become even thinner. This cholera was really ferocious. In just one day, it could torture someone to this extent. If this were to continue for a few more days, Li Tai's life would be gone. Xiao Xian, how is it? Is there any way to save him? Unknowingly, Li Er had walked in. He looked at Li Zixuan and asked in a low voice. To his delight, Li Zixuan actually nodded. Your Majesty, from the feces and vomit, we can conclude that Qin Ke has indeed contracted cholera. This subject has a method that may be able to cure this illness, but whether it will work or not, this subject is not 100% sure. Even if it was not 100%, it should be at least 60 to 70%, right? Li Er was ecstatic. Li Zixuan said that he was not 100% sure, but the imperial physicians were not even 10% sure. It was clear who was better and who was worse. Good. I believe in you. Whatever you need, just let me know. There are many rare herbs in the palace storehouse. I can give them all to you as long as you can cure Qingqiue's illness. Chapter 9:11. Your Majesty, I don't need those top gray herbs for the time being. Let's wait for the others to come first before treating them together. Prince Wei's mansion, back room. Li Zixuan didn't take advantage of the sudden generosity of Li Er. Besides, his method didn't require any precious herbs. The others? Li Er was puzzled and asked, who else? Li Zixuan quickly explained, Your Majesty, I heard that Shumo, Bao Lin, Sun Zifan, and Zhang Sun Chong were all infected with cholera like Qin Quebec. Treating them is like putting out a fire, so I thought of gathering them together to treat them together. I hope Your Majesty will allow it. This was acting first and reporting later. The matter had already been done, and now it was just a formality to inform Li Er. However, Li Er's mood was much better than before, so he said, no matter, then let's wait for them to come together. In the end, wasn't Li Zixuan willing to come here first because he was the emperor? But even if he was the emperor, he couldn't keep hogging Li Zixuan and delay the treatment of the others. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a commotion in the front yard of the Prince Wei's mansion. Immediately after, a guard came in and reported, Your Majesty, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, Duke Qi, and Sun Shaoqing have brought their respective young masters over. Li Zixuan thought to himself that the speed was fast, while Li Er looked at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan quickly cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, why don't you place them in this room so that I can treat them at the same time? Li Er then instructed the guard, Do as the Marquis of Yong'an says. Yes. Not long after, Zhang Sun Wuji, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and Sun Fujia, the four big shots of the imperial court, ordered the servants to carry their sons in on bamboo couches. It was worth mentioning that not only did they carry the people over, but they also brought the toilets and basins. Because their sons had vomited and had diarrhea several times along the way, they couldn't possibly poop on the bamboo couches, right? But their combination looked like they were moving. Greetings, Your Majesty. After the four big shots settled their sons down, they bowed to Li Er one after another. Li Er waved his hand. No need for formalities. Zhang Sun Wuji cupped his hands and said, My son's condition is urgent. I didn't receive Your Majesty's summons and sent him here to seek help. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me. The other three followed suit and cupped their hands in apology. Lier said warmly. You are too serious. As a father, I understand your difficulties. Zhongsun Wuji bowed and said, Many thanks, Your Majesty. Then he turned to Li Zixuan and cupped his hands. Marquis Yuan, I'll leave my son in your care. Among the four families, he was the one with the most estranged relationship with Li Zixuan. The sons of the other three families were all Li Zixuan's first students, so their relationship was naturally not ordinary. Li Zixuan hurriedly returned the greeting and said, I will do my best. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qijingde came over and patted Li Zixuan's shoulders. With their family's relationship with Li Zixuan, there was no need to say anything more. If they said anything more, it would make them seem estranged. Sun Fujia also thanked Li Zixuan with a haggard face. The previously lifeless room finally had some vitality at this moment. The imperial physicians, servants, the four big shots who just arrived, as well as Emperor Zhongsun, who was persuaded by Li Er to go back and rest, and Li Er himself, all placed their hopes on Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan felt an indescribable pressure. He turned around and said to Li Er, Your Majesty's treatment method is a little special. If Your Majesty raises any strange requests later, I hope Your Majesty, Her Majesty, and uncles will not question it. The final treatment effect will only be revealed at the end. Furthermore, the people here must listen to Your Majesty's instructions. This was giving an early warning. Although everyone felt that Li Zixuan's words were a little strange, no one raised any objections. Li Er also nodded and said, No problem. Use whatever methods you have. From now on, all the guards, imperial physicians, and servants in the entire estate will be under your command. After saying that, he said away Wang Fu's senior official, Wu. Did you hear what we just said? Senior official Wu hurriedly said, Your Majesty will fully cooperate with the Marquis of Yong'an's treatment. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Many thanks for Your Majesty's understanding. Now, this subject will begin to treat Qin Ke and the others. Your Majesty, Your Highness, and uncles, please move to the courtyard. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient. Li Er nodded and brought Empress Zhongsun out. Li Chengxian and Li Ku glanced at Li Zixuan and also followed out. As for Chonglu, she had already been persuaded by Li Er and Zhongsun to go back and rest. Xiao Xian, the best thing my family Shonyo did in his life was to have a brother like you. Cheng Yaojin was the last to leave. Before he left, he patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and sighed. Li Zixuan glanced at Cheng Chumo, who was lying on the bamboo couch, and thought to himself that after a while, Cheng Chumo would definitely jump up and say that the thing he regretted the most in his life was having a brother like him. Right? Hey, Xiao Xian, you have a way to treat our illness. That's great. Last night, I almost King pooped my intestines out. Now, my butt is still burning with pain. Cheng Chumo said intermittently. Among the five of them, he and Yuchi Baolin were in the best condition. After all, the physique of a martial artist was in charge. Li Zixuan didn't waste time talking nonsense with this guy. Instead, he directly instructed the way Wang Fu's official. Official Wu, this marquis needs something. Can you help me find some? Official Wu hurriedly said, Marquis, just tell me what you need. This one will do his best to help you find it. But Li Zixuan's next sentence had the flavor of not giving up until he was shocked to death. Quickly bring some people to help this marquis find some used toilet paper, and also bring over 4 braziers. Remember, they must be used toilet chips, not new ones. Elder Wu was dumbfounded. His brain couldn't wrap itself around it for a moment. What does treating an illness have to do with toilet chips? At this moment, he really wanted to ask Li Zixuan, Are you kidding me? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Zixuan saw the situation and asked, No problem, no problem. Marquis Yong'an, please wait a moment. I'll get someone to do it now. Official Wu wiped his sweat and said hurriedly. Academician Qin couldn't help but ask, Marquis Yong'an, why are you asking people to search for toilet chips? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Of course it's to treat illnesses. Academician Qin will understand in a while. Xiao Xian, If you can't be thinking of using toilet chips to treat our illnesses, right? We are brothers. How can you do this? Even if you have to do this, you should at least let us use those and use toilet chips. Chung Chimo, who was lying on the stretcher, suddenly became agitated and said to Li Zixuan intermittently. Chapter 9:12. High Energy Warning. This chapter is a little strange. Those who are misophobic or are eating, please be careful. Elder Wu, what are you carrying? In the backyard of the Prince of Wei's residence, all the parents were anxiously waiting for Li Zixuan's diagnosis and treatment results. However, they saw Senior Advisor Wu instructing people to carry 5 braziers and a basket of unknown objects into the side room. Out of curiosity, Li Er stopped Elder Wu and asked. Elder Wu's face turned bitter as he answered truthfully, Your Majesty, the objects in the basket are toilet chips. The Duke of Yong, and asked me to find them. When Li Er heard this, his face turned ugly. Toilet chips? What does he need toilet chips for? I do not know. The Duke of Yong, and did not tell me. Elder Wu was also puzzled in his heart. He didn't know why Li Zixuan wanted him to find these disgusting things out of the blue. You may go. I will ask him later. Li Er had a bad premonition. However, he had already promised Li Zixuan that everyone would be under his command. How could he go back on his word now? Empress Zhongsun looked at the room with doubt in her eyes. The other big shots also looked at each other in dismay. In the room. Marquis, I brought you the cutlery and brazier you wanted. What else do you need next? After the braziers and toilet chips were moved into the room, Elder Wu cupped his fist and asked Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan looked and nodded. I do not need them for now. Order people to throw the toilet chips into the braziers and bring the braziers to Qin Ke and Chumo's beds. Let the heat dry their bodies. Leave 1 or 2 people to add the toilet chips into the braziers. The rest of you go out first. We will come back in half an hour. This was an indigenous method of treating cholera that Li Zixuan heard from the village doctor in his previous life. It was said that it had cured many people. Cough, cough. Of course, there was no such thing as toilet chips in the modern world. He could only use shit stir as a substitute. He didn't have much confidence in this kind of crude recipe, but at this moment, he wanted to try it out to see how effective it was. Moreover, he still had other tricks up his sleeve. When Elder Wu heard this, he was stunned. He finally understood why Li Zixuan wanted him to find these toilets. But why did it sound so unreliable? Marquis, there's no need to ask. Just do as I say. Li Zixuan didn't wait for Elder Wu to ask and wave his hand domineeringly. In fact, even he himself did not know that this method of using toilet cubes to treat cholera had a great background. The Compendium of Materia Medica had a record in the medical devices department. Toilet preparation, attending physician dystocia, cholera, and cold body tendons, burning hot air under the bed and spreading it to the upper body. Also, the attending physician is afflicted with evil spirit energy. This item is the smallest, but its power can be recorded, hidden artifact. Don't you think it's unbelievable? Regardless of whether this prescription had a scientific basis or not, there were even more shocking prescriptions in the Compendium of Materia Medica. For example, human urine could treat cold and heat headaches. Pig tying rope was used to treat children's cries of alarm and restless hair. Using the 12th lunar month to burn ashes and drinking a little water. Li Zixuan only remembered that when the old village doctor told him this crude method of using toilet cubes to treat cholera, he secretly laughed in his heart. Those cholera patients must have been cured by the smell of feces, right? Elder Wu saw Li Zixuan's unyielding attitude and could only do as he was told. Chung Chimo, who was lying on the bamboo bed, really sat up in shock. Who knew where this guy got his strength from? He pointed at Li Zixuan and shouted with his eyes wide open. F***CK. Xiao Xian, you can't cheat your brother like this. You're not treating us. You're clearly trying to suffocate us to death. Although he had been suffocated by his own feces for an entire night, how could other people's feces be the same as his own? Many times when you go to the latrine to take a dump, you'll think that the latrine next to you is smelly, but you'll usually not think that your own feces are smelly. Li Zixuan said with a smile, seeing that you're so energetic now, It means that these toilet cubes are very useful. Elder Wu, remember to close all the doors and windows in a while and keep them sealed. After saying that, he ignored Chung Chumo's shouting and turned to leave. The imperial physicians also hurriedly fled. Li Tai, who was unconscious, was faintly awakened by Chung Chumo's loud voice. He said in a daze, "Suffocate to death? What? What suffocate to death? Chumo, why are you here?" Chung Chumo saw that the doors and windows were closed and couldn't help but feel despair. He was too lazy to talk to Li Tai. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his stomach. He hurriedly shouted, Quick, I want to shit. Hurry. Pooh. Inside the room, the smell of fresh feces, burning feces, and vomiting mixed together. The stench was overwhelming. Even the maids and servants of the prince's residence who had been suffocated for an entire night couldn't stand it anymore. These people probably wouldn't be able to eat for a month, right? Vomit. Li Tai's stomach churned, and he hurriedly turned to the side and vomited into the basin under the bed. The other people lying on the bamboo bed weren't any better. Each of them was suffocated by the stench emitted from the brazier. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but they were already exhausted from pooping for an entire night. How could they have the strength to do that? They could only lie on the bamboo bed and silently enjoy it. Outside the room, Li Zixuan saw Li Zixuan walk out and asked, Li Zhanshu, why did you ask Elder Wu to find the toilet cubes for? Empress Zhang's son, Cheng Yaojin, and the others also looked over. Li Zixuan didn't dare to directly say that he just wanted to test whether or not the local prescription would work. Instead, he seriously spouted nonsense. Your Majesty, I put these cubes into the fire and burned them. I want to smoke out the damp and evil aura from Qin Ke and the others' bodies. Then I will supplement it with a few prescriptions to nourish and expel the cold, to nurse their bodies and prevent them from having diarrhea. When Li Er heard that Li Zixuan used the cubes to treat Li Tai's illness, his face instantly turned green. He subconsciously suspected that Li Zixuan was purposely messing with his son. But Li Zixuan's later words made it seem like he was serious and reasonable, which made him hesitate for a moment. The main reason was that spiritual master Ling Xu's reputation was too great. Otherwise, he would have the thought of chopping Li Zixuan into pieces. After pausing for a moment, Li Er said with a black face, I will believe you for now. If this still can't cure Qin Ke and the others, He didn't finish the second half of the sentence, but the threat was obvious. Empress Zhang's son, Cheng Yaojin, and the others who originally didn't look good could only swallow their doubts when they heard that Li Er had agreed. Li Zixuan didn't care at all because he was very confident in the other prescriptions in his heart. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Then he turned and ordered, Elder Wu, please bring me a brush and ink. I will write a few prescriptions, and then you send someone to get the herbs. Chapter 9:13. Dr. Wu brought over a brush and ink. The imperial physicians couldn't help but gather around, wanted to see what kind of magical prescription Li Zixuan would come up with. Li Zixuan didn't mind them secretly learning from him. He picked up the brush and began to write. First, use 2 qian of dried ginger and 2 qian of wu zhuyu. Then, use 10 qian of dried ginger and 5 qian of cooked aconite. Fry it for 3 to 4 quarters of an hour. Then, add an appropriate amount of rice. Fry it in warm water. Lastly, add an appropriate amount of fresh ginger and hearth soil. Fry it in water and filter it to remove the dregs. Take it once in the morning and once in the morning. Within 5 days, you will be cured. This prescription was the other prescription for cholera that the old village doctor in his previous life had told him about. Although it was a bit of a folk prescription, it was undoubtedly more scientific than using toilet cubes to treat cholera. Li Zixuan's previous body had been taught by spiritual master Ling Su. Although he had never received a complete teaching of medicine, he had been weak and sickly since he was young. It could be said that he had become a doctor after being sick for a long time. Although his medical skills weren't at Sun Simiao's level, he had a good understanding of the medicinal properties of various Chinese medicines. When Li Zixuan had just transmigrated from the modern world, the fusion between his souls wasn't perfect. Therefore, he didn't have many memories related to medicine at first. However, Ever since he had broken through to the realm of martial arts grandmaster, his mental strength had increased exponentially. Gradually, his brain began to have more knowledge about medicine and medicinal herbs. Although it wasn't very systematic or comprehensive, Li Zixuan was still very happy to have an additional skill. When Pang Feiji told him that Li Tai and the others had contracted cholera in the morning, Li Zixuan had been thinking about how to treat cholera. He couldn't help but think of the method that the old village doctor had told him about. Although the old man was just a village doctor in the countryside, he had been practicing medicine for his entire life. His medical skills were extremely high. Moreover, he was proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine. Many large hospitals couldn't easily treat an illness, but in his hands, he might be able to cure it with 2 injections and 2 prescriptions. Moreover, it didn't cost much. Therefore, the old village doctor was very respected in the village. In his previous life, the old village doctor lived right next to Li Zixuan's house. Therefore, Li Zixuan had more contact with him. That was why he knew so many prescriptions. On the way there, Li Zixuan used the memory of his predecessor and began to analyze the prescriptions given by the old village doctor. The more he analyzed, the brighter his eyes became, and the more surprised he became. Only people who were well-versed in pharmacology would understand the true beauty of these prescriptions. This was also the reason why he was so confident when he made the promise to Li Er. As for the toilet chips, it was just an experiment he wanted to do on the spur of the moment. It would be best if he could smoke Li Tai and the others well. It didn't matter if the smoke didn't work. He still had other tricks up his sleeve. This prescription. Brilliant, brilliant. After Li Zixuan put down the brush, Imperial Dr. Qin was the first to exclaim. However, some people didn't understand, so they asked, "Dr. Qin, how is this prescription so brilliant? It's obviously just some common herbs." Imperial Dr. Qin was embarrassed to say that the last part of the prescription was the stove soil. No matter how he looked at it, it was not reliable. Dr. Qin shook his head and said, "It's because it's just some common herbs. That's why the person who came up with this prescription is so brilliant. His medical skills have reached perfection. Everything in his hands can be used as medicine. This Qin is not as good as him. Dr. Qin, why don't you explain it to us? We can learn from it." When the doctors heard Dr. Qin's words, they couldn't help but feel itchy. Dr. Qin stroked his beard and said, "This prescription was written by Marquis Yong. Presumably, Marquis Yong and is the most knowledgeable about this prescription. This old man will not show off in front of an expert." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Dr. Qin is too modest. For the same prescription, different doctors have different opinions. Why don't you tell me your opinion first, and then this young one will use my own opinion to compare with yours. For this young one, this is also a kind of improvement." Dr. Qin looked deeply at Li Zixuan. The admiration in his eyes became more and more intense. Talented, but not arrogant. If this kind of young man can have a meteoric rise, then it's really unreasonable. Since Marquis Yong and insists, then this old man will show his incompetence. Dr. Qin was no longer modest. He thought for a while and said, "Ginger is very hot. It can warm the meridians and stop bleeding. It can also replenish the yang energy. Although Fructus cordialis is a little poisonous, ginger can suppress its toxicity. Moreover, Fructus cordialis itself can strengthen yang energy and stop diarrhea. It can also expel cold and relieve pain. Marquis Yong and's first prescription can cure Wei Wang's illness by more than 30%. It can also replenish the lost energy in his body. This is really good. After replenishing the lost energy, the second prescription is even more powerful. It has the intention of following up the victory. Ginger warms the spleen and stomach. Cooked monkshood restores yang energy and relieves yang energy, and japonica rice relieves diarrhea and invigorates the spleen. This prescription combined with the first prescription can at least cure Wei Wang's cholera by more than 80%. As for the last prescription, this old man doesn't really understand the use of the hearth soil, so I won't comment on it." All the imperial physicians had a look of sudden realization. They didn't think that these ordinary things would have such a strong effect when put together. It seems like the more expensive something is, the better it is. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and laughed. Dr. Qin's grasp of the medicinal properties of these herbs is really admirable. As for the hearth soil, it is warm and heavy. It warms the stomach and relieves the vomiting. It is mainly used to treat the weak cold in the spleen and stomach and vomiting caused by the lack of stomach qi. The main purpose of using it here is to strengthen the efficacy of the previous 2 prescriptions and completely cure Wei Wan's cholera. Dr. Qin's words just now were very correct. As long as one is well-versed in medicine, anything can be used as medicine. As a doctor, one has the responsibility to treat the illness of the patient with the least cost. Of course, this is also the most important part of a doctor's ability. If one uses expensive herbs like ginseng and deer antler when they encounter an illness, how many people in the world can afford to treat the illness? Qin Ke, Chu Mo, and the others' cholera was caused by the water of Ba River. However, Ba River stretches for hundreds of li recently. Tens of thousands of people have drunk the water of Ba River. Before long, there will definitely be hundreds and thousands of cholera patients. As long as my 3 prescriptions are effective, we can use the least cost to pacify this cholera epidemic. At this moment, Lier didn't have time to care about his son who was suffocating in the room. His face had already become incomparably solemn. Good, 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 very good. What Li Zhanshu is worried about is very likely to happen. Although I have already instructed the county magistrates of the counties around Chang and to inform the people not to directly drink the water of Ba River, it is hard to guarantee that there won't be patients who have already drunk the water and contracted cholera. If there is a cheap prescription that can allow ordinary people to treat and cure cholera, it will be a blessing for the people of Tang. Elder Wu, quickly go and get the medicine. Chapter 9:14. Wretch, stop burning. Stop King burning. Don't you think it stinks? Qinke, you have to control them. Chung Chumo covered his nose and shouted after he finished pooping in the room. You can't blame him for being unreasonable. The smell in the room was too King strong. He had never been to such a smelly place in his life. CK. Cho Ox, your own poop is already so smelly, and you still have the cheek to criticize others? CK, it stinks. Li Tai was already suffocating from the smell. He covered his nose and mouth with one hand and fanned the air in front of him with the other. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't run, he would have run out of the room long ago. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Tai felt that the blood in his body was about to be smelly. Today's encounter was likely to leave a deep shadow in his heart. I say, you two still have time to quarrel. Yamacho is just outside. Who would dare to disobey Yamacho's orders? I think we should save our energy. Sun Ziffin leaned over on the bamboo bed and covered his nose as he spoke to the 2 quarreling men. Yuchi Balan nodded and agreed. Yes. Yamacho is treating us. Qinke, Brother Cho Ox, stop quarreling. Let's just get smelled a little more. Who knows, we might be cured. I'm still young and I don't want to die. Chung Chumo was amused by this idiot. Tisk Baolin, only you would believe that this is treating us. In my opinion, Yamacho is purposely torturing us. Who uses the toilet to treat people? Yuchi Baolin raised his head and thought for a moment. Then he retorted, Brother Chonyo, you're wrong. Why would the mountain leader torture us for no reason? He must be treating us. We just have to enjoy it. Enjoy? Chung Chumo's eyes widened even more. He pointed at Yuchi Baolin and said, Damn, Baolin, I just realized today that you're such a hardcore person. I'll send you a few baskets of used toilet paper later. You can put them under your bed and enjoy them. How about that? This fellow could only bully an honest man like Li Tai with his words. If he dared to bully Li Tai like that, Li Tai would definitely retaliate in kind. Bah, Brother Chonyo, the enjoyment I'm talking about is the enjoyment of the treatment process. Once I'm cured, I won't touch these toilet chips anymore. Yuchi Baolin hurriedly said, have you noticed that the 5 of us haven't had diarrhea for a long time? Zhang Sun Chong, who had been lying on the side and enduring the stench for a long time, suddenly spoke. It was true. I haven't had diarrhea for half an hour. It seems like Yamacho's method is really effective. Yuchi Baolin replied with an excited expression. Chung Chumo rubbed his stomach and carefully recalled. He realized that it was just as Zhang Sunchong said. He had been lying on the bed for nearly half an hour. But what he said just now was still ringing in his ears. How could he have the nerve to change his words now? He could only mutter, maybe our stomachs are empty and there's nothing left to poop? Li Tai also felt that his body seemed to have regained some strength, but he wasn't very sure, so he didn't say anything. At this moment, he looked at the servant next to him who was adding toilet paper to the brazier. He then looked at the bamboo basket next to the servant and saw that the toilet paper inside was almost empty. He said, is this all that's left? The servant had been in Prince Wei's mansion for so long, but perhaps he hadn't been questioned by Li Tai before. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little flattered. He hurriedly said, In reply to your highness, this is all that's left. This lowly one was afraid that you would find it smelly, so I burned it a little faster earlier. Li Tai's eyes turned and glanced at Chung Chumo. Then he chuckled and said, Go and help this prince bring some toilet paper from Chung Chumo's side. Continue to burn it, but don't burn it too quickly. Save it. This prince is not afraid of the stench. Compared to the terrible pain of almost pooping his intestines last night, Li Tai felt that this stench was still bearable. After all, he had to protect his chrysanthemum. The servant was a servant of Prince Wei's mansion. Of course, he had to listen to Li Tai. At this moment, he hurriedly replied, Yes, your highness. After saying that, he got up and walked over to Chung Chumo's side. However, Chung Chumo couldn't stand it. This fellow almost jumped up. He pointed at Li Tai and said angrily, F***CK, Chinke, don't go too far. These toilet paper tokens were given to me. What right do you have to ask someone to take them from me? He wasn't stupid. Although he didn't admit it, he knew in his heart that the toilet paper tokens could improve his condition. At this time, how could he give away his portion of the toilet paper tokens? Li Tai said with a smile, Chumo, didn't you just say that it was too smelly and ask people to stop burning the toilet paper tokens? Aren't I helping you? Chung Chumo immediately shouted, Get lost. I don't need your help. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch my toilet paper tokens. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? It was the servant of the Prince Wei's mansion who had helped him add the toilet paper tokens to the servant that Li Tai had ordered just now. Chung Chumo was anxious and wanted to get out of bed to stop it. However, his whole body was weak and his speed was slower by a few beats. He could only watch helplessly as half of his life-saving toilet paper tokens were taken away. Chonyo, we are brothers in any case. Don't be so stingy. You see, I only let them take more than 30%. You still have a lot left. Li Tai smiled and comforted him. Chung Chumo said indignantly, F***CK, Chinke, what you did was not right. There are so many people in the room and you didn't rob. Why did you have to rob me? Look at Sun Ziffin's basket. Isn't there still so much left? F***CK, Chung Chumo, shut up. Li Zishuan, who was outside the room instructing the servants to decoct the medicine, naturally did not know that these idiots in the room had begun to act out a shocking show of stealing toilet paper tokens. The servants of the Prince Wei's mansion were very efficient. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zishuan had bought the herbs that he wanted. However, he did not manage to buy the hearth soil. How would the pharmacies of this area sell this stuff? However, this was not a problem for Li Zishuan. He personally brought Wu Zishuan to the kitchen of the Prince Wei's mansion and dug out a piece of yellow soil from the bottom of the hearth. He used a knife to remove the black soil and impurities, then handed it to the kitchen manager to decoct the medicine. Wu Zishuan, I have already explained the decoction method to you. You stay here and keep an eye on it. I will go back to the backyard to check on Chinke and the others. Li Zishuan was worried about Li Tai and the others who were being suffocated by feces, so he instructed, Marquis, don't worry. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Wu Zishuan nodded and replied. Only then did Li Zishuan turn around and leave, walking towards the rear courtyard. Chapter 9:15. TSK. It seems like this method is quite effective. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given you a prescription. I would have gotten someone to find you 2 baskets of toilet paper. Maybe you'll be fine after smoking it for 2 days. When he arrived at the room in the backyard, he could hear Li Tai and Chung Chumo bickering through the door. Judging from their voices, it didn't seem like they were seriously ill at all. He pushed the door open and said with a smile, The two people who were in the middle of bickering were dumbfounded by Li Zixuan's words. A few moments later, Chung Chumo reacted and angrily said to Li Zixuan, Young master, you're the one who gave the order. F*CK. Xiao Xian, what do you mean? Are you saying that you can cure our illness with medicinal herbs? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to use such disgusting things like toilet paper? Li Tai also looked at Li Zixuan with a face full of anger. The other 3 children didn't have much anger on their faces, but they also cast their gazes on Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, Curing a disease is like putting out a fire. You guys were already half a step into the gates of hell when you got cholera. It's already not easy to keep your lives. Chung Chumo, you still have the time to complain about this and that? I think someone didn't suffer enough last night, right? Chung Chumo subconsciously covered his chrysanthemum. He didn't want to experience that feeling of collapsing again. However, he was still a little angry at Li Zixuan for tricking them. Then why didn't you use a better treatment method? Aren't you torturing us on purpose? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Do you know how to treat illnesses? Or do I know how to treat illnesses? How do you know this method isn't good? Originally, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for you to recover from this illness. However, after using this method and supplementing it with a decoction, you will be fully recovered within 5 days. Do you still think this method is not good? Seeing Li Zixuan's reasonable and earnest look, Chung Chumo was suddenly speechless. At this moment, Elder Wu brought a servant over with a bowl of medicine. Marquis, the medicine is ready. Should I give it to His Highness? Elder Wu bowed and said. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Yes, according to the order, let them take it. This Marquis will come back later to see the results. Yes. Elder Wu waved his hand at the servants, and Chung Chumo and the others were forced to drink the decoction. Although the first 2 decoctions tasted bad, it was still bearable. But the last decoction, poof, pay. Damn, how could there be dirt in the medicine? Chin K, how do the servants in your residence brew the medicine? Chung Chumo, who had just suffered from feces, was suddenly forced to drink a mouthful of dirt. This fellow could not bear it any longer. Li Zixuan frowned and said, If you don't want to die of illness, swallow this medicine. Otherwise, in a few days, I will have to collect your corpse. Seeing that Li Zixuan did not seem to be joking, the patients in the room could not help but tremble. They quickly attacked the decoction. They had just suffered from feces, and now they had to eat dirt. Speaking of which, they were really unlucky today. However, they were still considered lucky. In comparison, the other cholera patients in the past 2 days were suffering too much. None of the medical officials dared to accept them when they were sent to the medical hall. Even if there were medical halls that dared to accept them, many people could not afford it. Moreover, even if they could afford it, there was no guarantee that the medical hall would be able to treat them. In just one day, hundreds and thousands of families were suddenly affected. Most people were helpless and could only prepare coffins for their loved ones who had suffered from cholera in advance. Your Majesty, according to the county magistrate of the counties near Chong and City, there are now at least 800 families who have suffered from cholera. They cannot afford to treat the illness, and there are no medical halls among the people who can treat this illness. In the long run, as more and more people are infected with cholera, there's a high possibility that it will lead to a large-scale epidemic. When that time comes, it will be even more difficult to deal with if there is a mass uprising. In the backyard of the Prince of Wei's residence, Lier had just heard from Elder Wu that Li Tai's condition had improved. He was originally relieved, but Zhao Song came to report something to him. Lier's expression suddenly became serious. Let's wait and see if the 3 prescriptions that Li Zixuan prescribed are really effective. If they are, we can promote them without restraint and stop the epidemic from spreading. Lier said softly, then said, Let's go. Follow me to see how Chin Ke and the rest are doing now. After that, Lier led the 4 family members of the patients to the back room. Your Majesty. When the servants inside and outside the house saw Li Er come over, they all bowed and saluted. Li Zixuan heard the commotion outside and hurriedly came out to greet him. Li Er waved his hand and gestured for everyone to rise. He then looked at Li Zixuan and asked directly, Li Zhanshi, how are the effects of the decoctions? Are Qin Ke and the rest fine now? Li Zixuan smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the effects of the decoctions are still being tested. However, based on the current condition of Qin Ke and Chu Mo, the cholera in their bodies has been reduced by more than half. If they continue to take the decoctions for 3 more days, there is a high chance that they can be completely cured. Li Zixuan was satisfied. Empress Zhang's son, who was beside him, felt relieved when she heard Li Zixuan's assurance. After letting go of her worries, she felt a wave of sleepiness sweep over her, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. Thus, she informed Li Er and went back to the palace to rest. Not bad, not bad. Qin Ke, how are you feeling now? Li Er came to Li Tai's bed in a happy mood and asked with concern. In fact, he didn't need to ask this question. Just by looking, he could see that Li Tai's complexion was much better than before. Wasn't this enough to explain the problem? Li Tai propped himself up with his hands and replied to Li Er, replying to Imperial Father, This son is much better now. Yamacho's medicine has helped us stop the diarrhea. At least now, we don't have to run to the outhouse every once in a while. Li Er couldn't help but smile. At this time, Li Zixuan said to the court elders who were eagerly looking at their sons, Uncles, you can bring your sons home now. When you go back, don't forget to ask Wu Changshi for 5 days' worth of medicinal herbs. Feed the medicine on time every day. If there is any abnormal situation, send someone to inform me. This kid is on call. Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, Haha, deal. Little Xian, I'll have to trouble you this time. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, It's my duty. The rest of the patient's family members thanked Li Zixuan one by one and then asked Li Er to leave. After a while, the whole room returned to normal. Only Li Zixuan, Li Er, and Li Tai were left, as well as the servants next to them. Chapter 9:16. Li Zhanshi, how long will it take for the medicine to take effect? Li Er asked Li Zixuan with his hands behind his back after ordering all the servants to leave the room. Li Zixuan replied, Your Majesty, according to my estimation, the effect should be seen in the afternoon. By then, the frequency of Qin Ke's defecation will obviously decrease. If we keep taking the medicine in the morning and in the evening, she will definitely recover within 5 days. Are you that confident? Your Majesty, I am confident. If he had only deduced the prescription based on his own understanding of the herbs at the beginning, he might not have been 100% confident. However, now that he saw Li Tai and the rest gradually recover after being fumigated by the toilet, he was even more convinced of the old village doctor's prescription. Li Er nodded imperceptibly and said, This time, the blue sparrow was suddenly attacked by cholera and almost lost her life. Thanks to your help, the Empress and I are very grateful. Whatever reward you want, just say it. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up but then dimmed. He sighed and said, Your Majesty, I heard that Qin Ke and Chon Nyo suffered from cholera because they drank the water from the Bar River. Is that true? Li Zixuan actually did not want the reward that was delivered to his mouth. Li Er could not help being greatly surprised. Hearing Li Zixuan suddenly ask about this, he suppressed the doubts in his heart and said with a nod, Indeed so. I have already sent people to check on the recent meals in Qin Ke Mansion. There is nothing unusual. Also, I just received news that there are a few hundred more people suffering from cholera outside Chang'an City. Li Zixuan's heart sank and said, Therefore, I think that now is not the time to discuss the reward. The river is invisible, and the pollution of the water source is the most difficult to control. When the time comes, the number of people suffering from cholera will definitely be more than this. The priority now is for the local government to step in and remind the people to pay attention to the hygiene of their drinking water to prevent more people from contracting cholera. Although he did not have the heart of a bodhisattva, he did not want to see too many people suffer. Since ancient times, cholera was an acute infectious disease that was always more important to prevent than to treat. If there was not a set of perfect preventive measures, when a number of cholera patients reach a certain level, it would be impossible to control the disease. Lier heard this and could not help but look at Lisa Schwann in a new light. He secretly thought that this fellow was usually slippery and cunning, but when it came to critical moments, he was able to distinguish the severity. Not bad. I am very pleased that you can think of this. However, I have already ordered the governor to work together with the county magistrates of every county near Chong and city to inform the people not to drink the water from the Ba River. When your prescription is effective, I will let the Imperial Medical Department to prepare a batch of herbs and medicine ingredients and give it to the sick people free. Lier looked at Lisa Schwann with a gratified expression. Unexpectedly, Lisa Schwann shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, this solution does not solve the root of the problem. Although there are 8 rivers around Chang'an, namely Wei, Jing, Feng, Zhao, Bai, and Ba, and there are 5 canals in the city, namely the Longzhou Canal, Qingming Canal, Yuan Canal, Huang Canal, and Chao Canal, it can be said that the water source is abundant. Even without the Ba River, it can still satisfy the water needs of the people in and outside Chang'an City. However, Your Majesty, do not forget that these 8 rivers and the 5 canals are interconnected. As time passes, the water from the other rivers will also cause cholera. If Your Majesty wants to prohibit the people from drinking the river water, just the Ba River alone is far from enough." The Chang, and of this era, was not the same as the modern Xian. The surrounding areas were rich in water resources. Otherwise, it would not be enough to support this super city with a population of 2 million people. However, there was no running water in this era. The people's drinking water mainly came from the river. Therefore, Lisa Schwann felt that Li Er's method was not reliable. The reason why the modern Xi'an had a shortage of water resources and frequent droughts was mainly because of the Sui and Tang dynasties. The population of the Guangzhou area increased greatly. The Lus Plateau was overdeveloped and the rapid disappearance of forests. Of course, the most important reason was the war at the end of the Tang dynasty. After listening to Lisa Schwann's words, Li Er could not help but frown deeply. After thinking for a while, he glanced at Lisa Schwann and said, "Looking at your confident appearance, you must have a plan in mind, right? Quickly say it. Don't keep me in suspense." Lisa Schwann secretly rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, "Am I keeping you in suspense? This is called devising a strategy. Your Majesty, according to what I know, the reason why the murky river's water causes cholera is because there are microscopic life forms in the river that cause cholera. These life forms are very small and cannot be seen with the naked eye. When they enter the human body, they're usually killed by the acid secreted by the human stomach. However, there will always be a portion that survives. The portion that survives will invade the human intestines and multiply in an extremely short period of time, producing highly concentrated toxins that are very lethal. The specific symptoms are like Qing K's continuous vomiting and diarrhea yesterday." Lisa Schwann began to instill modern medical theories into Li Er and Li Tai. Li Er could not help but be shocked. Li Tai could not help but tremble a few times. When he thought of the countless tiny creatures giving birth in his intestines, he felt terrified. Lisa Schwann continued, "The lives of the people cannot be separated from water. Therefore, Your Majesty's method of prohibiting the people from drinking the river water is not a long-term solution. I feel that rather than this, it is better to encourage the people to boil the water before drinking. This will greatly reduce the possibility of them contracting cholera. Ancient people usually drank cold water. Only when the weather was cold would they boil the water to drink." Li Er asked doubtfully, "If the water is boiled, will it kill the tiny creatures in the water?" Lisa Schwann nodded and said, "Of course. In fact, it is not only these tiny creatures. Other things that can cause illness can also be killed by boiling the water." Li Er nodded lightly, but in his heart, he was thinking to himself that he should instruct the people to boil all the water in the palace in the future. Just now, when Lisa Schwann said that the tiny creatures were multiplying in Li Tai's stomach, he was disgusted. He, Li Er, was the emperor. He would not allow these little things to offend his imperial prestige. As you said, I will instruct the people in a while. Remember to write what you just said in Datong Daily later. It is best to let more people know the pros and cons. Today, Datong Daily had become a force of public opinion that could not be ignored. Many times, the imperial court's decrees had to be publicized through the newspaper. Lisa Xuan cupped his hands and promised. Even if Old Li did not say so, he would have done so. That, Yamacho, where did the tiny creatures in the river that caused cholera that you mentioned earlier come from? At this time, Li Tai, who was half leaning on the bed, asked weakly. Lisa Xuan turned his head and looked at the child sympathetically. He said, according to my guess, it is very likely that the water in Ba River was contaminated by the feces of the patients who had cholera before. That is why there were these tiny creatures. After that, it happened that you guys... Chapter 9:17. Sigh. This child, it's rare for him to be muddle-headed. Isn't it better to be muddle-headed sometimes? Lisa Xuan rode Whitey on the streets of Chang'an. In his mind, he was still recalling Li Tai's "I ate shit" expression. Lisa Xuan couldn't help but sigh. This child really didn't know how to pretend to be muddle-headed at critical moments. He insisted on getting to the bottom of the matter, and in the end, he got to the bottom of the matter. What he said just now wasn't to tease Li Tai. The most common cause of cholera infection was from drinking water contaminated with feces. This wasn't something Lisa Xuan made up. Doctor, please save my son. I'm willing to be your slave for the rest of my life to repay you. I beg you. I'll kowtow to you. My Shaoan is only 4 years old. I beg you. Just as Lisa Xuan was swaying and letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly heard a woman crying and begging on the street. Lisa Xuan instantly came back to his senses, and then he urged his horse to go in the direction of the sound. Sigh, you hurry up and get up. I've already told you that your son's illness can't be cured by anyone. You should prepare for his funeral as soon as possible. This was a medical clinic. Lisa Xuan looked up and saw that it was called the Hanging Pot Hall. Lisa Xuan had heard of it before. It was an extremely famous clinic in Chang'an City. The doctor in charge was the imperial physician of the previous dynasty, and his medical skills were quite good. This woman probably went to many clinics and was rejected, so she came to the Hanging Pot Hall. Facing this last, life-saving straw, it was very difficult for her to let go. No, doctor, my son is only 4 years old. Please do a good deed and save him. My husband and I will be your slave for the rest of our lives. I beg you. The woman was dressed in sackcloth, and her hair was messy. In front of her lay a child with a strong head. The other man knelt on the ground with her and kowtowed to the old man in front of the clinic, saying, Master, please forgive me. Dr. Lin, your medical skills are so high. I'm sure you have a way to save my son. Although I don't have much money, I still have 20 mu of Yonya farmland. I can give it all to you, as long as you can save my Shaoan. This was truly a huge loss. In this era, to the farmers, the land was their life. It was hard to imagine how the family would live without the land. Even if the child was cured, what could they do? Did that man not understand this? Of course he understood, but at this time, he couldn't care less. How many times have I told you? Your son is suffering from cholera. Do you know about cholera? This disease can't be cured. The old man was annoyed by the couple's entanglement. He said angrily, then turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. Only then did the crowd realize that the child on the ground was suffering from cholera. One by one, they retreated far away in fear. Seeing the old doctor turn around and leave, the woman cried in despair. Oh, my pourin', it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you play by the river. I'm the one who should die. I say, you two should carry the child back and prepare for his funeral. This old man encountered cholera several decades ago, and no one could cure it. You two are still young. Have another child in the future. At this time, an old man couldn't bear it and came up to comfort the woman. His words made the woman cry even more sadly. The man was at a loss. He didn't know whether to comfort her or not. Seeing this scene, Lisa Xuan, who was not far away, sighed softly. No matter which era it was, as long as one person in an ordinary family fell ill, it could directly bring down the entire family. Li Zishuan was hesitant. If he saved the child, it was very likely that hundreds and thousands of cholera patients would come to him for treatment. However, the effectiveness of his prescription was still in the testing stage. If he gave it to so many people rashly and an accident happened, it would be a great sin. Generally speaking, a person's life wouldn't be in immediate danger after contracting cholera. Most people could hold on for 3 to 5 days. By that time, the results of Li Zishuan's prescription would be out. However, the child on the ground was only 4 years old. Looking at his complexion, if he wasn't treated in time, he wouldn't even last for 2 days. Save him. Even if there's trouble, Li Zishuan, will take care of it. Li Zishuan gritted his teeth and was about to dismount from his horse to talk to them. In the end, he was still soft-hearted. However, 2 more couples came. Li Zishuan recognized them. They were Old Neo and his wife from the Han family village and Maid June and his wife from the Plum village. "Where's Miracle Dr. Lin? Miracle Dr. Lin, please save my child. Miracle Dr. Lin, please save my child." Old Neo and his wife were pulling the bullock cart. Brothers De Neo and Heir Neo were lying on the bullock cart. As for Maid June's wife, Han Xiaoyun, she was carrying a 1-year-old child. Her face was covered in tears, and she looked very anxious. Li Zishuan's heart sank. Only then did he realize how troublesome the situation was. Sigh, 2 more families came to seek treatment. This is the 10th family today. How many people have contracted cholera? Who knows? What a sin. Look at the child. He's only a little over a year old. How are his parents taking care of him? That's right. However, it's useless to beg now. Miracle Dr. Lin may be skilled in medicine, but he can't cure cholera. Sigh. It's a pity that this child is still so young. The onlookers pointed at the Neo couple and Maid June from afar and whispered. Of course, most of them sympathized with them. Hey, look, the hanging pot hall closed early. At this moment, someone exclaimed. The hanging pot hall had closed early in the morning. That was rare. Looks like the hanging pot hall is afraid of being harassed by cholera patients. Sigh, even the hanging pot hall is closed. Are these cholera patients just going to wait for death? Let's go back. Don't get infected. The onlookers watched for a while and dispersed. Li Zishuan picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Mei Jun. Ouch. Who threw that at me? Mei Jun covered his head and turned around. He was shocked. Marquis? Boo-hoo. Mei Jun, what are you looking around for? What are you doing looking around for? Han Xiaoyun said angrily as she wiped her tears and pinched Mei Jun's waist. Hey, Xiao, let go. Marquis is looking for me. Take care of our Huan heir. I'll be back soon. Mei Jun pulled Han Xiaoyun's hand away and whispered to her. Then, he walked towards Li Zishuan. Marquis, Mei Jun said in a low voice as he came to Li Zishuan. Bring your Huan heir and Uncle Neo to Yunshan to find me. If possible, bring that couple too. I might be able to save your child's life. But don't tell anyone about it, Li Zishuan said in a low voice. Then he ignored Mei Jun's confused, shocked, and ecstatic expression and left. Chapter 9:18. Marquis, please save my Huan. When it was close to noon, Mei Jun, Old Neo, and his wife, as well as the first couple who knelt on the ground, arrived at the Yunshan residence. Han Xiaoyun was carrying a baby boy. When she saw Li Zishuan, she immediately knelt and kowtowed. Li Zishuan quickly stopped her and said, Enough. If you want to see a doctor, just do it. Why are you kneeling? Come in. He hated it when others knelt before him. So, it's Marquis Yongin. When the couple saw Li Zishuan, they finally understood who Mei Jun had told them could save their child. Earlier, when they were rejected by godly Dr. Lin in front of the hanging pot hall, just as they were feeling hopeless, Mei Jun and his wife suddenly told them that there was someone who could cure cholera. At first, the couple thought that Mei Jun and his wife were swindlers. However, when they saw the dying child in Han Xiaoyun's arms, they decided to come and take a look. What if Mei Jun was telling the truth? Who would have thought that they would actually see Li Zishuan? They were originally from a village near Chang and City. Not only had they heard of Li Zishuan's deeds, they had even seen him in person. When they thought of Li Zishuan's reputation as the son of an immortal, their hearts were filled with hope and surprise. They hurriedly came forward to bow. Li Zishuan, who was afraid of being knelt, quickly waved his hand and said, all right, I don't like these formalities. Quickly bring the child in. With that, he turned around and entered the main hall. Inside the house, Old Man Li and Madame Li were nowhere to be found. Lana was also missing. As Li Zishuan had arrived at Yinshan before Mei Jun and the rest on horseback, Han Yushi knew why they were here. At this moment, she kindly poured a few cups of water for them. Mei Jun and the rest were too embarrassed to accept it. They all said that they didn't need it. Li Zishuan said, just accept it. You all must be tired from running around with the child this early in the morning. Sit down and have a cup of water. Only then did everyone accept it. After running all morning, they were indeed thirsty. Li Zishuan took advantage of this time to check the physical condition of the 4 children one by one. Gradually, he frowned. Dinyo and Ernyo were still fine. These 2 naughty children were as strong as 2 oxen. Although they had cholera, it had only been less than a day since the onset of the disease. At most, they would collapse from diarrhea. As long as they took 2 doses of medicine, they would definitely be cured. However, the other 2 children were troublesome. Due to his young age, the child named Xiao and had fainted after a night of diarrhea. Not only that, the child was now running a low fever. This was really troublesome. In this era, there wasn't any special medicine that could reduce fever. If he wanted to use Chinese medicine to reduce fever, he had to think of a good prescription. As for Mei Jun's infant child, how could he possibly withstand the torment of a disease as violent as cholera? At this moment, he could only be described as on the verge of death. His breathing was extremely weak, and if not for Li Zishuan's profound inner qi and extremely sharp perception, he would have thought that the child was already dead. Looking at the anxious expression in the couple's eyes, Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. In a few more years, perhaps he would also be a father, right? At that time, if a child also contracted a serious illness that he couldn't treat, he and Han Yushi would probably be as anxious as the Mei Jun couple now, right? Shaking his head, Li Zishuan took 2 steps back. When he shook his head, Han Xiaoyan thought that her child couldn't be saved. She immediately cried out and kept calling Huan or Huan. As for Mei Jun, the young man's eyes were also sparkling. He looked like he was about to cry, but was holding back his tears. Xiaodong's sister, why are you crying? This marquis didn't say that your family's Huan couldn't be saved. Only then did Li Zishuan realize that Han Xiaoyan had misunderstood him. So he spoke up. He shook his head just now because he felt that it was troublesome. After all, he had lived 2 lives and today was his first day as a doctor. But it wasn't that there was no way. There was so much information stored in his mind. If he thought about it carefully, he could still think of a way. What? Marquis, you're saying that my family's Huan can be saved? That's great. That's great. Marquis, if you can save my family's Huan, both of us are willing to be your slave for the rest of our lives. When Han Xiaoyan heard this, she immediately raised her head and said with a face full of surprise. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, this marquis doesn't need you to be my slaves. Just live a good life in the future. If your family's wants to be cured, it's a little troublesome. I'll tell you later. Uncle Nyo, Auntie Nyo, your family's Dinyo, and Aaron Nyo's conditions are relatively mild. I have 3 prescriptions here. Logically speaking, it should be able to cure your 2 children, but I haven't had the time to test it yet. If you're willing to give it a try, I'll get Pang Feiji to get the medicine for you. If you're worried about the risks, I won't force you. After 2 days, when I've tested the effectiveness of this prescription, it won't be too late for you to come and get the medicine. The main problem now was that Li Zishuan's 3 prescriptions had not been tested in clinical trials. Although there were no problems with the prescriptions from a pharmacological and pathological point of view, whether they would be effective or not still needed to be tested. To a certain extent, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the others have become test subjects this time. However, this was all tacitly approved by Li Er, Zhang Sun, and Cheng Yaojin. After all, these people were experienced and knowledgeable. They knew that there were very few people in the world who could cure cholera. It was already very rare for Li Zishuan to have 70 to 80% confidence in curing cholera. The reason why Li Zixuan's 3 prescriptions had not been promoted was that they were waiting for Li Tai's test results. This was also one of the reasons why he had specially instructed Mei Jun not to spread the news. Marquis, even if I don't trust anyone, how can I not trust you? We're willing to try this prescription. Even if we can't cure it, we won't blame you. Now, in the entire Chong and city, only you are willing to cure our families de Niu and Air Niu. The moment Li Zixuan finished speaking, Old Niu answered without hesitation. Old Niu's wife, Feng Chunmei, wanted to say something. However, after hearing Old Niu's words, she immediately shut her mouth. This was because she knew that Old Niu was right. Cholera was not only an illness that no one could cure, but also no one was willing to get involved. It was just like what happened in the Hanging Pot Hall this morning. That's good. You guys carry Niu and Air Niu back first. I'll get someone to send the herbs over to you later. Li Zixuan nodded. Old Niu subconsciously said, Marquis, how can we let you spend money on this? I'll go get the herbs myself later. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, Uncle Niu, there's no need to say anything more. You should quickly send Niu and Air Niu back to rest, so that I can treat the other 2 children. Old Niu also knew that Li Zixuan did not care about this small amount of money at all. Hearing this, he could only bring his wife and 2 children out. As for Li Zixuan's kindness, Old Niu made up his mind to find a way to repay it in the future. Chapter 919. Which village are you from? After the Niu family left, Li Zixuan didn't rush paying Feiji to Chong and City to get the medicine because there were still 2 more patients. It wouldn't be too late to get them together. At this moment, he looked at the couple from the outer village and asked, Marquis, we are the villagers of Liujia village. My name is Lu Dazhuang, and this is my wife, Mei Xianglan. Marquis, Liujia village is now your fief. Lu Dazhuang couldn't help but remind Li Zixuan when he saw that he was still calm after the introduction. Oh, Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows. Since he was made a marquis, his fief had expanded a lot. However, he had been busy with the academy and hadn't had the time to check it out. He had asked butler Wang Zhong to do the handover. Therefore, when the burly man mentioned Liujia village, he didn't react immediately. Lu Dazhuang, your child has not only contracted cholera, but also a cold. If you want to treat cholera, you have to bring down his fever first. I can give you a prescription to bring down your child's fever quickly. As for cholera, you heard it just now. It's up to you whether you want your child to continue receiving treatment or not. In just a short while, Li Zixuan had already selected an excellent prescription to reduce fever in his mind. In ancient times, due to the lack of medical technology, it was common to die from minor illnesses like colds and fevers. However, this didn't mean that traditional Chinese medicine couldn't cure colds and fevers. On the contrary, traditional Chinese medicine had many ways to deal with colds and fevers. Generally speaking, they could be divided into 3 categories. First, the method of removing the firewood from under the cauldron was equivalent to the method of ventilating the internal organs and releasing heat in Chinese medicine. That was to use medicine that was bitter and cold to clear bowels to reduce fever. However, this child was still suffering from cholera. He was already vomiting and having diarrhea. If he were to use this method to clear bowels, wouldn't it be adding insult to injury? Second, the method of treating heat with cold was also one of the most commonly used methods of reducing fever in traditional Chinese medicine. That was to use medicine that was cold, sweet, or bitter to reduce fever. However, cold medicine could easily damage the spleen and stomach, so it was not suitable for this child's situation. In the end, after much consideration, Li Zixuan chose the 3rd method, which was the method of stopping the boiling. It was equivalent to the method of dispersing fever in traditional Chinese medicine, which was to use Xian to achieve the goal of reducing fever. The main principle was to reduce the fever through sweating. It just so happened that cholera was a type of cold disease, and sweating could also be used as an auxiliary treatment for cholera. However, sweating profusely was also quite taxing on the human body. This child was still young, so he would definitely not be able to withstand the excessive use of medicine. Therefore, when writing the prescription, it was a test of Li Zexuan's calculation ability. Lu Dazhuang and his wife had just experienced the experience of being rejected by many medical centers in the morning. Old Cow's choice just now gave them a certain amount of confidence. At this moment, they did not hesitate and bowed to Li Zexuan. We believe in Marquis. We beg Marquis to treat our Shaoan. Even if he is not cured, we will only be grateful to Marquis. We will definitely not have any complaints. Okay, since that's the case, you two can wait here for a while. I will get someone to get the medicine for your child in a while. I will also tell you how to decoct this medicine. Since they trusted him so much, Li Zexuan would do this good deed to the end. He was definitely going to save this child. Lu Dazhuang and his wife bowed to Li Zexuan sincerely. Thank you, Marquis. Marquis's great kindness. Dazhuang will remember it for the rest of his life. Li Zexuan waved his hand and said that there was no need to be so courteous. Then, he turned around and looked at the child in Han Xiaoyan's arms. Give the child to me. Let me take a closer look. Li Zexuan looked at Han Xiaoyan and said. Han Xiaoyan naturally agreed. She carefully handed the child to Li Zexuan. Although Li Zexuan had died tragically before he could become a father in his previous life, this did not mean that he did not know how to carry a child. In his previous life, his sister's child had been carried by him many times. He skillfully carried the child over. At the same time, he kept the child's spine and elbows at the same level. This was beneficial for protecting the child's fragile spine. What a fragile little life. Li Zexuan used his hand to press against the child's tender feet. A trace of pure Taoist Jinqi began to enter the child's body. It was said that newborn children were the purest, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they had an innate body. However, Li Zexuan used his Jinqi to examine the child's abdomen and found that there were a lot of impurities. This must be the cause of cholera. Li Zexuan was in a dilemma. He could try to use his Jinqi to open up this part of the blockage and alleviate the child's condition. However, the child was only a few months old. It could be said that the child's meridians were as fragile as thin paper. Li Zexuan had to be very careful when using his Jinqi to examine the child's body. How could he dare to use his Jinqi to help the child unblock his meridians? However, the child's breathing was so weak that it would be difficult to wake him up with just the power of the medicinal stone. Unless Sun Simiao came personally, there would be a chance. Thinking of this, Li Zexuan could not help but frown deeply. The situation was far more difficult than he had imagined. Mei Jun and Han Xiaoyan saw the expression on Li Zexuan's face. Their hearts sank, but they did not say anything to disturb him. Just as Li Zexuan was about to give up, something strange happened. Li Zexuan suddenly felt a trace of very active and full of vitality in his body. It directly flowed to his arm, and then tried to enter the child's body through his palm. Li Zexuan was shocked. He subconsciously thought that the Jinqi in his body was out of control. He hurriedly used the Taishan Sutra to suppress the trace of Jinqi. However, as the saying goes, weak water is shapeless, and this trace of Jinqi also seemed to be shapeless. Li Zexuan tried everything, but he still could not stop it. Then, the trace of Jinqi directly entered the child's body. Li Zexuan's expression changed, thinking that he had accidentally harmed the child. However, the tragedy he had expected did not happen. He saw the child's pale face blush at a speed visible to the naked eye, making him look exceptionally adorable. Wah, wah, wah. What shocked everyone was that the child had woken up at this moment and was crying loudly. Li Zexuan was a little confused, but Mei Jun and his wife were very surprised. They wanted to go forward and hug their child, but they were afraid to disturb Li Zexuan's meditation. They were in a dilemma. Spiritual qi. That was spiritual qi, not Jinqi. There is a spirit in heaven and earth. Things with spirituality are really attracted to each other. In this way, the child's future is destined to be extraordinary. Li Zexuan thought for a while and seemed to have grasped the truth of the matter. His heart could not help but set off a storm. Chapter 9:20. Husband, the child is crying. Did you hurt him? Han Yushi came up and looked at the little guy who was crying in Lisa Schwann's arms. Her heart immediately melted, and her face actually lit up with a motherly glow. Lisa Schwann came back to his senses and felt speechless. He was saving the child's life? Okay. Why did his wife say that he was a weird uncle who bullied children? Seeing Mei Jun and his wife looking at the child in his arms with longing, Lisa Schwann coaxed the child in his arms and said to Mei Jun and his wife, "The child's body is very weak now. I just used my sex internal true qi to help him recuperate. If you want to cure the cholera in his body, I'm afraid it will be more troublesome than Nyo and Nyo." Han Xiaoyan had just seen her child wake up. She was full of joy, but when she heard the second half of Lisa Schwann's words, the tears in her eyes couldn't stop falling. "Marquis, please save my Huaner. Jun and I will remember your great kindness for the rest of our lives. I beg you." With that, she was about to kneel down. Han Yushi hurriedly pulled her and comforted her. "Sister Xiaoyan, don't be like this. Since husband can wake Huaner up, he must have a way to cure your Huan." Han Xiaoyan and Han Yushi used to be sisters from the same village. They had a very good relationship. In Han Yushi's impression, Han Xiaoyan had always been an extremely strong woman. Now that she knelt down to Lisa Schwann, it showed that she cared about the child very much. This kind of motherly love touched Han Yushi very much. Lisa Schwann hurriedly said, "Sister Xiaodong, you don't have to be like this. I didn't say that I won't save the child. How about this? The two of you stay here first. I'll help the child recuperate for 2 days. At the same time, I'll prescribe some mild medicine to relieve his illness. What do the two of you think?" Hearing that Lisa Schwann was willing to help with all his strength, Han Xiaoyan immediately stopped crying. However, she hesitated and said, This isn't very good. Marquis, we are already very grateful that you are willing to save our families, Huan. How can we disturb you here?" Mei Jun echoed, That's right. That's not good. Why don't we send Huan here every morning and pick him up at night? This way, Han Yushi advised, "Sister Xiaoyan, why don't you stay? We've been good sisters for so many years, so why are you being so polite? It just so happens that we haven't caught up in a long time. I'll sleep with you tonight. Let's have a good chat." When Lisa Schwann heard this, his face darkened and he almost vomited blood. In the end, Han Xiaoyan agreed to stay at the Cloud Mountain residence. However, Mei Jun was chased away by her. The reason was that the clothes at home still needed to be collected, and her parents-in-law still needed someone to take care of them. At night, Lisa Schwann groomed Huan Er's body twice before tragically returning to the guest room to sleep. Alas, it's hard to be a good person in this world. It was even harder to be a good man. Wow, Yushi, this bed in your house is so comfortable. You're so happy now. In the bedroom, after Lisa Schwann left, Han Xiaoyan gradually let go. This woman lay on the big bed with a latex mattress and springs without any care for her image. Then, she sighed with emotion to Han Yushi. Actually, she wanted to say these words when she entered the residence in the morning. However, at that time, she was worried about her son's condition. How could she have the mood to care about the magnificence of the Li family's residence? Now that she saw that her son's complexion was getting better and he could cry and make a fuss again, she had the mood to gossip with her good sister. "No way. Sister Xiaoyan, aren't you doing well too? Mei Jun is willing to endure hardships and is good to you. He's also honest. You guys are very happy too." Han Yushi was coaxing Huan to sleep. The child had just finished pooping. After some tossing and turning, the two of them could go back to their room to rest. These chores should have been done by the servants. However, there weren't many servants in the residence. Secondly, Han Yushi liked this child very much. Naturally, she did it herself. At this moment, after hearing Han Xiaoyan's words, she smiled slightly. Speaking of Han Xiaoyan and Mei Jun, this couple was also famous in the Han and Mei villages. The reason for their fame was naturally that Mei Jun was famous for being afraid of his wife. They were comparable to Feng Xianling and his wife. Him? He's so dull. How can he be as good as you say he is? Han Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and curled her lips. However, although she said this, she couldn't hide the happy smile at the corner of her mouth. Whether he is good or not, Sister Xiaoyan, you know clearly. You don't have to tell me. Han Yushi used her hand to gently touch the little fellow's tender face. Then, she turned her head and smiled at Han Xiaoyan. I don't know if you have accumulated some great merit in your previous life. In this life, you actually found a good husband like the Marquis of Yong'an. Young, rich, powerful, and capable. I don't know how many ladies in Chang'an City are jealous of you. Han Xiaoyan sat up from the bed and rolled her eyes at Han Yushi. A touch of warmth flashed in Han Yushi's eyes. However, she said embarrassedly, Actually, I don't know why my husband likes me. Han Xiaoyan hurriedly said, Okay. I don't want to hear about the love between you two. If I know too much, I will be silenced. At this moment, she suddenly said half-jokingly, Yushi, since you like children so much, why don't you have one with the Marquis of Yong'an? Speaking of which, you two have been married for a long time. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong'an is young and strong. It doesn't seem like, if Li Zishuan, who was lying in the guest room, knew that someone was slandering him for not being good in that aspect, he would definitely vomit 2 mouthfuls of old blood. Sister Xiaoyan, what are you saying? Han Yushi was extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly freed up a hand and covered Han Xiaoyan's mouth. Han Xiaoyan chuckled and broke free from the devil's claws. After a moment, she said seriously, Yushi, don't blame your sister for talking too much. Women, you only have a few years when you were young. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong'an is young, promising, and handsome. If you don't give the Li family a little Marquis as soon as possible, you won't have a good time in the future. Han Yushi's face was slightly pale. She said, but my husband said that it's not good for a woman's body to have a child too early. Tistiske, the Marquis of Yong'an is really considerate of you. When Han Xiaoyan heard this, she clicked her tongue and sighed. Then, she revealed her gossiping nature and said, However, this kind of thing is destined by the heavens. How can he control it? If you two sleep together a few more times, who knows, you might have it one day. Yushi, don't tell me that you two haven't slept together yet, right? No, you've obviously slept together before. Fortunately, it's still all right. Han Yushi said in her heart, My husband really can control himself. Sigh. I don't know how he calculates sex through his menstruation. Although she thought so in her heart, how could Han Yushi have the nerve to tell Han Xiaoyan such a secret? She changed the topic and said, All right, Sister Xiaoyan, don't talk about this anymore. Tell me about the situation when you gave birth to a child. I heard that it was very painful, right? Giving birth. Of course it was painful. At that time, I was about to faint from the pain. However, when I saw Huan I felt that all the pain I suffered was worth it. Chapter 921. The epidemic in and around Chang'an City was far more serious than Li Zishuan had expected. On the first day, Li Er had received reports that more than 800 people were infected with cholera. On the second day, the number had risen to more than 2,000. The sudden outbreak of the epidemic had more or less caused panic among the commoners. Previously, the government had sent people to warn the commoners not to drink water from the murky river. Therefore, the commoners understood that cholera was transmitted from the river. Therefore, no one dared to fetch water from the river. No one even walked by the river. Many fishermen were unwilling to go into the river. In order to prevent the spread of panic, a detailed explanation of the source, pathology, and mode of transmission of cholera appeared on the headlines of Datong Daily. The name under the headline was Li Zishuan, which greatly increased the credibility of the news. Now that the Tang Dynasty Dictionary had been implemented for almost half a year, there were more and more literate people. Basically, there were children in every family who could read the newspaper according to the dictionary. Therefore, the news in the Tang Dynasty Daily could be immediately known to ordinary people. When they saw the news that cholera was mainly transmitted through water and was not contagious through mutual contact, many people heaved a sigh of relief. When they saw that boiling water could eliminate the source of cholera, those who were drinking cold water hurriedly spat out the water in their mouths and shouted for their wives to quickly boil some hot water. Boiling water was not a big deal for the villagers. At most, they would need some firewood. However, There were plenty of firewood in the mountains. If they simply chopped some, it would be enough to last them for a few days. No one would take the risk of cholera just to save firewood. This was not a joke. However, what made the commoners most happy was that the imperial court had ordered the imperial physician department to research a cure for cholera. It was currently in the testing stage. They would only need to wait for a few more days to get results. The family members of the cholera victims who were in despair suddenly saw hope. The people's fear of cholera was greatly alleviated with this news. Early in the morning, Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, groomed Han Xiaoyan's son's body, and reminded Han Xiaoyan to remember to feed the little guy medicine on time. After that, he rode out. A day had passed. He had to go and see how Cheng Chumo, Li Tai, and the others were doing. He ran from house to house. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to return home before noon. At this time, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Old man's son has been traveling for so long. Why hasn't he reached Chang'an yet? Now, as a half-baked doctor, I have to do it personally. It's so stressful. Although Li Zishuan appeared to be a strategist in front of others, it was all an act. When he was free in the dark, no one knew how many times he had gone over the prescription in his mind. He also flipped through many medical books that he had collected from the Imperial Physician Department because he knew that it was a matter of life and death. The slightest carelessness could lead to a large-scale medical accident. At that time, he would really have done a bad thing with good intentions. Now that Li Zishuan's Taishan Sutra had reached the 8th level, his spiritual power was no longer what it used to be. Once his brain seriously thought about something, a day of thinking was equivalent to a month of thinking without sleep or rest. The more he thought about it, the more confident Li Zishuan was in the 3 prescriptions to treat cholera. But for this kind of thing, it was better to see it with your own eyes. The first stop was to go to the Sun family. Sun Fujia was in the morning court now. Before she left, she must have instructed the gatekeeper. Li Zishuan revealed his identity and was directly welcomed in. When Madame Sun saw Li Zishuan, she was naturally full of grateful words. When he finally saw Sun Zifan lying on the bed, Li Zishuan asked about the child's condition. Marquis Owen, after my fan was sent back yesterday, I asked someone to give him medicine on time according to your instructions. This medicine of yours is really magical. Last night, Fanner only got up twice and pooped, and now his complexion is much better. I didn't expect Marquis Yong and to not only be good at learning martial arts and medicine at such a young age. It's a pity that I didn't give birth to a girl back then, otherwise. Sun Zifan's mother was a little sociable and a little talkative. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop. In the beginning, she was clearly talking about Sun Zifan's condition, but in the end, she actually talked about becoming in-laws with Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was a little impressed by this woman's imagination. He quickly interrupted. Ahem, Auntie, let's talk about Zifan's condition. I'll take his pulse again. Madame Sun came to her senses and quickly said, Oh, right, Marquis Owen, you should take his pulse personally. Only then will you be at ease. Li Zishuan nodded, then picked up Sun Zifan's wrist and began to pretend to take his pulse. Actually, how would he know how to do this? He was only using the pulse as a cover and taking the opportunity to use his true qi to explore Sun Zifan's body. After a moment, under the eager eyes of Madame Sun and Sun Zifan, Li Zishuan nodded and said, he's recovering well. After taking the medicine for another day, Zifan should not have diarrhea anymore. He should be fully recovered within 3 days. Thank you, Yamacho. Sun Zifan cupped his fists gratefully. Speaking of which, to have such a knowledgeable and talented Yamacho, who was also skilled in martial arts and medicine, was really his good fortune as a student. I've really troubled Marquis Yong in this time. When my master comes back, I'll definitely personally thank you. Madame Sun smiled warmly. Li Zishuan repeatedly said that there was no need and then ran out of the Sun residence. After that, he went to the Chung residence. Unexpectedly, after Ching Chumo took the medicine yesterday, he was completely recovered today. Li Zishuan used his true qi to repeatedly examine him several times. After confirming that there was no source of illness in this guy's body, he stopped. He could only attribute this to Cheng Chumo's super recovery ability. Sometimes a simple mind and strong body might not have no advantages. Sun Zifen was still lying weakly in bed, but Cheng Chumo could already jump out and play. This was a living example. After visiting Cheng Chumo, Li Zixuan went to the Yuchi residence and Prince Wei's residence. The results were very satisfactory. Yuchi Baolin's recovery was only a little worse than Cheng Chumo's, and Li Tai's situation was similar to Sun Zifen's. The current situation of these four people was enough to prove that his prescription could treat cholera. The epidemic was like a fire, and Li Zixuan felt that now was the time to fully implement his treatment method. Thinking of this, he directly rode his horse towards the palace. At this moment, there was a rush of horse hooves behind him. Li Zixuan had always disliked riding horses in Chang'an City, so he was quickly caught up. He could only control Big White and stand by the side of the road. In the blink of an eye, a group of soldiers galloped by on horses. Li Zixuan inadvertently glanced and saw an acquaintance. He immediately shouted excitedly, "F***CK, Daoist son, you're finally back." Chapter 922. At this moment, Sun Simiao was riding on a sturdy black horse. As the black horse galloped up and down, Sun Simiao's beard and hair swayed. If it weren't for the fact that he had practiced some Taoist Qigong for the convenience of practicing medicine, his entire body would have been shaken to the point of falling apart. The cavalry was as fast as the wind. It only took a moment for them to pass by Li Zixuan, so Sun Simiao didn't notice Li Zixuan on the side of the road. Besides, he was already dizzy from the bumps along the way. How could he have the time to pay attention to the pedestrians on the side of the road? Li Zixuan waved his hand and fanned away the smoke around his nose. Then he got on the horse and chased in the direction of Sun Simiao's group. In the imperial palace, it was already close to noon. Lier had just come out of the Suite du Hall and was about to go to the harem to have a meal with Empress Zhang's son. At this time, a guard came to report that Dugu Xin wanted to see him. Lier's heart moved, and he immediately summoned him. Then he turned back to the Suite du Hall. After a while, he saw Dugu Xin enter the hall with two soldiers. Behind them was a white-haired old man, Sun Simiao. Dr. Sun, without waiting for Dugu Xin and the others to greet him, Lier came down from above and greeted Sun Simiao. He said excitedly, "Dr. Sun, you are finally back. I was just trying my luck by sending the guards to the Taibai mountain area to look for you. I didn't expect to find you. It's great that you can come back to Chang'an, haha. I don't have to worry about the epidemic in Chang'an now." Sun Simiao shook his head and then cupped his hands to Lier. He said, "Your Majesty is too kind. This poor Taoist took my disciple to travel around the world and planned to return to Chang'an soon. A few days ago, I happened to be picking herbs in the Taibai mountain. I didn't expect to meet your Majesty's imperial guards. This poor Taoist was shocked to hear that there was a cholera in Chang'an City, so I rushed back without stopping. I hope this poor Taoist is not too late." Cough, cough. Actually, this old Taoist was still dizzy. Who knew how he had come all this way? Sun Simiao had been traveling day and night without rest, and had even lost a few of his horses. Although he practiced energy arts, he had never trained his body and was only slightly stronger than the average person. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even as strong as the imperial guard around him. Therefore, the entire journey had been a huge test for Sun Simiao's body. At this moment, Dugu Xin finally had the chance to bow and say, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard were on a fast march last night. Yesterday afternoon, they found Priest Sun in the depths of Taibai Mountain. Then, they rushed back with Priest Sun in the middle of the night. During the journey, 20 of the best war horses were killed, and 10 of the war horses were severely damaged. They might not be able to return to the battlefield. Apart from the 5 soldiers who escorted Sun Daozhang's disciple, the remaining 27 of the 32 Imperial Guards have all returned." Lier nodded in satisfaction. He didn't care about the war horses that had been damaged. To him, it was completely worth it to be able to exchange for Sun Simiao, this old immortal, to return to Chang'an in time. The Imperial Guards have performed meritorious service by finding Dr. Sun in time. All 32 of them will be promoted by 1 rank. They will be given 2 days of rest before returning to the barracks to report on their work. Dugu Feng cupped his fists and said, I thank your majesty on behalf of my brothers. You may go and rest. After saying that, Lier looked at Sun Simiao and said, Dr. Sun has returned at the right time. Now that the number of cholera patients in Chang and is increasing rapidly, the imperial court is, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience. As Lier was speaking, a chamberlain walked in and said carefully. Sun Simiao was puzzled. He remembered that when he left Chang, and this year, the title of Marquis of Yong and didn't exist. His puzzlement didn't last long. Summon. Lier's expression changed, and he quickly gave the order. A moment later, Li Zixuan walked in travel-worn. When Sun Simiao saw that the person who came was Li Zixuan, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. When he left Chang, and Li Zixuan was clearly just a county boy. How did he become Marquis in the blink of an eye? When did the Marquis of the Great Tang become so worthless? Your subject greets your majesty. Rise. Li Zixuan, you came at the right time. I was just discussing the epidemic in Chang, and with Priest Sun. After a round of greetings, Lier smiled and said. Li Zixuan nodded, then cupped his fist at Sun Simiao and said, Priest Sun, long time no see. I've been thinking about you day and night, and you're finally back. Now, I can finally heave a sigh of relief. Li Zixuan couldn't be more happy that Sun Simiao could return so early. After all, his half-baked medical skills couldn't compare to Sun Simiao's. Now that Sun Simiao was in charge of Chang and City, the pressure on Li Zixuan's shoulders would undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. Little Xian, you've already been conferred the title of Marquis after not seeing you for a few months. Congratulations. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, Fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds. Priest Sun, if you're interested in an official career, I believe His Majesty will not let a bright pearl be covered in dust. To be honest, it wasn't that Lier didn't want to recruit Sun Simiao, but this old Taoist always liked to wander around and was unpredictable. Naturally, he wouldn't accept Lier's invitation. Sun Simiao shook his head and said, Haha, let's not talk about this for now. Right now, the epidemic in Chang and City is like a raging fire. We should discuss how to quell the epidemic as soon as possible. Lier agreed and said, Yes, Dr. Sun's words are very good. Li Zixuan, quickly tell us about your current progress. Li Zixuan smiled and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, I'm here today to tell Your Majesty a piece of good news. This morning, I went to the Sun, Cheng, Yuqi, and Prince Wei's residence. After my diagnosis, Cheng Chimo's cholera has been completely cured. Yuqi Baolin has basically recovered. As for Sun Zifan and Qin Ke, due to their weaker physiques, their recovery is slower. However, they only need one more day of medicine to basically recover. This means that the 3 doses of medicine I prescribed can be used to treat cholera. The imperial court can immediately start distributing medicine to the people to treat cholera. Lier heard this and said in surprise, Is this true? Qin Ke and the rest are fine? Li Zixuan nodded affirmatively. Sun Simiao, who was at the side, asked curiously, Little Xian, can you tell me about the prescription? To be honest, the ancient books have always lacked records on cholera treatment. I've also been researching cholera treatment methods all this time. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Of course. My medical skills are not good, so I can ask Priest Sun to help me. After all, it's a matter of life and death. Seeing this, Lier waved his hand, and a young eunuch went to fetch a brush and ink. Li Zixuan quickly wrote down the prescription he had written earlier. Sun Simiao took it and began to read it seriously. His mouth was still muttering in a low voice, as if he was mumbling something. He was trying to figure out Li Zixuan's prescription. Chapter 923. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. These 3 prescriptions advance layer by layer, attacking the source of the disease endlessly. First, it warms the meridians to stop the bleeding, replenishes the yang, strengthens the yang and stops diarrhea, dispels the cold and stops the pain. Finally, it warms the stomach and reduces the nausea. Especially the hearth soil, it's really wonderful. I didn't expect Xiaoshuan's medical skills to be so brilliant, to be able to think of such a wonderful prescription. It seems that even if I don't rush back to Chang'an, the epidemic will be fine. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Sun Simiao exclaimed in surprise after reading Li Zishuan's prescription. Of course, Li Zishuan's prescription wasn't complete. Li Zishuan didn't mention a method of using toilet paper to smoke the patient. If he did, even the divine Dr. Sun Simiao would be stunned. Li Zishuan thought that this prescription was the crystallization of the wisdom of dozens of generations of Chinese doctors. Of course, it was awesome. However, he still had to be humble at this time. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "Priest Sun, you flatter me. This prescription was summarized by my master. I don't dare to take credit for it. Do you think there's anything that needs to be changed?" Sun Simiao sighed and said, "Spiritual Master Ling Su is worthy of being an expert. I can't compare to you. Since this prescription has already cured cholera before, it naturally means that there's no problem with the prescription itself. Right now, we should prepare a large amount of medicine to pacify the epidemic as soon as possible. Fortunately, the herbs in this prescription are all common herbs. Even if we prepare a few thousand portions of medicine, it shouldn't be a difficult task for the imperial court." Lier agreed and said, "Yes, I'll order the Imperial Medical Department to prepare the medicine quickly. Tomorrow morning, we'll start distributing the medicine to the people in the city. Priest Sun, you've been running around and must be tired. Go back to the official residence and have a good rest. If the treatment of the epidemic doesn't go well, I'll need you to take charge of the situation." It wasn't that he didn't believe in Li Zishuan, but he always felt that Li Zishuan didn't seem to be confident in his medical skills. With Sun Simiao, an experienced doctor, by his side, there was no doubt that would be safer. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave." Sun Simiao did not force him. He had been traveling day and night, so he was indeed tired. Li Zishuan had achieved his goal in coming to the imperial palace, so he took his leave. The two of them left the palace together. On the way, Li Zishuan told Sun Simiao in detail about the source of the cholera in Chang and the infection situation. After listening to him, Sun Simiao said in surprise, "Little Xian, your explanation of the cause of cholera is rather novel. According to the ancient books, the cause of cholera is clear qi in the yin and turbid qi in the yang. The yin qi flows in the meridians while the defensive qi flows in the opposite direction. If the stomach was in chaos, it would be cholera. What you're saying is that some small creatures that can't be seen with the naked eye can cause cholera to infect the human body. I've never heard of such a thing before. But if you think about it carefully, what you said might not be unreasonable. A long time ago, this penniless priest knew that it was easy to get sick from drinking raw water, but it was not easy to get sick from drinking boiled water. If there were really all kinds of small insects in the water, then it would be very easy to explain. But if there's a way to see the appearance of these small creatures, then it would be even more convincing." Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that? Just because they can't be seen with the naked eye doesn't mean that they can't be seen. To be honest, in a while, the Academy will have a tool that can directly see the general appearance of the moon hundreds of thousands of miles away. If such an incredible thing can be realized, then why can't it be possible to observe the small creatures in the water?" Sun Simiao had been a doctor for half of his life. Even though he had traveled all over the world and was very knowledgeable, he had never heard of such a bizarre thing. At this moment, the surprise on his face was even stronger. Ordinary people can actually see the appearance of the moon in the sky. "Little Xian, are you serious?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Of course. When the time comes, you can also go to the Academy to see for yourself." Academy? Sun Simiao only just realized that Li Zishuan had mentioned the Academy in the previous sentence. He asked curiously, "Little Xian, what academy are you talking about? Where is it located?" Li Zishuan replied, "Daoist son, the academy that I'm talking about is Yanhuang College in Yanshan. Currently, many engineering talents have gathered there. In the future, they will create even more novel things." Yanhuang College? Sun Simiao thought for a while and suddenly realized, "Oh, I remember now. A month ago, I heard of Yanwang College in the Sui province area. Moreover, you are the Yamacho of Yanwang College. I almost forgot about this. Speaking of which, little Xian, did you set up this academy just to spread the so-called engineering? Li Zixuan shook his head and said, I mainly want to carry forward my master's knowledge and not let it be lost. Sun Simiao said with a gratified face, Not bad, not bad. If spiritual master Lingshu has a disciple like you, he would be very pleased. Li Zixuan secretly muttered in his heart. If spiritual master Lingshu really has a spirit in heaven, he would definitely send down a bolt of divine thunder and blast this evildoer to death. Oh, by the way, Daoist son, since you're living in the Chang and official residence, why don't you live in Yanshan? There are mountains and rivers, and the environment is very quiet and secluded. I have prepared a courtyard for you. When you're free, you can go to the academy to take a look. It is also convenient for me to ask you about medical skills. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and began to have evil thoughts. This guy actually started to have ideas about Sun Simiao. Courtyard? No need. No need. I am used to traveling. Even if you give me a courtyard, it will only be a waste. What's more, how can I accept such a valuable thing for no reason? Sun Simiao hurriedly waved his hand. Li Zixuan smiled and persuaded. In the spring of this year, I was attacked by bandits in Zhongnan Mountains and was beaten down a cliff. If it weren't for Daoist Sun's help, I am afraid that I would not be alive to continue standing here. Therefore, Daoist priest Sun, you absolutely cannot say that you don't deserve a reward without any effort. As for the courtyard, it is a very simple house and is not worth much. Daoist Sun, please don't refuse. No matter how many days you stay, I will always keep the courtyard for you. Keep it. What if you need it in the future? Li Zixuan had already mentioned Sun Simiao's favor to him at Zhongnan Mountains. How could Sun Simiao refuse again? He could only agree and said, Well, I will go to the Yunshan courtyard to rest. Li Zixuan was overjoyed. He suddenly thought of Sun Simiao's disciple, Hu Jing, so he asked, That's great. Oh, by the way, Daoist son, has Hu Jing's eyes been cured? Did she come back with you this time? Sun Simiao said, It has been cured. Hu Jing's eyes were completely cured 2 months ago. This time, because I was in a hurry, I rode alone. Hu Jing fell behind and was protected by 5 imperial guards. There will be no danger. Chapter 924. After verifying the effectiveness of the prescription and Sun Simiao's return, the epidemic in Chang and city finally had hope of quickly calming down. The next step was for the Imperial Physician Department to prepare the antidote for the people. Chang and city had never experienced a large-scale epidemic in the Tang Empire since its founding more than 10 years ago. Looking at the previous dynasties, once an epidemic broke out in the country, it would usually cause thousands of deaths. It was extremely rare for an antidote to be developed less than 3 days after the outbreak of the epidemic. It was a blessing for the people to be born in this era. The 3 prescriptions that Li Zixuan had provided were all ordinary herbs. Therefore, even if it was more than 2,000 sets of antidotes, it would not be a difficult task for the Imperial Physician Department. Moreover, with the current financial situation of the Imperial Court, even if it was 10 times the amount, they would still be able to support it. However, there was one herb that was not easy to buy, and that was the stove earth. The main reason was that before this, no one had thought that it could be used as medicine. Naturally, no one would collect it and sell it for money. However, it was unrealistic to ask people to collect the stove earth because there was not enough time. Therefore, the antidotes prepared by the Imperial Physician Department's medical officers were lacking the stove earth. Presumably, every household had it. When the antidotes were distributed, they just needed to inform the people in advance. On Li Zixuan's side, when Sun Simiao agreed to stay in the Cloud Mountain courtyard, he immediately gathered people to tidy up the 3rd courtyard and quickly arranged all the commonly used furniture inside. Sun Simiao took some luggage from the official residence and arrived at Yinshan Villa. First, he stood outside the academy and sighed at the luxury of Yanwang College. When he saw the temporary residence that Li Zixuan had arranged for him, old Sun suddenly lost his calm. In the morning, Li Zixuan had told him that the villas in Yinshan were very simple and crude houses that weren't worth much. But now, what he saw was a flat cement floor, a two-story building, and clean and bright glass windows. No matter how he looked at it, it couldn't be considered simple and crude at all. Ahem, Daoist son, this courtyard only looks good on the surface. In fact, the materials provided by my workshop and the manpower provided by the academy are really not worth much. When Li Zixuan saw Sun Simiao's expression, he knew what the old Daoist was thinking. Sun Simiao expressionlessly nodded his head. He was too lazy to argue with Li Zixuan. After all, he had been a doctor for so many years that he had long become indifferent to money. To him, wealth and glory were not as important as a medical book or medicinal herb. Thus, this house was nothing to him. A few servants from the Imperial Physician Bureau brought Sun Simiao's luggage into the courtyard before taking their leave. When Li Zixuan saw that Sun Simiao was willing to stay in Yinshan Villa, he felt a little relieved. At this time, he went up to Sun Simiao and cupped his hands. "Ha, Daoist son, I didn't expect that we would become neighbors now. Yesterday, I saved a baby who was infected with cholera. Now, his body is very weak. Although Han Xiaoyan's son was out of danger after Li Zixuan's initial treatment, his body was still very weak. The reason why Li Zixuan could come up with a prescription for cholera with his half-baked medical skills was all due to luck. Now, he did not have a good solution for the child. However, now that Sun Simiao was here, all the problems would naturally be solved. Speaking of the patient, Sun Simiao immediately put on a solemn expression. "Oh, there's a baby who is infected with cholera? Quickly bring this poor Daoist to have a look." He knew better than anyone else how much of a threat cholera was to a newborn baby. It was very likely that the baby would die within a few hours. It was much faster than an adult's illness. Li Zixuan nodded and brought Sun Simiao to the first courtyard not far from here. In the courtyard, Han Yushi was coaxing the child. Li Jingma and Madame Li were looking at the child with a kind expression. They were chatting and laughing. It seemed that they were very fond of Han Xiaoyan's son. Mei Jun was also there. This kid was trembling in the corner of the courtyard. He had a feeling that his son was going to be snatched away by Old Man Li and the others. Lan on the other hand, was staring at the little DD between Huan Er's legs. She was probably wondering why this thing grew on the child's body. Li Zixuan, who had entered the courtyard, saw the little girl's peeping behavior. He could not help but feel speechless. He secretly hoped that this little girl would not grow up to be a fujoshi in the future. After introducing Sun Simiao and explaining the purpose of his visit, everyone in the courtyard, except for Lan and Huan, showed a great welcome to Sun Simiao's arrival. After some pleasantries, Sun Simiao took Huan and placed his hand on the latter's wrist. He closed his eyes and carefully checked the child's pulse. The courtyard fell into silence. Only the sound of birds chirping in the nearby forest could be heard. No one disturbed them. After a while, Sun Simiao's eyebrows twitched. He looked very surprised. After a while, he put down Huan Er's arm and handed it over to Han Xiaoyan. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, he said, "This child is truly blessed. To be able to survive the cholera is truly a blessing from the heavens. According to my diagnosis, this child's pulse is obviously very weak, but there's another kind of vitality in his body. The vitality is very strong. I guess it's this vitality that has supported the child until now. Strange. This is the first time I've seen such a strange thing in my life." Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and explained, "Taoist son, you don't know. Before this, Huan only had one breath left. The situation was very critical. If we rashly used medicine in such a situation, the child might not be able to withstand it. I used Taoist genuine qi to carefully nurse the child's body several times. Fortunately, Taoist son, you came back at this time. As for the possibility that there was a second kind of qi in his body other than genuine qi, Li Zixuan himself called this qi spiritual qi. He did not intend to tell anyone. Firstly, he was not completely sure. Secondly, this kind of thing sounded too strange. Genuine qi? Sun Simiao looked puzzled. He glanced at Li Zixuan. Then, as if he had accepted Li Zixuan's explanation, he said, "No wonder. But no matter what, this child has survived a great disaster. He will have good fortune in the future. At present, he is just a little weak. I'll give him a prescription to replenish his vitality. At the same time, Xiao Xian, you can give the child only 20% of your prescription for cholera. With these two approaches, the child will be fine within 5 days." Chapter 925. The next day, early in the morning, under the escort of Wu Ho, the medical officers of the Imperial Physician Department set up cholera antidote distribution stations on the streets of Chang, and with a relatively large flow of people. Anyone who had cholera in their family could come here to get the antidote for free with a certificate issued by the Fangzheng or the Lijiang. When the news came out, the whole city cheered. The people rushed to spread the news. Those who had family members with cholera quickly went to the Fangzheng or the Lijiang to issue a certificate, and then went to the distribution station to get the antidote. The people outside the city knew the news a little later. After the people who came to Chang and city in the morning heard the news, they had to run back to the village to pass the news to the people who had cholera. Therefore, the first batch of people who received the antidote were mostly people in Chang and city, or people who lived in villages close to Chang and city. What? There's still a missing ingredient? This medical officer, what is the missing ingredient? Is it expensive? When an old man heard the medical officer from the Imperial Medical Department say that the ingredients were missing, he immediately showed a worried look and quickly asked. The medical officer did not show any impatience or disdain because of the old man's question. He smiled and replied, "It's not expensive, it's not expensive. Every family has it. It's called hearth soil. It's the charred soil at the bottom of the earth stove. Take it down and use a knife to cut off the charred parts and impurities. Put in the third set of ingredients you just received and fry it together." The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "What? The soil in the earth stove can be used to cure diseases? I didn't hear wrongly, did I?" The medical officer was about to answer, but the people behind him were a little impatient. "Hey, the one in front, if you're done, leave quickly. Don't block the others from getting the medicine." Yes. We still have to get the medicine after you're done." Suddenly, there was a wave of condemnation. The old man quickly stepped aside and apologized a few times before leaving with doubts. At the same time, at the entrance of the West Market, the most crowded place in Chang City, Sun Si Miao and his disciple, who had actually set up a stall here to distribute medicinal ingredients to the commoners. Since Sun Si Miao didn't like to be restrained and liked to wander around, Li Er let Sun Si Miao temporarily take over the position of the head of the Imperial Physician Bureau. He was in charge of more than 300 medical students, medical officers, and doctors in the Imperial Physician Bureau. However, this temporary head of the Imperial Physician Bureau wouldn't have his freedom restricted. As long as Sun Si Miao could come to Chang, and a few times every year, Li Er would be satisfied. "Annie, have you been prone to relapse recently? Are you short of breath, sweating easily, and catching colds easily?" "Ah, yes. Young lady, you are too amazing. Ani's recent problems were all pointed out by you. Then can I still be cured?" "Auntie, it's just a minor illness. Don't worry, I'll give you a prescription. You'll be fine after you take 3 doses. Don't be too tired." Thank you, miss. I only brought 50 coins with me when I went out." "Miss, do you think you can wait here for me to go back and get some money?" "Auntie, my master and I don't charge any consultation fees. You just need to take the prescription to the pharmacy to buy the medicine." Sun Si Miao and his disciple were not only here to distribute the cholera medicine, but also to provide free consultation for some people. In fact, it was mainly Hu Meng who was doing the consultation. Sun Si Miao was distributing the medicine while listening to Hu Meng's diagnosis. In fact, he didn't know how many times he had done this kind of free consultation with Hu Meng during their travels. It was also a test and training for Hu Meng. Practicing medicine. If you only stopped at medical books, you would never become an outstanding doctor. During the reign of Sui Kai Wang, Sun Si Miao lived in seclusion in Taibai Mountain. He concentrated on studying medical books while he went around to diagnose the diseases of the people. This seclusion lasted for more than 40 years. It was because of his 40 years of medical experience that he finally became a medical grandmaster. Therefore, Sun Simiao understood the importance of medical experience better than anyone else. Since Hu Meng was bent on learning medicine, Sun Simiao had been teaching him medical theory while practicing medicine to help Hu Meng lay the foundation. Of course, the results were also very obvious. After traveling for more than half a year, Hu Meng had cured at least hundreds of patients. In some places, many people called her the little fairy doctor. How can this be? How can you treat a patient for free? The woman who came to see the doctor suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Sun Simiao turned his head at this time and said, "Madam, today is a free consultation. Of course, we can't take any money. You'd better take the prescription and go get the medicine. There are still patients waiting to see the doctor behind you." A cough, cough. "Thank you, Dr. Sunday." "Thank you, miss." The woman quickly said goodbye. The next patient was a middle-aged man. Looking at his clothes, he didn't seem to be from a poor family. Unexpectedly, he also came to participate in the free consultation. "Dr. Sun, this old man heard that you were holding a free consultation here and rushed over. Can you take a look at this, Meng?" The man didn't directly extend his wrist to Hu Meng. Instead, he respectfully asked Sun Simiao, "Now, what's the meaning of this?" The patients in the line behind began to talk. "He doesn't believe in that little girl's medical skills." "Hey, actually, I don't believe it either. Bullsh asterisk T, don't look down on people. Although this girl is young, her medical skills are excellent." It is said that when Dr. Sun traveled to Liang province, there was a plague in a village. This girl didn't sleep for 3 days and cured all the people in the village who were infected with the plague. The local people call her the little fairy doctor. Hiss, she's so amazing. Of course, this time, I came specially to find the little fairy doctor to treat my illness. Some people are really blind. After hearing the middle-aged man's request, Sun Simiao, who was dispensing medicine, turned his head to look at the man. Then, he turned his head back to dispense medicine and said, "Your illness can be cured by my disciple. Don't worry. This old man still has to busy himself with dispensing medicine." But no buts. If you don't believe this old man's words, why bother looking for this old man? The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but he was instantly refuted by Sun Simiao. He had no choice but to sit in front of Hu Meng obediently and extend his arm. Hu Meng wasn't annoyed by being looked down upon. She smiled sweetly and said, "Uncle, don't worry. Even if it's an illness that I can't treat, my master will definitely help." As she spoke, Hu Meng's 2 fingers were already on the middle-aged man's wrist. Chapter 926. "Uncle, your face is a little pale. Are you afraid of the cold recently? Your limbs are not warm, and you are often in low spirits?" After a while, Hu moved her finger away, looked up at the middle-aged man, and asked. "And yes." The man answered in a muffled voice. Hu continued, "In addition to these, have your waist and knees been weak recently? Frequent urination and excessive urination at night?" The man nodded again. When the patients in the queue saw this, they couldn't help but admire Hu's medical skills even more. At this moment, Hu said, "Uncle, you have a deficiency of yang, and it's a deficiency of yang in the kidney. I will give you a prescription to replenish your yang qi. You have to pay attention to not be too tired recently." Deficiency of yang in the kidney? Huh. So this brother has a deficiency of the kidney. The patients in the queue were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but laugh. A big man was actually recognized by a little girl as having a deficiency of the kidney. This was indeed very embarrassing. The middle-aged man was laughed at until his face turned red. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Whose expression was calm. There was no ridicule or any other messy expression on her face. She was like a master who had seen through the world of mortals. In just a few breaths of time, Hu had actually finished writing the prescription. She glanced indifferently at the patients who were laughing behind her. With just one glance, it was as if there was some kind of magic power, and the mocking laughter gradually stopped. Master said that there is no need to be afraid of treatment. Mortals eat grains and miscellaneous grains, and there is no one who doesn't get sick for a lifetime. Everyone, please don't ridicule me for no reason. Don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. Who said meaningfully. Then, she said to the middle-aged man in front of her, Uncle, this prescription was developed by my master. It is specially used to treat deficiency of yang in the kidney. Please keep it well. The middle-aged man felt both embarrassed and ashamed. He hurriedly said a few words of thanks and left. Next, today was Tuesday. Yinhuang College officially started classes today. Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin went to the college. Although Li Tai and Sun Zifan had recovered, they were still weak and needed to rest at home. In addition to the few of them, there were a total of more than 30 students in Yinhuang College who were infected with cholera. Li Zishuan sent people to the students' homes one by one to understand the situation. After confirming that no students had died of cholera, he was relieved. Today, Chong in City was distributing medicinal herbs. After breakfast, he rode a horse to Chong in City and happened to be at the entrance of the West Market. Li Zishuan had seen how Hu treated the patients just now. Now, whether it was her temperament or appearance, it was as if she was a completely different person. She used to be a blind farmer girl, but now she had become the little fairy doctor who was respected by everyone and had an extraordinary temperament. She had changed a lot. Old Hu has suffered for half his life. Now, the bitterness is finally over and the sweetness is coming. One of his sons entered the college, and the other daughter is studying medicine under Sun Simiao. Both of them have a bright future, and their merits are immeasurable. Li Zishuan was sincerely happy for Old Hu's family. Then, he quietly left and walked to the other places where the medicinal herbs were distributed. He wanted to see the effect of the medicine in the other places. Datong Daily reported that the Imperial Physician Department was distributing the cholera antidote for free today. However, for the people who live close to Chong and City, they had already heard the news before they saw the newspaper. Therefore, the newspaper was mainly for the villagers who lived far away from Chong and City to spread the news. As for the 6 villages that belonged to Li Zishuan, such as Hanjiao Village, Plum Village, and Liujiao Village, Li Zishuan would send enough medicinal herbs to all the families with cholera patients. The total amount of money was not much, so he treated it as a benefit to the villagers. Therefore, none of the people who came to Chong and City to collect medicine today were from Li Zishuan's fiefdom. Li Zishuan rode Whitey around almost half of Chong and City. Seeing that there were patients' family members lining up in an orderly manner in front of all the medicine distribution points, Li Zishuan felt slightly relieved. As long as all the people who contracted cholera received the medicine, this sudden outbreak of the epidemic would soon be quelled if there were no accidents. As far as he knew, there had not been a single case of death in this epidemic. It could be said that the epidemic was quelled at the cost of 0 casualties. It was truly a one-of-a-kind thing. At noon, Li Zishuan went to Shishirko again. He invited Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing to Zuaxian restaurant for lunch. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Hu Jingjing's personality hadn't changed. She was still quiet and calm. Sitting with this kind of girl, no matter what kind of mood you were in a moment ago, whether it was excitement or sadness, you would immediately calm down. During the meal, Li Zishuan asked Sun Simiao and his disciple about the things that had happened to them during their travels. The epidemic, the free clinic, and all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. There were also some diseases that Li Zishuan had never heard of before. The experience was so rich that it could be written into a book. Young master, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep the whole night when I received a letter from my brother saying that he had been admitted to Yinhuang College. In the beginning, the 2 of us were blind and stuttering. If it wasn't for young master's help, I would probably still be playing cockfighting in the courtyard. I actually proposed a toast to young master. Young master, you have a kind heart. Good people will be rewarded. Halfway through the wine, Hu Jingjing held the wine glass and stood up to thank Li Zishuan sincerely. Although Li Zishuan was now Marquis, Hu Jingjing was still used to calling Li Zishuan young master as usual. After saying that, she raised her head, revealing her white neck, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The little girl's cheeks immediately blushed. Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. Okay, don't drink anymore. The one who saved you and your brother was Sun Daozhong, not a lazy person like me. Your brother was admitted to Yin Huang College by his own ability. I didn't take care of him. Hu Jingjing opened her mouth and said, Young master and master have done us a great favor. We will never forget it for the rest of our lives. Li Zishuan said, Since you have made some progress in your medical skills, as long as you continue to spread your kindness, it will be the best reward for me and Sun Daozhong. Sun Simiao nodded and said, That's right. As people who practice medicine, we should save the dying and heal the injured. We should save the common people from suffering. Hu Jingjing nodded firmly and said, Yes, I will. After lunch, Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing continued to distribute medicine and provide free medical treatment. On this day, the Imperial Medical Department distributed more than 2,500 portions of medicine for cholera treatment. On the second day, more than 1,800 portions of medicine were distributed. On the third day, more than 950 portions were distributed. On the fourth day, 370 portions were distributed. On the fifth day, 130 portions were distributed. On the sixth day, there were only a few people receiving medicine. At this point, the sudden cholera epidemic had finally subsided. At this time, Li Zishuan suddenly received a piece of good news. Yin Huang College's astronomical telescope was completed. Chapter 9:27. Ink Girl, I heard that you've made a telescope. Back in the Yin Huang Academy, Li Zishuan was in Yin Xiaoning's office when he saw the couple he hadn't seen for a long time. In the morning, Mo Lingwei sent someone to inform him that the telescope had been completed. Li Zishuan immediately rushed over when he heard the news. Recently, he had been busy quelling the cholera and rarely asked about the matters of the college. He didn't expect Mo Lingwei to create such a big news all by herself. It was really shocking. Li Zishuan had expected that Mo Lingwei would make a telescope, but it was beyond Li Zishuan's expectations that she could make it so quickly. After all, although the principle of the telescope was simple, it wasn't simple to make it. Yes, Yamacho, little Ningzi and I have already made the telescope yesterday. We even tried it last night. We can see the moon very clearly from here. Mo Lingwei said excitedly when she saw Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He said mischievously, Yo, last night, you two have started to stay out all night to look at the stars and the moon together? TSK, shouting, not bad. You're quite capable. Your progress. Yamacho, it's not what you think it is. Mo Lingwei, who had always been fierce, blushed at this moment. Yin Xiaoning was also embarrassed by Li Zishuan's words. He pretended to be angry and said, Humph. Little Xian, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with this barbaric girl. Yen, Xiao, Ning, who are you calling barbaric? The bashful look on Mo Lingwei's face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy look. Along with her deafening roar, a storm suddenly came. As long as Yin Xiaoning didn't know what was good for him, there would probably be an even more violent storm. Hey. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Why are you like this? You're a lady who keeps shouting and fighting. Who would dare to marry you in the future? Yin Xiaoning had obviously suffered from Mo Lingwei's attacks before. He seemed to be prepared. He used Li Zishuan's body to dodge Mo Lingwei's attack, and said sarcastically while dodging. Mo Lingwei's lungs were about to explode. She pointed at Yin Xiaoning and said angrily, What does it have to do with you whether I can get married or not? Even if I can't get married, I won't marry a bastard like you. Don't run. Stand if you dare. Yin Xiaoning made a disgusted face and spat. Humph. Even if you don't marry me, I don't want to marry you. Don't flatter yourself. I, Yin Xiaoning, would rather be alone for the rest of my life than marry a barbaric woman like you. Yin, Xiao, Ning, I'm going to kill you. Mo Lingwei was really angry this time. She took a big step forward and appeared in front of Yin Xiaoning. She wanted to catch this bastard. Who knew that Yin Xiaoning was so cunning? He used Li Zishuan's body to play around with Mo Lingwei. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart for this pair of adulterous couple to show off in front of him. Forget about showing off your love, but you still King ran over to show off your love in front of him. That was unbearable. Li Zishuan didn't say anything. He grabbed enchanting and threw him in front of Mo Lingwei like he was throwing trash. Their eyes met, and what followed was a pig-like scream. Li Zishuan didn't have time to care about this. He shook his head, turned around, and walked toward the atrium next to Guanghua Tower. Even if Mo Lingwei didn't say anything, Li Zishuan knew where the binoculars were placed. He opened the metal door and entered the open-air atrium. Li Zishuan saw a long cylindrical object supported by a tall metal frame. It stood on the roof of the building like a sharp sword piercing the blue sky. Hey, it does look like it. I wonder how far this thing can see. Li Zishuan glanced at the binoculars and mumbled to himself. He then approached the binoculars. When he got closer, Li Zishuan took a closer look. He realized that Mo Lingwei's binoculars were a typical Kepler telescope. She used two lenticular lenses as the objective lens and the eyepiece respectively. The two lenses were combined to magnify distant objects. The structure of the Kepler telescope was relatively simple, and it wasn't particularly troublesome to make. Even so, Mo Lingwei was already very impressive. After all, the industrial level of this era was very high. This girl didn't even know how many lenses she had to grind to make the two most suitable ones. Hey, Yamacho, give it a try. Using this thing to see the moon in the sky is much clearer than using the naked eye. Mo Lingwei didn't know when this adulterous couple had followed them again. Mo Lingwei walked cheerfully to Li Zishuan and shouted. Before she made the binoculars, Li Zishuan had promised her some conditions. Now, of course, she was hoping that Li Zishuan would quickly inspect the project so that he could fulfill his promise. Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and rolled his eyes. He said, "Ink girl, it's almost noon. Where do you want me to find the moon? I'll come back at night after the moon rises." Astronomical binoculars can't be used for anything other than viewing during the day. What? You want to use an astronomical binoculars to look at the sun? If you have the guts, then give it a try. I guarantee that you'll be blinded by the brightness. The problem now was that Mo Lingwei's telescope was relatively large. It was fixed in the atrium of Guanghua Building, and the lens was pointing directly at the blue sky. Even if Li Zishuan wanted to use this thing to view the sun, it would be very inconvenient. Mo Lingwei also understood that Li Zishuan was telling the truth. She laughed awkwardly and said, Yamacho is right. Then, Yamacho, remember to come over tonight to try this telescope. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Of course. Mo Lingwei said again, Yamacho, don't forget what you promised Lingwei when the time comes. Li Zishuan asked subconsciously, Huh? What? Mo Lingwei's expression changed instantly. The speed at which she changed her expression was as fast as when she was with Yin shouting. Li Zishuan didn't want to provoke this girl. He instantly recalled something and said, Oh, I remember now. And girl, don't worry. As long as this telescope doesn't have any major flaws, I'll definitely do what I promised you. When Mo Lingwei heard this, she immediately smiled and said, Hee, thank you, Yamacho. One moment it was thundering, the next it was raining, and the next it was cloudless. This girl was really incorrigible. Li Zishuan didn't want to get involved in trouble, so he quickly left the atrium. At the same time, he thought to himself, I hope Yin Shouting can get rid of this demon as soon as possible. Chapter 928. At night. After dinner, Li Zishuan went out and walked towards Yanwan College. Lana's little tail naturally followed him. Speaking of which, during the time that Han Xiaoyin's son, Mei Jihuan, was in the Li family, Lana had found a new playmate. It wasn't easy to have someone younger than her in the family, and this girl naturally acted as the big sister. Many times, the way she pretended to be an adult always made others laugh. However, as early as the day before yesterday, Mei Jihuan's illness had already recovered, so the mother and son naturally went home. When the little guy left in the end, he was still a little reluctant and insisted on letting Li Zishuan carry him. Speaking of which, it was strange. In the Li family, this child was not close to Father Li, Madam Li, or Han Yushi. Instead, he was very close to Li Zishuan, who was often not at home. This made Madam Li laugh and scold this child for being a little heartless. The siblings walked on the small path of Yinshan. Although night had fallen, the paths of Yinshan were all cement and could be considered smooth, so they wouldn't trip because of the bumpy road. It was now late autumn, and the cool night wind blew on their bodies, making them feel a chill to their bones. You little girl, when we went out, I told you to wear more clothes, but you didn't. Now you know that it's cold? Lisa Schwan saw that Lan Er's legs were still trembling as she walked, so he reprimanded her unhappily. Although he said this, he still took off the cloak on his back and wrapped it around the little girl's body. That's right, it was too long. Lan was rather short, and at most, she could only reach Lisa Schwan's waist. If such a long cloak was draped over the little girl's shoulders, half of it would drag on the ground. She might even step on the hem and trip herself. Thus, the cute Lan was wrapped up like a dumpling. Stinky brother, this is so ugly. Take it off quickly. Lana was just about to say brother is so nice when she was wrapped up like this by Lisa Schwan. How could she, who always liked to be beautiful, stand this and immediately protested? Ugly your head. Let's see if you can still say it's ugly when you get sick from the cold. Lisa Schwan knocked his sister's forehead in annoyance and dragged her toward the academy. Brother, can we really see the scenery on the moon later? Perhaps. Let's see if your brother shouting and sister wire can do it. Awesome? Brother, what do you mean by awesome? It's literally what it means. Smelly brother, you're lying to me again. You definitely didn't mean it literally. Awesome means to be energetic. Energetic? Oh, then I hope that brother shouting and sister wire will do their best. Otherwise, Lana would have made a wasted trip. All right, big brother, is there a fairy Changi on the moon? Lana, you'll know soon enough. The siblings chatted casually and soon arrived at Yanwang College. The two of them went straight upstairs to the atrium. Back then, Lisa Schwan designed an atrium between the 4th and 6th floors of the Guanghua building. There was a semicircular glass dome at the top for lighting. Now, it could be used to place astronomical telescopes for astronomical observation. After entering the atrium, Lisa Schwan realized that they were not the only ones here tonight. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Chung Chumo, and dozens of other students were all here. Yamacho. When the students saw Lisa Schwan, they all greeted him with even more respect than before. Some of the lower-class citizens might not know that the cholera was quickly suppressed because of Lisa Schwan's contribution of the prescription, but as Yanhuang College students, how could they not know? After all, quite a number of them were very well informed. One person spread the news to 10, and 10 to 100. Therefore, they basically all knew that Lisa Schwan was the savior of the plague. Especially those who had just recovered from the cholera, they looked at Lisa Schwan with eyes full of gratitude. Others were apprenticed to a master to learn, but not only did they learn, but they also saved lives at critical moments. If word got out, who knew how many people would be envious? Have you all eaten? Lisa Schwan nodded and said pleasantly. Now that the weather was cold, the students did not have to go for military training. Naturally, they did not have to rush to the bathhouse every day after school, so they still had some time to go out at night before going to bed. It was not that Lisa Schwan did not think of introducing an evening self-study system in the academy, but the light at night was too poor. In this era, there were no electric lights, oil lamps, or candles. For a large classroom with 40 students, it was tantamount to the light of fireflies. If he forced an evening self-study system, it would only damage the students' eyes. In a few years, 8 out of 10 students would have similar eyes, and that would not be good. Yes, we have. As soon as Lisa Schwan's voice fell, the students all responded at once. At this time, Mo Lingwei walked over from the binoculars and said excitedly, Yamacho, quickly come and see if this binoculars are okay. Just now, the students were clamoring to see it, but I didn't let them see it. She was mainly afraid that the students would carelessly ruin the work she had put in for more than a month. Lisa Schwan was both angry and amused. He nodded and walked to the binoculars. He bent down slightly and put his eyes on the binoculars. In this era, there was no plastic, and the binoculars were made of iron. It was very cold to the touch. The direction and angle of the binoculars seemed to have been adjusted in advance by Mo Lingwei. Li Zixuan basically did not need to make any adjustments. From the binoculars, he could see a big shining sphere. On the sphere, there were some bumpy grooves and winding mountain ranges. Li Zixuan went to the Capital Planetarium when he was studying at the Capital University in his previous life. He remembered that he had a student ID and the ticket was only about 10 yuan. There was a public observatory in the planetarium. There was a 400-millimeter optical catadioptric telescope inside. It could be used to observe the moon, planets, nebulae, star clusters, and sunspots during the day. Li Zixuan went there at night. That was the first time he saw the moon clearly with his own eyes. The shock it gave him was far from what he could see on the television screen. Now, Mo Lingwei's binoculars were naturally not as clear as the super-large telescope Li Zixuan used in the planetarium in his previous life. However, this was the Tang Dynasty. It was already amazing to have a telescope that could see the moon's outline. Not bad, not bad. Although there are a few flaws, they do not obscure the jade. It is worth encouraging. Ink Girl, congratulations on making the first astronomical telescope in the Tang Dynasty. Tomorrow, I will help you persuade Mr. Mo to let you stay at Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan looked at it for a while, then walked down and said to Mo Lingwei, who was beside him with a face full of anticipation. Chapter 929. Cough, cough. The title is necessary for the plot, not to start a fight. Female compatriots, please don't misunderstand. Wow, that's great. Thank you, Yamacho. In the courtyard of Guanghua Building, Mo Lingwei jumped up excitedly after hearing Li Zixuan's words. Although she was the daughter of the Mo family and a female overlord, she was still a woman. Under normal circumstances, she could only stay at home and wait for her father to find a suitable husband for her to marry. Then, she could have children and take care of her husband and children. However, Mo Lingwei didn't want to walk down this old path. She liked to be active and didn't like to be locked up at home every day. Yanhuang College was a good place for her to do that. Therefore, when Li Zixuan promised to help persuade her father if she could build a telescope, Mo Lingwei's heart instantly became active. For more than a month, she dragged Yin Xiaoning along and worked tirelessly. Wasn't it all for the sake of successfully entering Yanhuang College as soon as possible? What about me? I should have a share of the credit if this telescope can be built, right? Yin Xiaoning, who was at the side, said softly. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up. She pointed at Yin Xiaoning excitedly and said to Li Zixuan, Yes, Yamacho. Little Ning also helped a lot when we built the telescope. His skills are not bad. Why don't you accept him into the school too? His position doesn't need to be too high. Just a special associate professor will do. Yin Xiaoning almost vomited blood when he heard that. That wasn't what he wanted to say. If the she-devil Mo Lingwei wasn't in the school, he wouldn't mind taking up a position there. Other things aside, he had a deep understanding of architecture. It was good to teach students. However, Mo Lingwei entering Yanhuang College was almost a foregone conclusion. Why would he still want to stay here? Wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Also, what did she mean by his position doesn't need to be too high? Just a special associate professor will do. Mo Lingwei was appointed as a special professor. But why was he, Yin Xiaoning, only an associate professor? This girl must be deliberately angering him. No, I don't agree. I don't want this credit anymore. Little Xian, I'm not feeling well. I'll head home first. Yin Xiaoning hurriedly waved his hand and said a few words. Then, he fled as if he was fleeing. Hey, little Ningzi, stop right there. Mo Lingwei hastily called out, but Yin Xiaoning's figure was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. I'm so angry. Don't let me catch you, or I'll teach you a lesson. The last sentence was said in a low voice, as if he was talking to himself. Li Zixuan was speechless. Ink Girl, what have you done to Xiaoning in the past month? Why is he so afraid of you? This girl rarely acted rashly in front of Li Zixuan. When she heard Li Zixuan's question, her little face instantly turned red. After hesitating for a while, she said embarrassedly, I didn't do anything? Yamacho, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Huh? Li Zixuan shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with this crazy girl. He turned around and carried Lon. He teased the little girl to look at the moon for a while. After Lana realized that there was no fairy Chong on the moon, she lost interest and said that she wanted to go home. When the students saw that Lisa Schwan and his sister had left, they immediately swarmed over and fought to see the moon. I came first. I want to see it first. Bullsh asterisk T. I was the one who came first. I came first. I came first. Seeing that the fight between the students was getting more and more intense, Mo Ling Wei, who was next to them, immediately shouted, "Stop!" The word "stop" came out of her mouth, and it was deafening. Guanghua Building shook 3 times with it. A few students closer to her felt that their eardrums were about to burst. Lisa Schwan and Lan Er, who had just walked down the stairs, also heard Mo Ling Wei's shout. The little girl was puzzled. "Brother, what's wrong with Sister Wei?" Lisa Schwan touched his nose. "I don't know. Maybe she's going through menopause? Let's not care about her. Let's go home quickly." The menopausal Mo Ling Wei looked at the chaotic students in front of her with a straight face. She pretended to be strict and reprimanded. "What are you squeezing for? All of you line up properly. If you don't line up, you're not allowed to use the telescope." After saying that, she stood in front of the telescope like an old hen protecting her chicks, separating the students from the telescope. Swoosh! The students immediately lined up. No one turned a deaf ear to Mo Ling Wei's words. After all, Mo Ling Wei's father was the discipline leader of the physics department. After returning to the villa, Lisa Schwan suddenly saw that the lights were still on in Yunshan's second villa not far from the south. He had an idea and let Lanner go in first while he walked towards the second villa. The owner of Yunshan's second villa was Yin Xiaoning. When Yinhuang College was built, Lisa Schwan found Yin Xiaoning to be the commander-in-chief. As a reward, he gave the second villa to Yin Xiaoning. And this guy was still up so late after escaping from Guanghua Building. What was he doing? "In the past, I had countless friends, but only you were in the depths of my heart. I searched for you thousands of places in the mountains, but when I look back, you were in the depths of the donkey's shed, eating grass, leaning against a tree, with a towel wrapped around your head. Donkey, oh donkey, you're still the most worrisome." Lisa Schwan had just approached the second villa when he heard Yin Xiaoning reciting a poem. Oh, it wasn't a poem, nor was it a poem. There were no popular poems in the Tang Dynasty. It sounded like he was just randomly reciting. But the content, Lisa Schwan almost burst out laughing after hearing it. This guy was actually talking to his donkey. Ahem, good line. Good line. I didn't expect you to have such literary talent, Xiaoning. I'm impressed. Lisa Schwan clapped his hands and interrupted Yin Xiaoning's affectionate confession and flattery. Yin Xiaoning paused, turned around, and said, "Little Xian, you're here." "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Xiaoning, are you still angry at Ink Girl? It can't be, right? You're a man. Why are you getting angry at a weak girl?" "Weak girl?" Yin Xiaoning immediately exploded. Have you ever seen a weak girl as fierce as her? Look, the injuries on my arms and waist were all caused by her. Little Xian, let me tell you, don't ever trust women. Women are all drama queens, liars, and pigs. I'm a good example." At the end, Yin Xiaoning almost cried. Lisa Schwan was sweating profusely. Thinking about Mo Ling Wei's hesitant reaction, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, what kind of education did that crazy girl, Mo Ling Wei, receive? She actually destroyed a 7-foot-tall man like Yin Xiaoning to this extent. Women are indeed terrifying when they become unruly